Hello. Whoa, wait a minute. The Zoom changed. What the fuck? Hold on. There we go. Hello. Ah! It fucked up the... No! There we go. What? It's still out of focus. There we go. My lovely imps, Gayfish, Copioid Crisis, Too Good to Be True, Herulian Hellhound, Holly Fox, Hattie Likes Horses, The Posadas John, Marinara, Soberflote, Snake Freak, Kazama, Chair 2, Somniostatic, Chronic Cine, Nuts, The Corpse in Your Trunk. I do not have one of those. Old Woman Josiah, Grouchy Ash, Kiraz, Mochi Ice Cream, Ada Stardust, Cotton D-Pad, Chair, Jessica Metal, Crabe, and from the YouTube chat, Leanne Scott, Awkward Renegade, Comrade Cat Pernicus, Lorient, Ken J, Ultraviolet, Cedar, Waxwing, and Brittles, and of course, Amber Rasic, Alberto T, Lillian, Pickle and Croissant, Svetlana, Poklanskaya, and JL. On time like there's a time post to hit. Well, listen, everybody. Why am I'm still fuzzy. I still feel a little fuzzy. Don't I feel a little fuzzy to you? Uh-huh. Yeah. Huh? There we go. Perfect. Now it's perfect. Oh, everyone. Oh, imps. Oh, imps, how are you all doing today? I am feeling quite good today, all things considered. I hope you all are doing well. If you are here, it is Saturday! And once again, and we are having a surprise stream because yesterday I woke up and I was exhausted and felt sad. And you might go, oh, mama, oh, mama, why did you feel so sad? And I would say, because Trans Day of Visibility always makes me sad. Especially when my stream on Wednesday was a marathon of trying to craft hopium out of pure black pilling materials. So I was a little sad, but don't worry, I'm feeling a lot better today. I just unironically get a little bit sad after Trans Day of Visibility basically every single year. It was an awesome stream. For those of you who missed the end of Wednesday's stream, if you're here now and you didn't catch the end of Wednesday's stream, you really should go watch it. We had a little bonus segment, a feel-good segment at the end where we read posts from a website called Sex in Christ, the Christian Guide to Fisting, Anal, and BDSM, which is certainly a thing. Oh my God, Furcifer, thank you so much for the 12 months of being a member. You have been an imp for an entire year. Furcifer, thank you so much. Thank you for being an awesome member of the YouTube community. Very, very happy to have you. We'll always appreciate your presence and in the YouTube chat. We are going to make a segment of that, so don't worry. That segment will be going up at some point. So those of you who missed it will be able to catch it as a video segment. I know, I can, but it doesn't show it. I can see it in the back end, but I wish it would show it here. Lazy Gales with the tier 1 sub. I offer a song as tribute to the stream and being financially stable enough to donate money again. Lazy Gales, thank you so much. What is this? This is a remix. All right. This is a Ukrainian. I will listen to this later. I will put this on my listen later track. Thank you very much. What's the special occasion? The special occasion is I felt like it. That's the special occasion. I wanted to stream today. I wanted to hang out with my imps today. That's the special occasion. And you want to know what? I want that to be the special occasion more frequently because we all spend way too much time doing what everything else wants us to do. And I say everything else because it isn't everyone else. A lot of us do cool things for the people in our lives, but that's not like usually particularly coercive. But a lot of us spend a lot of time working. A lot of us spend a lot of time filling out paperwork. A lot of us spend a lot of time doing obligations. So I like to celebrate doing whatever the fuck you want sometimes. And that's today. Today, we're doing whatever the fuck I want. And that's why today's stream title is perhaps a little bit boring, And maybe if you have friends who are bored on a Saturday, you should send them a link over to my stream and tell them to come have a good time, because we're doing free-for-all content tonight. We might do some drama. I have some drama that's potential. We're going to talk about some politics. We're going to do conservative react. We haven't done like wild card conservative react in a while, so we're going to do that. We're gonna, like, you know, go check out random conservatives and just, you know, whatever. Oh, that's okay, Snake Freak. And then I'm gonna do my Metal Gear Solid review at some point during this stream. Yes, I heard Vosh got unbanned from Twitch. Congratulations. And I'm sure he will stay for at least a few weeks longer. Oh, thank you, Knoon. Yeah, so I'm gonna do my Metal Gear Solid thing, and then other random stuff. Maybe we'll do some Cooking Mama. Oh my god, you're jacked up on Coca-Cola Starlight? Okay, I hope you're playing an int build, because Coca-Cola Starlight is the drink to drink when you're progressing through Elden Ring. Anyway, honestly, Coca-Cola Starlight was an interesting flavor. I wouldn't say it was necessarily good. I wouldn't drink a lot of it, but it definitely did taste like space. Anyway. It's the juice of Astel's spussy. Okay, watch yourself. Now that's getting really horny. Okay, Astel is cool. Out of curiosity, did you kill Melania Blade of Michaela? I did. I killed Melania, and when I killed Melania, less than 1% of people had killed Melania. I'm very, very proud of the fact that I killed Melania so early. Yo, Ron's KFC. Happy to keep you entertained for the next 4 hours. Fuck yeah. I unironically am very proud of how good I am at Elden Ring. I would not consider myself good at any Dark Souls game up to this point, but I have actually finally gotten good. Elden Ring is the game that let me come into my own. Dragon spells, katanas, shit that I was good. It was awesome. And I love it, and I feel like I'm actually good at it. So, feels good. Did you see that the first no-hit run was completed today? I did see that. That sort of thing is nightmare-inducing for me. Believe it or not, I can't even handle thinking about no-hit runs and, like, no hit, no damage. Like, that stuff gives me an anxiety attack. That's awesome, Grouchy Ash. I need to try Neo. Yeah, I should play Neo. Neo 2 is what I want to play next. Or, well, I don't want to play it next. I want to play it at some point. Right now, I'm still playing through Elden Ring. Guys, let me just show you. Can I show you something? My playtime on Elden Ring is currently 267.7 hours I've played in Elden Ring. I have 38 out of 42 achievements. It is one of my favorite games. I love it so goddamn much. It is a hyperfixation of hyperfixations. I can't stop thinking about it. I can't stop talking about it. I love it. The three that are the last ones I need to get is I need to pick up one of the legendary armaments that I got locked out of on my first character, and that will complete the legendary armaments. Then I need to complete 2 endings. I need to complete a Mending Rune ending, and I need to complete the Frenzied Flame ending, I think. So yeah, it's not hard stuff. No, I'm just having fun at this point. Not tedious at all. I find the game quite soothing. I mean, I guess it could be a little tedious, but I don't find it tedious. I'm having a great time. Like, I've played very different characters as I've gone through. So good. Oh, I'm so sorry about that, Amphi. I hope you feel better. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'll try to take a look at that, Martian Scum. I'm a bit slow to get through my DMs sometimes. Can you trade between characters? You can, but it doesn't count. For the legendary achievement, picking up the legendary item that from somebody else doesn't count for some reason. So, unfortunately, yeah, you have to get it. You have to actually pick it up in the world for it to count for the achievement. Lanedale is awesome. The zones. I will be doing a full review of Elden Ring. Don't worry, everybody. I will do a full review of Elden Ring. And you want to know what I've been thinking about? Maybe if all of you imps are really good, and if we get some viewers tonight, we might do Elden Ring duels, where I'll just boot up my Elden Ring and put a password in, and you all can put in the password, and I'll duel you one by one. Shing, shing, shing. It'd be cool. We might do that at the end of this stream. I've been thinking about it. So, yeah, it'd be wholesome. It'd be fun. We get to see people's outfits. We get to slap each other around a little bit. It'd be fun. So, yeah, sorry about that, Windleby. But, yeah, we'll see about that. What summoner level is my first character is, I think, like, 150 or something. My second one, I just got, I'm, like, in the 80s. I play the game very underleveled, okay? Look, I have a dirty rat playstyle, so I'm usually underleveled when I beat bosses. It's just how I do it. It's just how I do it. YouTube is really bad about that, Annie. Honestly, the best thing to check for my stream starting is the Discord. Discord, if you're not in the Discord, I always send out a notification for when I'm going to stream on the day that I'm going to stream, and then I send another one when I'm going live. Canoon, I just finished a month-long teaching placement, and I ended up getting to teach kids about left-wing ideas and anti-eugenic shit whilst teaching the Iliad and the Odyssey. Ended up with a class of teens saying how the gods in the Odyssey can be representative of billionaires nowadays and how they manipulate those under them. Proud as shit. You should be. That sounds amazing. Oh my god, Baphomet. That's wild. Yeah, so yeah, it's possible. Notification. Listen, I have my Discord as muted as it can be while still being functional. I don't think you all understand how many messages I get. It's actually wild. I get a lot of messages, okay? I get a fucking lot of messages. Yes, I saw Keffel's did ratio at God, which is impressive. Though not as impressive as Keffel's completely clapping the shit out of J.K. Rowling. Did you guys hear? There was articles written about Keffel's ratioing J.K. Rowling, which is the funniest shit in the entire world. It is so powerful. What a powerful move. I'm not kidding you. Keffel's posted about it. Hold on. I'll get the post from Keffel's. Keffel's has a post about it on Twitter. 1 second. I'll grab it. Yeah, hold on. It's so funny. These people are wild. Where is it here? Hold on. Let me see. I'll scroll down and find it. Also, wait, where is it here? Hold on. Let me see. I know it's here. I know it's here somewhere. No, not that one. Hold on. Yeah, here it is. Look. J.K. Rowling just got ratioed by this trans Twitch streamer on Twitter. Literally news, like fucking news blogs were writing about it. Fucking incredible. Fucking incredible. I'm actually not sure what Keffel's preferred pronouns. I know Keffel's. Okay, if Keffel's uses they them, I'm very sorry. I apologize. Keffel's is amazing. She, her. Okay, thank you. I trust Pansabi because Pansabi is Keffel's editor. Okay, so, hey, what would you guys think? What would you all think about me playing through Demon Souls on stream? Would you guys like that? 'Cause, I have never beaten Demon Souls. It's the only Souls game I haven't beaten. So I thought it might be cool because I love Souls games and you guys clearly seem to like Souls games a lot. I thought it would be fun to play Demon Souls. And that might be fun. The PS3 version? Yeah, that's what I want to play the original version. I don't want to play the fucking remaster bullshit. And maybe if that goes really well, maybe we'll do Dark Souls 1 and then Dark Souls 2 and then Dark Souls 3 and then the expansions and do that sort of thing. Cause that sounds like it might be a fun thing given that I'm like I have spent so much of my life playing FromSoft games, and apparently so have all of you. So that seems like it might be a really fun experience, and we could even do, like, silly builds that might be fun. I do want to play Kingsfield, but I feel like I would need to enjoy Kingsfield off stream. There's a lot of games that I just need to be able to, like, zone out and just be like, you know? And I feel like Kingsfield might be one of those. Because I do want to play Kingsfield real bad, but... yeah, Demon Souls. I mean, I want to play Demon Souls. I've played Demon Souls, but I've never beaten it. I've only ever beaten, like, the first 2 worlds or so of Demon Souls, or the first few levels. Yeah. Yeah. Grime Dango got me to play Super Ghosts and Goblins, and I just sat down and beat it. I had a really good time with it, too. Super Ghosts and Goblins was great. Demon Souls has some classic bullshit from soft bosses. Yeah, so I've heard, but that's okay. I've beaten all of the other Souls games, so. The Blood Swamps. Yeah, I've heard. Listen, I am a big fan of all of the Souls bullshit. Nuclear Take DS2 is the best Souls game. That's not a nuclear take. You can't just say something that's wrong and then call it a nuclear take. That's not really how a nuclear take goes. Nah, don't even try. This is the Dark Souls 2 fans they're compensating. I get it. It's okay to like Dark Souls 2, but there is no world in which you can claim it's the best Dark Souls game. That is outrageous. That is outrageous. Dark Souls 2 even looks stupider than the other Dark Souls games. This isn't... Dark Souls 2 was just your first Soulsborne game and you're coping? What? My first Souls game was technically Demon Souls, but I played it at a friend's house. And then my second Souls game was Dark Souls, and I had a hell of a time with it, but I really enjoyed it. Then I played Dark Souls 1 again and actually won and actually beat the game. And then I played Dark Souls 2, and I was like, And then I played Dark Souls 3, and I was like, And then I played Bloodborne, and I was like, Awooga! And then I played Sekiro, and I was like, holy shit! Dark Souls 3... No! Dark Souls 3 is very good! Oh my god. I can't believe this. Dark Souls 3 is fucking really good. No, don't fuck Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls 3 is fucking good. Especially the DLC. Dark Souls 3 is a fucking fantastic game. The weapons are awesome. The music is fucking awesome. The game world is one of the most depressing places that has ever existed and still manages to be beautiful. The bosses are cool. No. I so disagree, Grime Dango. Oh my god, I so disagree. Holy shit, you're triggering me. I'm getting stunlocked. It is not a straight downgrade. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna get actually mad. No, I'm sorry. Go play Dark Souls 2 and then play Dark Souls 3. The combat between Dark Souls 2 versus Dark Souls 3, it is so off the rails to say that Dark Souls 3 is a straight downgrade from Dark Souls 2. That is ridiculous. That is offensive. Dark Souls 2 feels like fucking you're running around with a bunch of Nerf bats, whacking a bunch of balloons. All of the enemies are super floaty, the weapons are super floaty, everything feels like shit, the rolls feel blocky as fuck. Dark Souls 1 feels better than Dark Souls 2, and they didn't even know what they were fucking doing in Dark Souls 1. Dark Souls 2 is like a game where you run around as like either a wacky flailing arms man or a fucking or a fucking stick figure made out of fucking Nerf bats. All of the bosses in Dark Souls 2 are basically a big knight that swings large object and almost nothing else until the expansion, and then they decided to get a little freaky with it and introduce some melted guys, including, okay, credit goes to the DLC for them having the Medusa character in there. Medusa character's cool. Big slime blob guy, pretty cool. Rest of Dark Souls 2, guy with armor, swings sword. No, see, that's the problem, Grime Dango. Everybody loves duels, and then they make a game with tons of duels, and the duels sucked. It's because in Dark Souls 2, they were trying to appease the loudest whiners from Dark Souls 1, who never knew what they were talking about anyway. You want to know why Elden Ring kicks so much ass? Elden Ring kicks so much ass because it slaps the fucking elitist Souls players in the face. It goes, we're gonna make bosses that are smarter than you because all you do is memorize dodge timings and count timings between dodges, and you're gonna die if you do that. That's why Elden Ring is so much fun to play, because the bosses are, half of them have nothing to do with the duel. They're big, epic, cool, big thinky fights where you have to think about what the hell you're doing and come up with a strategy. And then there's Dark Souls 2. Oh yeah, also, okay. Gotta catch my breath here, okay? Dark Souls 2, no. Okay, but Grime Dango, a game should not be based off of the whining of the cheesy players. In Dark Souls 1, okay, in Dark Souls 1, everybody played backstab builds because it was busted in PvP and because you could backstab half the enemies in the game. You can't do that in Elden Ring. You can't do that in Dark Souls 3. And in Dark Souls 2, they fixed that problem by making the combat just suck in general. So like, you just sort of go like, and waggle these oversized objects around, and maybe you get hit, maybe you don't, and then your health has to come back slowly, and everything is ugly and gritty, and the monsters look dumb. As a game designer, why are you game design explaining to me, a game designer? Because I'm your worst nightmare. A game player. I'm not game design explaining to you. I'm player experience explaining. It's the worst nightmare. Gamers don't know what they want. I know what I want. Because I am the chosen gamer, and you know this to be true. I know what I want. I'm not, do you take me for the type of gamer that just whines about games? No. You can't beat me up because I will simply dodge through your abilities. I will fight Yahtzee and I will win. Listen, just because Yahtzee is older than me doesn't mean that I don't have the same future. You know that in the future, if I keep up my trajectory as the first demon type streamer, in time, my voice will be powerful and I will be able to say, I like Elden Ring and Dark Souls 3 better than Dark Souls 2, and you will quiver in fear. Oh yeah, you think you know my weak spots? Yeah, we'll see about that. We'll see about that. I'm gonna duel you. Grime Dango? Speaking of which, we need to find an artist for the Grime Dango card. That has been on the back burner because of a bunch of other stuff. We need to do that. We need to get the giant Grime Dango card sticker and emote. We're overdue for that. All right. Artists. If you're an artist in the audience and you would like to be commissioned to create a realistic looking inscription card sticker for my Discord and my chat, please DM me on my Twitter at DemonMamaReal or message me via Discord, via mod mail on my Discord server, and we will talk, okay? Oh, shut up, psychosocialism. That's cheating. You can't lure me with cute animals, okay? Everyone is weak to animals, okay? Everyone's weak to cute animals. That's not just me, okay? Pfft. Aztec Tunes, welcome back. Good to see you. Hope you've been well. Yeah, everyone likes critters. Everyone fucking loves critters. There's people who don't like animals. Fucked up. I'm serious. I'm not kidding you. Red flag, somebody who doesn't like animals. Giant red flag. If you don't like animals, that means usually almost all the time, it is because they are grossed out by their own organic nature. Okay? It is not necessarily a red flag if people don't like an animal. Like if somebody doesn't like spiders, or if somebody doesn't like you know, a certain type of bird or a fish or something like that. But if people just say like I don't like animals, that is a massive fucking red flag. Thoughts on Incineroar? Pretty cool. Pretty buff. Sekiro, Soul Series, and Elden Ring. I keep them on equal pedestals. Sekiro is awesome. Very different, but also really awesome. Elden Ring, in my opinion, surpasses the Souls games. But I have to think on this because I don't know. But I love Elden Ring. And there's so much that I love about Elden Ring, and my review of Elden Ring is going to be epic in its scope, okay? And I'm going to make a good argument for why I think it's so good. But then also Bloodborne exists. And Bloodborne is such a work of art. Yeah. Elden Ring is better than Bloodborne? I don't know about that. See, that's a hard decision for me. Holy shit, Killjoy. That's fucked up. Okay, so here's the thing. I think that Elden Ring surpasses Bloodborne in NPC storylines. In fact, it surpasses the entire series with maybe the exception of Sekiro in like having good NPC stories. The NPC stories in Elden Ring are like nothing else in a Souls game, and it's really, really good. No problem, Benjavault. Thank you so much for the $10. Really appreciate that. I would die for my wife, Ronnie the Witch. I would live, die. I would take down every kingdom in the lands between. I love her so much. I would indeed become a wife guy for Ronnie. Sorry, but that's just the way it goes. It is the most cutest thing. I was playing this morning and I got Ronnie dialogue that I haven't seen since my first playthrough, and it made me all emotional. It is so good. I love it. Also, Selen. Selen's amazing. Also, Blythe and Eg and fucking and Hugh and Fia. All of the characters. Oh my god. And Alexander. I'm not kidding you. Alexander's storyline unironically made me cry. Not kidding you. And Raya. Raya. Alexander the warrior jar. Yes, I met Alexander's nephew, the Jar Baron. Will you be our potentate? I haven't, Canoon, but that sounds good. And Patch's Elden Ring iteration is amazing. So good. Guys, point is, Elden Ring is a very good game. And I love it a lot. And who is the best girl in Elden Ring? Michaela. Get wrecked. No, she's not just a hand. She's not just a hand. She's in a cocoon, okay? She's in a cocoon. Listen, Michaela is so poggers that Radagon was like, Michaela was like, Daddy Radagon, can I please have an Erd tree of my own? And then Radagon was like, very well, son. Here is an Erd tree of your own. And then Michaela was like, Daddy, what if I was your daughter and not your son? And then Radagon was like, huh? And then Moog was like, baby, we got to get the fuck out of here. If your dad finds out you're trans, he's going to lose his shit. We got to get you out of here. And so then Moog robbed a bank to pay for Michaela's transition. Unironically, that's basically the storyline. You guys think I'm kidding, but that's basically the storyline. I'm not kidding you. I'm serious. You guys think I'm joking. I'm dead serious. Michaela is also known as Saint Trina. Saint Trina is a character who is referred to both as a young boy and as a young girl. Michaela was the most powerful of the Empyreans who was born with a curse to stay forever youthful, and therefore they weren't very strong. However, they were said to have had the most powerful potential of all of the Empyreans that were ever created. The most worthy of all of them. But the problem is Michaela needed to go into a cocoon so that she could reach her true form. And her boyfriend, Moog, who's a big dragon guy, literally breaks into the Halig tree to steal Michaela and put Michaela somewhere safe. Unironically, the most trans shit. Anyway. So that's why Michaela's best girl. I'm talking about Elden Ring. I'm talking about one of the side stories in Elden Ring. Yeah. Is Moog the boyfriend every trans girl deserves? Honestly, yes. Get yourself a guy, get yourself a man who will literally conquer a land and build a dynasty for you. And say, fuck the gods, we're building our own dynasty. Elden Ring says trans rights like 4 times. Okay, like, I don't want to spoil everything, but one of the stories in Elden Ring is literally about a character who specifically destroys her own physical body so that she can live freely as herself, even though it means that she will be basically outcast forever. That's one of the storylines. Like, it's ridiculous. It's so queer. Anyway, I'm going to talk about all of this in my whole thing. Yeah, we're not talking about that. I can't do that. I can't do the Radagon thing. So you'll have fun. You will talk about it another time when people won't go, spoilers! Oh, Elden Ring spoilers for when the game come out a month and a half ago? Huh? Oh, hello, Spacebox Man. Greetings to Bonnell and Vug. Demon Mama rising? Indeed, I will rise. I will continue to rise. No. This is not really a stun lock. This is the first 45 minutes or so of stream where I talk about whatever the fuck I want, even if it's a stun lock. And today is a Saturday surprise stream, so we're talking extra about whatever the fuck I want. The spoilers are done, Windleby. I won't talk about any more spoilers. Anyway, that's hardly a spoiler. That particular bit is hardly a spoiler. That literally gets told to you directly by Gideon, like very, very easily. Anyway, whatever. I guess it's technically a spoiler because you don't unlock it until a certain point in the game, but like it's part of the background lore of the universe. I should play the new Ghosts and Goblins. Maybe I should. Oh, okay. No worries then. We didn't talk about it for that long, Windleby. Don't worry. Daddy, give me a tree. Please, Daddy, give me a tree. Mods, you know what to do. Oh, when Daddy gives you the tree. Bum 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 ba da ba da 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 da. There was something else. There was something else I was gonna say. I can't remember now. Anyway, I've been playing lots of Elden Ring. As you can see, Elden Ring has taken up a lot of my mind. And Game of Thrones. Oh, wait, I haven't even talked about that since, like, the last stream. We've been continuing our watch through of Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones has been an interesting ride. We're still in good episodes, I can tell you. But we are starting to see the fraying at the edges of the show, which is a wild thing, especially when you know what's coming. Yeah. We're not at the end of Season 5. We are at the midpoint of Season 4. Oh, yes, the all-day trans call-in stream. The all-day trans call-in stream is going to be on the 13th of April, Wednesday the 13th, so 2 weeks from now, approximately. Is Elden Ring my special interest for the time? Yeah, kind of. I guess you could put it that way. It's what I think about a lot. This happens to me all the time. The good news is, most of my things that I get hooked on like that, I hold on to for a long time. Hence why you can see all the pathologic shit on my walls and the other Dark Souls stuff. That's just how I am. It's like a week and a half, yeah. You might be trans? Well, congratulations if you are. Being trans is poggers. Do you also enjoy Attack on Titan? I do enjoy I did enjoy Attack on Titan. I haven't read it or watched it in a while, but I read all the way up to the, like, fuck, I'm trying to remember where I was in Attack on Titan without doing spoilers. Anyway, I read quite a bit of Attack on Titan, but I haven't watched it in a while. Did I get to the Vatican Gamer moment in Game of Thrones? Not in this watch through yet. We are heading there, but we're not quite there yet. Oh yeah, did I tell you guys what we might be doing for drama today? We have a free-form schedule today for the stream. Now that we've been stun-locked for 45 minutes, 48 minutes, actually. Yo, really, Vermin? That's awesome. Let's make it happen. I have, like, a busy month this month, but we can definitely find a day. We have so many house viewings scheduled. This month is going to totally fuck up my streaming schedule because we have so many... we have to move. Like, I can't keep making the show in this house. We have to move. So, like... we have a million fucking house viewings scheduled, but oh my fucking god, is it an annoying process. Anyway, oh yeah, so, today, one of the things, how would you guys, I had a little bit of potential drama, and I want to know whether y'all would be interested in it, okay? Because I was sitting here this morning and I was like, you know, there's a drama that I missed that that might be fun to go and watch, and that is the beef between Hasan and Adam something. Has anybody heard anything about this? I completely missed that. And I looked into it and I'm like, oh, this seems to be a like really popcorny drama. And it seems very harmless for us to go read about. And I thought, why don't we have like a harmless, ethically sourced drama section today? You know? Yeah, I've heard it's a nothing burger, but that makes it even funnier, right? So maybe we should go take a look into it. Maybe it looks like people might be interested into that. So maybe we'll go look into that. That seems like a drama that nobody's, yeah, farm to table. Exactly. It's free roam. Nothing burger. He called Adam a Nazi. Okay, but to be fair, at this point, Hasan kind of calls a lot of people Nazis, doesn't he? Isn't that kind of his thing? Anyway. So yeah, we might take a look at that. That might be the first thing we do because that sounds like it might be fun. And then I want to do conservative react. I want to do the Metal Gear Solid review, and then we might wrap up with some Elden Ring fun times because we haven't, you know, we haven't done anything like that in a while. I like city planning and public transit videos. They're like, you know, the community around the like city planning video stuff is like obviously because of the topic. Like, they're very liberal. They're very democratic, dem-soc, like, you know, Democrat or social democrat, soc dem type of people. But I know that going into it, you know? I go that into it. Well, nuts, surely you have enough money for a sub, don't you, nuts? Or maybe some very kind person will give you one. Look, simple facts from a queer elder. DM could get it when she got ready. True. Thank you. Today is just a fucking lazy stream. You had to buy an AC unit? Well, listen, maybe some kind soul will give nuts a yellow name. Somebody will. Maybe. We'll see. Now, why did I blank out there? What was I even gonna talk about? I hate it when that happens. Fuck. I hate it when that happens. I fucking hate it when I lose my train of thought. Yeah. What? Yeah, the drama. So, you want to do that first? It looks like everybody's in the mood for this sort of thing. If you are here and you have not subscribed to my channel, rung the bell, and most importantly for this particular moment, press that motherfucking like button. Press the like button, please, for the love of God. I would really, really love to have your like, and it helps bring more people into the show. We are in the beginning of a beautiful and brilliant new chapter for the show. We're going big. We're having a good time again. No more dealing with shitheads. No more getting involved in meaningless personal drama in which there's no respect paid. No, we're having fun again. We're doing mama content the way it's always been, the best stuff. And if you want to be here, press that fucking like, subscribe. Come on, it'd be sick. Spacebox Man says, would you be interested in going on a Fanatic panel? Fuck no, with all due respect. I don't do panels anymore. The panel scene is trash, and nobody likes them, so no offense. But, no. Okay, so does anybody know where the start of this drama was? This is not, because this is a surprise Saturday stream, this is not a drama mama. This is not an official thing. Does anybody have a link to the beginning of this drama between Adam something and Hasan? I know the response videos that went out, but I don't know where it started. Does anybody know where it started? The Pro Destiny panel was so cringe. I heard about that, but I can't imagine watching that no matter what. I can't imagine watching a panel of a bunch of simps name drop me all the time because that's all they ever do, and then basically just just desperately try to curry favor with their overlord. That'd be like watching like an episode of Game of Thrones, but sadder. So it's this. Okay. Adam something reacts to Hasan Abi meltdown. All right. Let's hear the meltdown and the reaction. Let's fucking do it, everybody. We're getting into it. Let's see. Let's go from here.
And it's the worst.
Here we go, everybody. Hasan, Adam something drama. Maybe I should put that on the screen so people know what we're talking about. Hasan versus Adam something. Here we go. Let's put this up here. Boop. We'll put it over here. Bam. Let's do it.
Kind of freaks that love this shit, which is 5,000 likes in 2 hours, dude. 5,000 likes. Well, I watched his entire fucking video.
So, apparently Hasan Abi called me a Nazi following my recent video on the Gravel Institute. Here's a clip of it. Now, I don't want to give Hasan too much shit because of this. I understand he's under a lot of pressure. So we must then, the prerequisite knowledge is that we must watch the video on the Gravel Institute. We must start where it all begins. Let us react to how the Gravel Institute lies to you about Ukraine. Are we ready? Are we fucking ready? This is going to be a bit of a deep dive. Are you all comfortable? Are you have your drinks? I'm fucking ready. Let's do this.
Hello everyone. Today we are going to...
Wait, watch the Hasan version? Wait, why should I watch... Oh, I should. You're right. I should watch the Hasan's version. Where is Hasan's reaction to the video? Wait, but Hasan sucks at reacting. No, fuck that. Hasan sucks at reacting. This is a 3 hour and 20-minute react from Hasan. He turned a 41-minute video into a 3-hour react. No, we're doing it fresh. We'll see the clips. Let's go.
Everyone.
Come on.
Today we are going to take a look at it.
Okay, listen. We're doing drama on Saturday to have fun, not to sit and watch 3 hours and 20 minutes of another react. Adam Something's videos are good, and my reactions are funny. So, like, fuck that. We're doing my reaction, and then we'll go and we'll find out what Hasan said, and then we'll go from there. Fuck that. Let's go.
Video titled How America Funded Ukraine's Neo-Nazis by the channel called The Gravel Institute. And just who are the Gravel Institute? We're building the infrastructure to beat right-wing propaganda outlets like PragerU on their own turf. With concise 5-minute videos from authoritative presenters, from Bernie Sanders to Chelsea Manning, we're pushing non-traditional audiences to the left. And to fight a behemoth like Prager, with huge ad budgets and millions of subscribers, we need you on board. Join us. So that's nice. They're trying to be a leftist counterweight to PragerU, a massive right-wing disinformation channel. Fighting disinformation online is especially important nowadays in light of the invasion of Ukraine. Russia has been pumping out an ungodly amount of lies and misinformation, outdoing outlets even like PragerU by an order of magnitude. And PragerU is no small player either. They really put it all out there. They're aggressively pro-capitalism, anti-Palestinian, anti-big government, aka social programs for non-whites, and anti...
You all know, we've reacted to... Everybody knows this stuff. Anybody in this sphere, all of you guys know this. This is information for other people, but you guys have seen how bad PragerU is, right? And have you guys, we've covered PragerU for kids on this channel before, which is the most, first of all, pathetic. It's embarrassingly bad. But secondly, grotesque attempt to indoctrinate children. It is ridiculous. So yeah, Adam Something Adam Something and Gravel Institute are both very, very valid in critiquing PragerU.
Taxing high-income earners, and they also have a few things to say about black crime, the left, Antifa, and so on and so forth. But the secret to PragerU's success is not found in their political positions. In fact, if you laid them out bare, most people would see them for the lunatics that they are. The secret to PragerU's success lies in their presentation. Lies. Pun intended, I guess. It might not come as a surprise to most of you, but Prager University is not here to educate people, contrary to their description. They are here to push a specific set of socio-economic and political agendas, and they rarely do this through outright lies. Rather, they twist information, leave out or de-emphasize inconvenient facts, overemphasize convenient facts, mislead you with disingenuous presentation of statistics, and they use loaded, emotional language to prime you for their conclusions, among other things, all in service of furthering their agenda. And YouTubers like Sean or Vosh already did a number of excellent takedowns of their lies, which you should definitely check out afterwards. Now, all this being said, PragerU doesn't have to try too hard to
Demon Mama has as well. Just so you know.
Disseminate misinformation. This is due to their target audience, namely US conservatives, a group whose worldviews are based mostly on emotionally held positions. And then those conservatives go out looking for justifications for their feelings, which PragerU is happy to provide. So as a conservative, if you simply hate black people, let's say, you won't be looking at the history of systemic discrimination, the lingering effects of redlining, Jim Crow, slavery, and so on, to try and contextualize and perhaps eliminate your bias. Instead, you'll be watching Police Go Where the Crime Is by PragerU, which confirms your biases of black people being violent criminal savages who don't work and abandon their children.
Yep, this is a really good point. What Adam is pointing out here is something that can be sort of colloquially referred to as like laundering of a political agenda. PragerU is unfortunately kind of good at this. What they do is they publish videos that seem like little factoids, and then they have a whole bunch of citations in the comments. So people who already have that view feel further reinforced in that view, and they feel like, well, I've seen an official video that has sources, so I know that what I believe is true. It's a reinforcement process. And it's really funny because if you ever actually look at the citations from PragerU videos, they often cite their own articles and their own videos as citations. We did this live on my stream. We clicked on a link that was in their sort of bibliography, like where they had their sources cited, and the citation went to the video that we were currently watching. They literally did a recursive citation where the video cited itself. Not kidding you. So it's really bad.
In the 75 largest U.S. counties, about 60% of robbery and murder defendants are black, even though blacks comprise only 15% of the population in those counties. In New York City, blacks make up 73% of all shooting victims, though they are 23% of the city's population. In Chicago in 2016, there were 4,300 shooting victims, almost all black. Among the 24 victims under the age of 12 was a 3-year-old shot on Father's Day who is now paralyzed for life, and a 10-year-old shot on Labor Day whose pancreas and spleen were ripped apart.
In short, PragerU has it rather easy, preaching to a friendly audience preconditioned by the conservative media industrial complex, having suppressed their critical thinking skills as much as possible, so they will accept any bogus graph, half-truth, and outright falsehood as the capital T truth in service of the conservative agenda. For PragerU, it would be much more difficult to propagandize to a leftist audience, since that group is generally more aware of history and socioeconomics, by and large have better critical thinking skills, and would be more prone to calling them out on their bullshit. If we had a Stalinist PragerU, let's say, they would need to be much more subtle, using every opportunity for plausible deniability, phrasing statements and questions neutrally but in a very leading context, and so on and so forth. Otherwise, their core audience would be made up of people with the following characteristics: the alpha and omega of their worldview being US bad, the fetishization of the Soviet Union and thinking it achieved communism or was progressing towards it despite reality, the
Uh-oh. It's gonna get messy, isn't it? It's gonna get messy, isn't it? Oh, here we go.
bizarre reverence of countries that are opposed to the US, like North Korea, Cuba, Syria, and so on, just because they're opposed to the US, and branding all their opponents as fascists to justify every action against them, and then denying the actual fascist actions of the governments they support. In common parlance, we call these people tankies. The name comes from the Soviet Union rolling tanks into countries to crack down on anti-Soviet protests. You might have guessed, but these people aren't leftists. They are Nazis painted red, for all intents and purposes. And so, the Gravel Institute. Let's take a look at this video of theirs. In the spirit of Sean,
usually literally Nazis painted red. One of the most recognizable like online public tankies, Caleb Maupin, wrote 2 books of raw anti-Semitism. If you're curious if it's not fair to call a lot of tankies red Nazis, Just go look at the types of the way they talk about Jewish people. It's completely fucked up.
The video is linked in the description. Feel free to check it out to make sure I'm not misrepresenting any of their points. And just to clarify, this video came out 6 days before the Russian invasion.
Psychosocialism says Caleb Maupin is such a fucking lol cow. Caleb Maupin is on the fucking payroll. He's a Russian state like representative. Yeah, this is, some people refer to this as the Nazbol vortex. Yes. Yeah, but the Nazbol vortex is a bigger phenomenon that has already existed in the past, but it is something that we see currently happening in real time as right-wing forces take government control in various places on the planet. When you know, we're going to see more of this as you know, in 2024, if my predictions are correct and the Republicans are leading come 2024 and the Republicans are positioned to take over, you're going to see a whole bunch of people, all of a sudden so-called communists, abandon all sense of solidarity and start throwing minorities under the bus because that's their worldview. They believe in a class reductionist worldview that I think is extremely, extremely fucked up, and usually, interestingly, leads them into Nazi tropes and Nazi and apologia, pandering to Nazis.
Of Ukraine.
Did you see the debate between Hunter and that Republican that kept mentioning some weird stuff about body and soul? I did not see that. I know that he's so bad that they can't be paying him well. How can a person be less charismatic than Maupin? They don't need charisma. They need somebody who can confidently look at the camera and tell a lie. They don't need charisma. They just need, again, they need somebody who can memorize a bunch of activation words. It's exactly like, it's like Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson, to me, reads as the most uncharismatic person you can possibly imagine. He looks like a weird, mushy, sad dog at all times. Same thing goes for Bill O'Reilly. Like, their type of charisma is very limited. What they're very good at is effectively looking directly at the camera and telling you a blatant lie, and that's why they're valuable.
Ukraine.
Exactly. Marinara has it nailed. They lie with unabashed, righteous indignation. Yup.
Ukraine.
You've probably heard about that country a lot. For the last few years, Ukraine has been one of the most important conflict points in the world. It's the site of a proxy war between Russia and the United States.
Okay, so we're 20 seconds in and we already have a problem. Ukraine is the site of a proxy war between Russia and the United States. A proxy war is when two larger powers.
This is going to be an experience like watching the Richard Wolff thing, isn't it?
Powers battle each other through smaller, local forces that they control or heavily influence, all in service of their geopolitical interests. But in the case of Ukraine, this is incorrect. The Ukrainian government is supported by the US and other Western nations, but they are by no means proxies of the US. They are a democratic government that came under attack by actual Russian proxies and the Russian army itself, at which
This is so frustrating, too. It does a disservice. Like, fucking people like Gravel Institute and Richard Wolff and all these people doing this, like, just being like, this is a proxy war between Russia and the United States. It unironically does a disservice to the actual discussion around proxy wars, which have happened between Russia and the US, but Ukraine is not an example of that. It's a poor example. In fact, it's an especially poor example when you consider the fact that when Donald Trump was in power, he was going fucking hog wild on Ukraine and trying to frame Ukraine as like a pit of corruption tied to Joe Biden. It's so stupid.
point they asked for help and they got it. Just because Ukraine defending itself against Russian imperialism coincides with Western interests of not having Russian imperialism doesn't make this conflict a proxy war. So right off the bat, this is a serious misrepresentation by the Gravel Institute. Imagine if Czechoslovakia resisted the Nazis as the latter annexed the Sudetenland and they got military equipment and training from the UK or something. Would that make it a proxy war between Germany and the UK? Of course not, that would be ridiculous. But it would be a great opportunity for Nazi propaganda to try and discredit Czechoslovakia and justify the invasion, saying how Czechs are just pawns of the English and how their resistance is bringing war to Europe for no good reason. If the Czechs just stop fighting us, there would be peace. We had a
unironically though, this is literally what Russians are saying. They're literally saying this shit all the time. The messaging from Russia is this.
vote in the Sudeten, and people do want to join us, so it's all good. Right.
Russia could launch an attack on Ukraine any day now.
We are ready, and all of NATO is ready.
But it's also a place most people don't really know a lot about. So the story we hear about Ukraine's history and its conflict today has very little relationship to reality. I'm going to tell you a story about modern Ukraine, but this is also a story about America and how American money and weapons ended up in the hands of these guys, the neo-Nazis and ultranationalists of Ukraine.
By the way, the Azov Battalion, in case you are aware, suffered something close to 80% casualties in the conflicts of Mariupol. Literally, Azov Battalion and Russian troops just demolished each other. The Azov Battalion no longer exists. They were basically obliterated in conflicts in Mariupol.
Ukraine's far right.
Wait, did you catch that? They just moved the goalposts. How America funded Ukraine's neo-Nazis versus how American money and weapons ended up in the hands of these guys. Those two statements have very different implications. The first implies a deliberate effort from the US to arm Ukrainian Nazis, while the second suggests that arming neo-Nazis wasn't the intention, only an unfortunate side effect. And slimy rhetorical tricks like these should be familiar to anyone who has ever watched Prager University.
Think about the even greater number of Palestinians who are now homeless in Gaza because Hamas choose to hide weapons in residential buildings. And when naive American and European NGOs offer millions to rebuild Gaza, who do you think will get that money? It won't be you. The people who really deserve it and need it. It will be the leaders of the Hamas gang and their friends who will add new rooms to their fancy villas, rather than rebuild homes, purchase coronavirus vaccines, or provide social services for their people. And the peace you so deserve, the peace which could have been possible when Israel withdrew entirely from the Gaza Strip in 2005, will be even further out of reach.
Well, it looks like all that aid we're sending to Palestinians is ending up in the hands of extremists. Therefore, we should stop giving money and aid to Palestinians and just let Israel invade the Gaza Strip in a special military operation where they de-Islamisticize the area in order to finally bring peace to the Middle East. One could
This is a pretty good fucking comparison on Adam's part, I gotta say.
say, though for some reason I highly doubt Gravel Institute would agree with stopping aid to Palestinians. And funny how that works.
Let's start in 1991, when Ukraine became fully independent from the Soviet Union. And independence was tough. After the fall of communism, the economies of post-Soviet republics were falling apart.
Minor point here, but while in common parlance we do refer to the end of the Soviet Union as the fall of communism, that is incorrect. The Soviet Union was a state-capitalist oligarchy at best and never even came close to abolishing the state, currency, or social classes. As in
based and correct-pilled. There is the argument for the Soviet Union was communist is it's ridiculous. It's fantasy. You have to be extremely dishonest. Like, it's just not true. And also, the thing that we always have to remember about all of this is that Russia is now the Russian Federation. It's not the Soviet Union anymore. It hasn't been for a really fucking long time anyway. Anyway, let's continue.
Communism. I expect a channel fancying itself as leftist to be more precise with its leftist terms.
State institutions were being hollowed out. A so-called gangster capitalism was becoming dominant. So in the 1990s, Ukraine's economy and quality of life collapsed, and it's never really gotten better. Adjusted for inflation, Ukraine's GDP per capita was higher in 1990 than it was in 2020. Health outcomes are abysmal. In 2019, the life expectancy of Ukrainian men was lower than in Syria, Iraq, and North Korea.
First off, I'm glad Gravel Institute has such unwavering trust in demographic data provided by the Syrian and North Korean governments. Very noble. Second, according to the World Bank data they cite, male life expectancy in Ukraine is currently at an all-time high, even with an ongoing war inside the country where lots of men tend to die. So by their...
So they're... I'd love to know where their fucking citation was. That's bad.
metric, male
That's
life
messy.
expectancy should be a relative success story, not abysmal as they put it. What a strange inconsistency in their rhetoric. Third, the choice of countries on the graph. You might think a comparison with Poland, Russia or Hungary or other Eastern European countries would be more informative since they are similar in terms of demographics, geopolitics, history and so on. Why bring up these random countries from different corners of the world? Why not Eastern European countries? Well, because if you put those on the graph, you get this. Countries that used to be in the Soviet sphere of influence but broke away very early and fully integrated into the West have much higher life expectancies than Ukraine or even Russia. And then some cynical person might come along and point out how being aligned with the decaying Russian Empire produces significantly worse outcomes than being aligned with the West. Such nuance, of course, did not make it into Gravel Institute's video.
The West. I don't even like that terminology here. That's my critique for Adam here, is seeding into concepts of the West. Because that really smears all of these different, very, very different nations into like he's making a point that doesn't do his own presentation service. These are countries that, yes, maybe allied with the West, but what is the West anyway? Anyway, this is a minor nitpick, but I think that he's ceding ground that he doesn't need to here. It's not. Anyway, let's continue.
Eventually, theirs would be the type of rhetoric you would use if you wanted to imply that aligning with the West doesn't make things better for the people. Also, look at these other countries that aren't aligned with the West that are doing better. Right. In the next section, Gravel Institute describes the roots of Ukrainian neo-Nazism like so.
And as quality of life collapsed, nationalism flourished. Some people turned to extremist politics. And that was partly because Ukrainian nationalism, formed in opposition to the Soviet Union, tended to have a strongly right-wing flavor.
As it always does.
To understand that, we have to look at a crucial figure in Ukrainian nationalist history, a guy named Stepan Bandera. You see, in the 1930s and 40s, Bandera wanted Ukrainian independence from Poland and the Soviet Union. So when the Nazis invaded, Bandera allied with them. His followers massacred huge numbers of Poles and Jews. But in spite of this legacy, Bandera is still viewed as a hero in the west of Ukraine.
In 2014, 15,000 nationalists. I'm gonna point that out. This right here is extremely misleading and does a disservice to Western Ukraine. Saying 15. This is like saying that because Charlottesville happened, the East Coast of the United States worships not Hitler as a hero. Like, come on.
Bandera is still viewed as a hero in the west of Ukraine. There are Stepan Bandera streets, museums, and monuments. In 2010, Bandera was even named an official hero of Ukraine.
So in their world, this Bandera guy did ethnic cleansing while collaborating with the Nazis as he sought Ukrainian...
By who is the question? By who?
Independence, and he's revered to this day mostly in the
Yeah, 11 years ago. 11 years ago, out of 40 million people, 15K is like, yeah, it's not good. But like, I think it's not, I don't think that's honest to say that like that he's worshipped as a hero by the western side of Ukraine when there's fucking 40 million people in Ukraine and 15K had a parade 11 years ago. Come on, that's silly.
Country, which is a rather far-right region. What Gravel Institute conveniently omitted is that the biggest resurgence of pro-Bandera sentiment happened after Russia invaded Ukraine. Sure, the far-right had a presence even before, and was also out to protest during the Maidan, obviously, but the real push for decommunization and the re-establishment of a Ukrainian national identity came after Crimea was stolen, and when the Ukrainian army was already fighting a war in the east against both Russian proxies and actual Russian soldiers. To go back to examples from the east, why do you think groups like ISIS, the Taliban or Al-Qaeda gained such prominence, because a larger imperialist power invaded their lands, which galvanized their support and helped them rise to prominence. This is extremism 101, which I'm sure Gravel Institute would agree with. Why then do they not extend this very simple concept to Ukraine? Because then it would be much harder to fearmonger about Ukrainian Nazis in service of the underlying goal, which is to pander to an audience that only wants to hear America bad. Oh, sorry, I got ahead of myself there. Moving on.
But Bandera is hated in the East, where Soviet identity was historically a lot stronger. And that East-West divide was a big fracture within Ukraine. In Western Ukraine, there was more stress on a specifically Ukrainian identity, closer to Europe. In Eastern Ukraine, meanwhile, people were more likely to stress their historic ties to Russia and the Russian language. Fast forward to 2010, when Ukraine elected a relatively pro-Russian politician named Viktor Yanukovych as its president, with strong support from voters in the East. Yanukovych pursued a regionalist and Russia-friendly agenda, which angered people in the West.
So the East-West divide in Ukraine, the West is more pro-European, while the East is more pro-Russian, and the latter helped elect Viktor Yanukovych. None of this is false on the surface. However, calling Viktor Yanukovych a relatively pro-Russian politician is a way to de-emphasize Yanukovych's staunchly pro-Russian politics. And I noticed how Gravel Institute leaves out the inconvenient fact that Yanukovych imprisoned his pro-Western opponent, Yulia Tymoshenko, right after he got elected in 2010.
That's a bit of a detail you might want to include. Pro-Russian candidate takes control, immediately jails his political opponents. Yeah. Just brush that one under the rug.
Also that he stole the election in 2004 when Ukrainians needed the Orange Revolution to force a rerun, which Yanukovych then lost. And these instances of twisting information, using loaded language and disingenuous presentation only get more numerous as the video goes on, like this part right here.
And in 2013, Yanukovych announced that he was suspending discussions on Ukrainian integration with Europe. That decision sparked a protest movement centered in Kyiv called Euromaidan, after the Maidan Square where it took place.
In Kiev, thousands of Ukrainians continue to protest against the government's decision to hold off on signing a deal with the EU.
And I want you to consider this. Hundreds of thousands of people out on the streets, tens of thousands of...
Ed Lisinski says, remember, historic ties here refers to the Russian Empire forbidding people to speak Ukrainian and also Stalin forcibly relocating Russians to Ukraine and Ukrainians to Russia to destroy Ukrainian language and culture. Yeah, isn't it funny they're still doing that to this day? That Russia opened up humanitarian channels, but only to Russia. So you could flee Ukraine into Russia and nowhere else. And then they're like, yeah, we opened up humanitarian channels. Go ahead, guys. Come on in.
Flags and signs, and the three they show us are all Bandera related, with his portrait and the red and black flag. This was a conscious choice. They could have easily found footage of protesters from a massive crowd like this without Bandera related items, but instead they went out of their way to find footage that specifically contains far-right adjacent imagery. And they did this to lay some groundwork for the next section, which is what I would call a mask-off movement. Let's give it a watch.
In the West, Euromaidan was seen as a peaceful, pro-democracy movement, and most participants really were ordinary people who were angry at the government. But as the protests grew, encouraged by a harsh repression from the police and a brutal sniper attack that killed dozens of protesters and police alike, a new, more sinister element emerged and began to hijack the movement. The ultra-nationalists came on the scene.
It was often the nationalists who were the loudest and the most violent. A group calling itself the Right Sector is perhaps the largest. Its members can be seen marching around Kiev in columns of about a dozen.
Groups like the, quote, Right Sector, the ultra-nationalist Svoboda Party, originally called the Social National Party of Ukraine, try turning those words around, acted as a small but influential organized minority within the protests. And those extremists played an important role in exacerbating the protests by encouraging violence and more radical rhetoric. There are allegations that the sniper attack was actually orchestrated by the Right Sector and its co-conspirators.
Okay, so what have we just listened to? Here are the main claims. So their first point about protesters being ordinary people is
Interesting.
correct. Point number 2 is a lie, however. And unfortunately for Gravel Institute, I recognized the footage they used. See, in preparation for my giant video essay about Ukraine, I saw a lot of videos about police violence during the Maidan protests. And I also came across the footage Gravel Institute is showing here. Or rather, the two versions of it. One shown by Western news outlets, and the other shown by Russia Today. Now, shortly after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, RT was banned from YouTube, but thankfully I downloaded their video back then. It's the same footage as in Western media, with an important difference. They cut out the part where the police start running at protesters with guns and opening fire, and only show the part where protesters, some also armed, return fire at the police, who are then forced to retreat. Here's footage from Radio Svoboda in contrast, showing what actually happened.
How fucking curious.
Namely, how it was the police charging at protesters and opening fire at them. And if we skip towards the end of the video, we arrive to the footage RT had shown. And through RT, the Gravel Institute. And I even screenshotted some indicative comments from under RT's video back then, which I ended up not using for my Ukraine video essay. They're being fired at with live ammo. What are they supposed to do? I am surprised no police officer has flipped yet and fired a full clip in a crowd. I see retreating policemen who attempt to save their motionless colleague, how was he injured, and fired in self-defense not at peaceful protesters, but an aggressive mob. They saved their lives. We can see that the peaceful protesters shooting at police and police escape. I am surprised, why have they waited so long? So these comments were under a video titled "Police firing live ammo in Kiev clashes." These are the opinions RT is trying to conjure up with their deceptively cut footage, which is the same thing Gravel Institute.
And yes, this is identical to the tactic that conservatives use against basically any protest that they don't like. They do this exact same thing. They imply that it was the cops will literally do the most dirty fucking tricks. Do you guys remember when I was doing live coverage of the George Floyd protests here in Seattle, and we watched footage of the cops declaring a curfew 5 minutes before the curfew time, when there was a crowd actively in the streets? So they say, okay, crowd of 10,000 people, you have 5 minutes to disperse. And if you don't, well, then we're going to shoot tear gas. And then that was used as the justification to attack the crowd, because the agitated mob would not disperse. We watched that on my channel here. Fucking bullshit. And these fucking it's trash to see a so-called leftist channel pull this exact same tactic just to try and fucking what? Defend the honor of Russia?
Did here, as they talk about allegations that it was the far right that did the shit.
They were police riots. They were police riots, and anybody who was covering it at the time remembers it. Anybody who was actually, if you go back, you can even go back and watch the footage yourself. You can go and see the footage of how many times the police just went fucking wild on crowds. It's fucked up. Oh my God. For real? No April Fool's joke. Microsoft has hired former Seattle PD chief Carmen Best. Apparently, integrity isn't part of the job description for Director of Global Security Risk Operations. Her tenure at SPD was marred by dishonesty and mismanagement. This is the lady, by the way, who completely made up the idea that businesses in Seattle were being shaken down for protection money by anarchists. She completely just made that up. There was no evidence of it. There was no evidence of anyone reporting that, and she just said it. And then it literally took the local newspapers going and asking local businesses, and they found no one who reported that and no one who was willing to say, like, no one's been doing this to us. She just literally made it up. Fucked up. Anyway, let's continue this video.
Shooting while showing you injured and retreating police officers disingenuously cut from a video where police attacked first. The Gravel Institute is lying to—
Wait, you think this is pedantic and petty? I don't think this is pedantic and petty at all. If you're using extremely slanted protest footage to push a pro-cop, and in this case, pro-cop and pro-Russian position, and it requires you to edit out footage of the cops cracking down on protests like they always fucking do, that seems pretty skeezy to me.
you here by omission. And how about that article they show, claiming that the shooting was done not by police, but by the right sector and its co-conspirators? Here it is on thenation.com, titled America's Collusion with Neo-Nazis, written by Stephen F. Cohen, published on the 2nd of May 2018. Here's the paragraph shown by the Gravel Institute. That the snipers who killed scores of protesters and policemen on Kiev's Maidan Square in February 2014, thereby triggering a quote-unquote democratic revolution that overthrew the elected president Viktor Yanukovych and brought to power a virulent anti-Russian pro-American regime, it was neither democratic nor a revolution, but a violent coup unfolding in the streets with high-level support, were not sent by Yanukovych, as is still widely reported, but instead, almost certainly, by the neo-fascist organization Right Sector and its co-conspirators.
Damn, that is a hell of a citation. A citation that isn't a citation. Do you see how manipulative people can be? This is why you read carefully, folks.
The sniper attack was almost certainly done by Ukrainian neo-fascists. Source? Trust me, bro. I'm Stephen F. Cohen, or was, who spent the last decade doing pro-Putin apologia and was a frequent guest on Russia Today. And I did find this article about him in the New York Magazine titled The Pathetic Lives of Putin's American Dupes, written in 2014, around the time of Russia's annexation of Crimea. A tragically large number of left-wing Westerners in the 20th century deluded themselves about the horrors of Soviet communism. As awful and unforgivable as it was, the process by which they made themselves into dupes was at least explicable. They loved socialism, and one country in the world was implementing socialism, so they persuaded themselves, and for a while it was working. Today's Russia dupes are a smaller, more pathetic lot. Above all, they are just plain weirder, because they lack a clear ideological motive for their stoogery. Soviet Russia not only commanded a vast propaganda network, but embodied a doctrine with international appeal, and which had originated outside of Russia. Vladimir Putin's Russia follows no model except Russian nationalism. To the extent it employs a non-nationalist philosophy, its main idea is that gays have weakened Europe, and yet the dupes still come. The most prominent intellectual apologist for Putin is Stephen F. Cohen, Princeton professor, Russologist for the left-wing Nation. Cohen is a septuagenarian, old-school leftist who has carried on the mental habits of decades of anti-communism seamlessly into a new career of anti-Putinism. The Cohen method is to pick away at every indictment of the Russian regime without directly associating himself with its various atrocities. Is Putin persecuting gays? Well, Cohen wants you to know that various Ukrainian nationalists dislike gays too, and also Barack Obama's claim to snub Sochi because of gay rights is probably not on the level. Is Putin bullying and killing journalists? Says Cohen, every time a journalist breaks a leg, they say the Kremlin did it. Accidents happen. So Steph...
Guys, do you guys remember when Putin had when the guy who fled Russia because he critiqued Putin suddenly fell ill with a type of polonium that only three nations in the entire world actually have, and it was directly traced back to Russia? You critique Putin, and all of a sudden you have a meeting in Great Britain, and then you fall ill, and then you die from radiation poisoning. You guys remember that?
Stephen F. Cohen was your average Kremlin stooge with significant ties to Russian state propaganda, and he said that the Maidan shootings were almost certainly done by Ukrainian Nazis. The Gravel Institute doesn't mention Cohen's name or background in their video, they just throw out that screenshot and read out half a sentence. I suppose they really wanted to de-emphasize Cohen here. If they wanted to be unbiased, they could have said, Stephen Cohen, pro-Russian academic and frequent guest on RT, alleges that the sniper attacks were done by Ukrainian neo-fascists. But instead, we get a fleeting mention of a wild claim in an article without sources. And the problem with this is that there can be plenty of allegations made about everything.
Litvinenko? Yeah, I always say his name wrong. Litvinenko.
Allegations that George Bush did 9/11, there are allegations about a ring of Democrat-linked satanic pedophile cabal operating out of a pizzeria in Washington, there are allegations about George Soros wanting to import brown people into Europe to commit white genocide, pick your favorite really. There are allegations is the rallying cry of conspiracy theorists, and the euphemism for I have no evidence. But to go back to the Gravel Institute's points, they even managed to contradict themselves. On one hand, the far-right people were hijacking the movement, meaning they were taking over. On the other hand, they were only a small but influential group with a dozen of them marching around at a time, and they merely helped exacerbate protests by encouraging violence and extreme rhetoric, meaning they weren't taking over, only they had a relatively outsized presence, and their saber rattling inspired more violence here and there. So which is it then? Did they hijack the protests, or were they just a loud minority who said mean things and got into more scuffles? Why are you putting these mostly neutral statements in such a leading context, Gravel Institute, in a way that all tankies and pro-Putin lunatics can immediately infer what you're saying, while you can still claim plausible deniability?
By early 2014, the government lost the ability to control the protests.
In a rapidly evolving political crisis, President Yanukovych has been voted out by parliament, forced to leave Kiev.
And the US recognized interim government that replaced him had a significant far-right faction. The deputy prime minister, the minister of defense, and others were all from that far-right party, Svoboda.
So the interim government had a significant far-right faction, and 4 ministers came from the far-right Svoboda party. This is true. However, Gravel Institute is conveniently leaving out a number of relevant things here. The 4 people on the picture are Alexander Sich, Igor Tenyuk, Andriy Mokhnik, and Ihor Shvaika, and there are a couple of things to mention here. First, as Gravel Institute says, they were only part of the interim government. That means they were all gone by the 12th of November 2014, except for Ihor.
Which means they were in power for, in this case, this guy was here for 1 month, less than 1 month. This guy was here for about 6 months. No, let's see, about 9 months. And these guys were 9 months. So 3 of these guys were here for 9 months, and 1 of them was there for 1 month.
Tanyuk, who left much earlier, having spent a grand total of 26 days in his position. Also, Alexander Sich was one of 3 deputy prime ministers, with the other 2 not being from Svoboda. Second, none of these people were succeeded by other Svoboda politicians. Third, on the elections in October 2014, the Svoboda party had lost 31 seats out of their original 37, having...
So the far-right party lost significantly. Both... The right sector barely moved, and the Svoboda party lost 31 seats, and these 3 guys were gone in 9 months.
Gotten only 4.71% of the national vote. The right sector also ran and won a single seat with 1.8% of the national vote. So if Gravel Institute wanted to be honest here, they could have said something like this. The far-right had a presence within the interim government, having achieved 4 ministerial positions from March till November 2014, except for the defense minister, who was removed after less than a month. They weren't succeeded by other far-right politicians, however, and Svoboda lost the majority of its seats during the October election, while the right sector only won a single seat. It doesn't sound so scary or dramatic when you put it that way, does it? But once again, the goal of Gravel Institute here is not to tell you what happened, but to push a specific pro-Russian narrative. In their world, the interim government was full of Nazis,
and this led to backlash in the East, because Eastern Ukrainians were horrified at what they saw as a far-right seizure of power, with veneration of Bandera and elimination of equal recognition for languages like Russian.
Service industry workers have since January been obliged to talk to customers in Ukrainian unless clients specifically ask to switch.
If I work, pay my employees' salaries and my taxes, it's none of your bloody business which language I do it in.
And here I want to briefly consider manipulation through word choice. The US recognized interim government was full of far-right people, the Easterners were horrified at what they saw was a far-right seizure of power, the elimination of Russian as an equal language, the use of emotional, loaded language serves to feed into the overarching narrative that the evil US is funding evil Ukrainian Nazis, and the poor, Russian-speaking Ukrainians are very scared. Funny enough, this rhetorical trick is once again familiar to me from channels like PragerU.
This is the reality that police commanders in urban areas face every day. And every day they get calls from law-abiding citizens in high-crime neighborhoods begging for assistance.
Gravel Institute also doesn't mention that Russia tends to actively use the Russian language as a geopolitical weapon. Russian speakers to Russia is like oil to America. If you have too much of it, sooner or later their army shows up on your borders to liberate your country. Also, I love how they put the story of the service workers next to the Svoboda image. The government was usurped by evil anti-Russian Nazis, it is implied, who have instituted the draconian measure of service workers in Ukraine having to engage customers in Ukrainian unless the customer asks for Russian, in which case it's fine. Okay, but in the next segment they go even further, in the form of trivial...
Which, by the way, is a terrible law, just so you know. I think that's a fucking fucked up law.
realizing actual Russian imperialism through euphemisms.
Anti-government protests broke out across the east. In the eastern peninsula of Crimea, people were furious. Many of them talked about joining Russia, so the Russian government saw an opportunity. They wanted to encourage a surge of Russian nationalism for its own benefit. So Russia annexed Crimea and held a disputed referendum to legitimize the decision.
The Russian government wanted to encourage a surge of Russian nationalism for their own benefit, so Russia annexed Crimea and held a disputed referendum to legitimize the decision. And isn't that amazing? At least they used the word annexed there, so it's only 99% reprehensible. But hey, if that's the game we're playing, let's roll. Nazi Germany wanted to encourage a surge of German nationalism for their own benefit, so they annexed the Sudetenland and held a disputed referendum to legitimize the decision. I'm surprised the Gravel Institute would try to trivialize Russian imperialism so openly. It's almost like they and their audience only have a problem with imperialism when it's the US doing it. Almost.
That's because it's true. Did you see that Russia accidentally released the real results of the referendum on accident? I did not see that. Holy shit.
As many as 95.5% of the electorate in Crimea have voted to join Russia. We are going back.
Ah, yes, those I love it. I love it when in the democratic system when you get a 95.57 result in one way. That happens so frequently in democracy that everybody agrees and 95% of people go one way. Yeah.
Back home,
love that.
Crimea is in Russia.
Putin's Human Rights Council accidentally posts real Crimean election results. May 5th, 2014. As you may recall, the official Crimean election results, as widely reported in the Western press, showed a 97% vote in favor of annexation with a turnout of 83%. No international observers were allowed. The pro-Russian election pressure would have raised the already weak vote in favor of annexation. Yesterday, however, according to a major Ukrainian news site, the website of the president of Russia's Council on Civil Society posted a report that was quickly taken down as if it were toxic waste. According to this purported report about the March referendum to annex Crimea, the turnout of Crimean voters was only 30%, and of these, only half voted in favor of the referendum, meaning that in truth, only 15% of Crimean citizens voted for annexation. Yeah, that's so funny. That's so curious how that works, isn't it? Yeah, nobody's allowed to see how we're doing this election, but I assure you, 97% of people voted in favor of us conquering you.
By the way, this 95.5% result is bullshit. We know this because, as I mentioned in my original Ukraine video, a Russian state agency accidentally posted the real results. According to them, the real result was about 50 to 60% voting for joining Russia, with a turnout of about 40%, in a referendum under Russian military occupation, where the two choices were yes and yes but later, and where the choice of remaining part of Ukraine was not on the ballot. The Gravel Institute doesn't mention any of these details. Instead, they take all these lies, falsifications, and fraud committed by Russia and stuff it neatly under the phrase disputed referendum.
Energized by the annexation and supported by Russian armed and military personnel, the anti-government protests became a full-blown secessionist movement. Eastern provinces like Donetsk and Luhansk held separatist referendums and declared independence. The new government branded these rebellions as, quote, terrorist actions. Ukraine entered a civil war, which was also a proxy war with Russia.
Okay, so anti-government protests became secession movements after they were energized by the annexation of Crimea and were supported by the Russian military. I'm glad they admit that at least. Then Donetsk and Luhansk held referendums, declared independence, and the new Ukrainian government declared these quote-unquote terrorist actions. And so, two things. Number one, you don't need to put terrorist actions into quotation marks. What they did was by definition terrorist action, whether or not you consider it moral. Number two,
we've talked about that before.
And this is very much a recurring theme now, Gravel Institute left out an important detail, namely that at the time of the independence referendums, the war in Donbass had already been going on for at least a month. Meanwhile, Gravel Institute makes it sound like the war happened after the referendums. So no wonder the Ukrainian government brands these as terrorist actions. They were fighting a war with them at that point. Now you might think I'm picking at minor points here, but consider the overall picture they're painting. If someone unfamiliar with recent Ukrainian history watches this, what narrative have they been given so far? Ukraine collapsed in the 90s and became a shithole country. This caused a far-right resurgence in the West, and the pro-Russian people in the East were afraid of this. The far-right hijacked the protests against the somewhat pro-Russian president and murdered dozens of protesters. After people chased away the president, the new government had a significant neo-Nazi presence. People in the East were afraid of this, so after Russia took Crimea, they declared independence, which began a civil war with the Ukrainian government branding them as terrorists. And would you look at that, we have arrived at official Russian state propaganda. This is the narrative Russia today tries to sell people in the West.
Laundered. Again, laundered. They laundered raw propaganda, and they you know, pasted up with a couple of, you know, powerfully emotionally worded statements and a couple of little factoids, and all of a sudden you've cleaned up that propaganda.
And even though Gravel Institute does say that the Russian military is involved, they present this in a context that makes their involvement arguably justified. You know, Russia might have involved its military in Ukraine, but they're supporting Russian-speaking people who were horrified at what they saw as a far-right seizure of power, so of course the Russians would help them militarily. This is apologia. It's also a lie, as we've discussed.
But after decades of austerity and corruption, the Ukrainian army was totally unable to fight. So a lot of the action fell instead to the people who were the most violent. The ultranationalists. So a new paramilitary emerged. It was called the Azov Battalion. And unlike the official Ukrainian military, Azov's volunteers were willing to go the distance. But Azov wasn't just any random organization. It was a pretty disturbing far-right group. It had come out of neo-Nazi street gangs that had been used as muscle by Ukrainian elites in the 90s and 2000s. Azov members regularly sported tattoos of swastikas. Their symbol was based on a Nazi emblem. Their leader declared that their mission was to, quote, lead the white races of the world in a final crusade against the Semite-led Untermenschen, subhumans. But Azov's neo-Nazism turned out not to be such a huge concern to the Ukrainian government.
Yeah, they're all dead. Fucking crab.
Because in 2014, a guy named Arsen Avakov became interior minister in charge of police and security. And Avakov had been a longtime patron of the neo-Nazi gangs. And when he was a regional governor, he used them as enforcers. So when he became interior minister, Avakov had the Azov Battalion incorporated into Ukraine's National Guard.
So the Ukrainian military was in shambles as a war was going on in the east, fueled by Russia. In response, the Ukrainian government turned to the ultranationalists to help beat back the enemy. Then the Minister of Interior made the Azov Battalion officially part of the National Guard. And my question here is, what else was the Ukrainian government was supposed to do? The country was falling apart, the separatists were spreading westward, their military was in shambles, and among the few forces you did have, you didn't know who's going to betray you for Russia. Then comes a group of highly motivated ultranationalists with weapons training, whose entire worldview is predicated on fighting Russian invaders and whose allegiance is unquestionably with Ukraine. And they tell you, give us weapons and support and we'll get shit done. What decision maker would say no to that? Even if you hate the far-righters, wouldn't sending them to war mean many of them would die? That would be a win-win, right? You help halt the Russian offensives and you end up with less ultranationalists in the end. And the reason why they got integrated into the National Guard is because they did get the job done. They were effective, had high morale, and could be trusted to not switch sides. At the end of the day, the Azov Battalion's rise to prominence could have been avoided if Russia didn't invade Ukraine in 2014 and 2022. It seems like this would be the quick and easy solution to Ukraine's supposed Nazi problem. If we can agree that groups like ISIS or the Taliban rose to prominence due.
This is probably the closest argument I could see to Hasan making a halfway legit complaint about Adam something, mainly because it's too easy to spin that as AS supports the Nazi battalion, but that's not even what he said. Yeah, like this is like, okay, like Adam said in the beginning of this video, which I think is very true. Yes, as it turns out, invasions create lots and lots of radical, sometimes often very violent groups. That is what happens when a country is being invaded by an overwhelming force. Yeah, some of them are going to become extreme because their lives have been destroyed. Their existence that they knew before has been actively destroyed by an invader. This leads to all types of different types of extremists popping up. Of course it does. Yeah, we're doing Hasan versus Adam something. We thought it would be fun to go track through this messy drama and see what's going on. Maybe we can make sense of it. Anyway, we're almost done with this video, and then we're gonna see what happens then.
to Western meddling, why can't we then say that groups like Azov did so due to Russian meddling? Gravel Institute spends the next section of their video describing how US military assistance ended up in the hands of Azov fighters, once again in somewhat of a contrast with the original title of the video, which suggests a direct and deliberate effort from the US's part. Or does it? Turns out, as I was making this video, they changed the title from How America Funded Ukraine's Neo-Nazis to America, Russia, and Ukraine's Far Right. And they even had to edit their description, saying, "This video is about American funding for the Azov battalion. It explicitly condemns Russian propaganda that Ukraine is a neo-Nazi country, quote-unquote. We stand strongly against Russia's invasion and will be publishing a video about the Russian oligarchy and the rise of Putin." They say they condemn Russian propaganda that Ukraine is a neo-Nazi country after having spent nearly 10 minutes priming you for that exact conclusion. They say,
Ukraine is still mired in a war on its territory, and the Russian government likes to use Ukrainian nationalists in its propaganda, part of its practice of painting all Ukrainians as Nazis. Of course, those claims aren't really true.
But then they spend the rest of the video telling you how it actually is true.
But Ukraine still does have a serious and militarized neo-Nazi problem. So since the 2014 uprising, Ukraine's far right has become increasingly powerful. Azov veterans have been given high positions in the security services. The new Ukrainian government even made it a criminal offense to deny Bandera's heroism. And in 2021, the United States and Ukraine were the only two countries to vote against a UN resolution condemning the glorification of Nazism. A climate of impunity has developed around far-right violence. Attacks against Roma and gay people go unpunished. A 2018 report found
this is all very interesting to be saying this about Ukraine when you could easily say all of the same things about America, but worse. Every single thing here could be said about America, and it still wouldn't justify another country fucking blowing the shit out of American citizens.
That Ukraine had more incidents of anti-Semitic hate crimes than all other post-Soviet republics combined.
That last article they show there is particularly interesting. Report: Ukraine had more anti-Semitic incidents than all former Soviet countries combined, on the Jewish Telegraphic Agency. This report comes from the Israeli Ministry for Diaspora Affairs. A striking exception in a trend of decrease in anti-Semitic incidents in Eastern Europe was Ukraine, where the number of recorded anti-Semitic attacks was doubled from last year and surpassed the tally for all the incidents reported throughout the entire region combined, the report said. So that sounds rather alarming. However, further in the article you'll find this bit. In an article published Saturday on Radio Liberty, a Ukrainian state historian dismissed the Israeli report as anti-Ukrainian propaganda, and a researcher of anti-Semitism from Ukraine said the Israeli report was flawed and amateurish. The researcher, Vyacheslav Likachev, who is affiliated with the VAD Association of Jewish Communities and Organizations of Ukraine, suggested in the article that the report's authors merely summed up the incidents they found reported online in a, quote, blatant lack of professionalism and violation of all standards of hate crime documentation, which are guided by professional monitoring groups both in Ukraine and in the world, end of quote. Gravel Institute, of course, never mentioned this bit. But here, I also found this article on the Jerusalem Post. Boris Loshkin, Ukraine is least anti-Semitic country in Central Europe. In addition to serving as president of the Jewish Confederation of Ukraine, Loshkin is also a vice president of the World Jewish Congress and the Eurasian Jewish Congress and works intensively with the European Jewish community. Loshkin says that today, Ukraine is regarded as the least anti-Semitic country in Central Europe and is a much more open and accepting society. The relationship between Jews and Ukrainians is very tolerant, and it is a safe country for Jews, he says. The Ukrainian Jewish community is very active. There are many Jewish organizations, both religious and non-religious. There are Jewish centers, Jewish schools, and kosher restaurants. And now there are even battle rabbis fighting the Russians, I might add. The Pew Research Center actually did a survey in Eastern Europe asking respondents if they would not be willing to accept Jews as citizens of their country. Only 5% of Ukrainians agreed with this, making them the most tolerant country in the area. In contrast, 14% of Russians wouldn't accept Jews as Russian citizens. So there you have it. Ukraine is not exactly an anti-Semitic hellhole as the Gravel Institute or the Russian government.
God damn, some of these numbers are really fucked. Holy shit! Lithuania, Romania, fucking Armenia. Jesus Christ, they really, oh my God, what's the fucking Greece? Jesus Christ.
government would want you to think. But it's not a coincidence that the denazification of Ukraine was the primary excuse for Russia's invasion. That's the reason why Gravel Institute had to edit the video's title, by the way, to not make it too obvious that they're shamelessly peddling Russian state propaganda, while at the same time insisting that they don't. In the comment section, a user even pointed out the glaring contradiction in their video. The explanation of the East-West split is useful, but it seems odd to talk about Ukraine's far-right without also talking about Russia's far-right. The Russians aren't the defenders of leftist rebels, they are the gangster capitalists mentioned earlier in the videos. There's arguments to be had about whether arming the Ukrainians is the correct approach to this situation, but the framing of the arguments in this video makes it seem like the Russians are justified in supporting rebels, which is strange considering the main pillar of this video is about how America is not justified in its support. And Gravel Institute actually responded to this, saying, "That's very true. We focus on US stuff just because we're based in the US, but we obviously don't support Russian aggression and imperialism in Ukraine. We'll do a video about Yanukovych, the Donetsk clan, and gangster capitalism," Akhmetov comes to mind, "in the future too. They obviously don't support Russian aggression and imperialism in Ukraine," they say, under their video justifying Ukrainian aggression and imperialism in Ukraine. And their Twitter record is similarly checkered. On the 22nd of February, 2 days before the Russian invasion, they tweeted, "Two things can be true at once. 1. Russian aggression in Ukraine is absolutely unjustified and should be condemned. 2. American and NATO involvement has only made the situation worse." So once again trying to both sides their way out of the situation.
This is both sidesy. I agree. This is way too both sidesy. But like, I don't know if this tweet is like the smoking gun.
You know, a local domestic serial abuser
Thank you,
is threatening
HK,
to kill
for
one
the
of his
$5.
ex-girlfriends
Deeply
and
appreciate
loiters
that.
around
Thank
her
you.
house with a shotgun. And then Gravel Institute comes along and points out how what he's doing is unjustified and should be condemned, but also how the local anti-domestic abuse league has only made things worse because now the man feels unsafe because of them. And then, when the Russian invasion began, Gravel Institute tweeted the following: "The heroic efforts of anti-war protesters in Russia deserve the unconditional support of the international left. Also, ordinary Russians and Ukrainians do not want war. Putin's invasion is an evil act that will destroy the lives of innocent Ukrainians, will plunge Russia into economic desperation, and will bring the world closer to the brink of nuclear annihilation." So that's nice. At least they're admitting that the invasion is bad, unlike a lot of their followers underneath their tweets. However, there's also this tweet from the 16th of February. "Remember a few days ago when the media said that Russia was going to invade Ukraine today? Whatever happened to that?" Now, I won't find this tweet on their page.
By the way, this type of tweet, this type of behavior is one of the stupidest format I've seen on the online left. People making tweets that are like, "Oh, wow, wasn't Russia supposed to invade? Well, they still haven't done it." Like 10 seconds before Russia invades. Just don't scoff ever about the prospect of another country invading another country when that's like an actual risk. That's like such a stupid thing to do on so many levels.
Anymore because they deleted it, but people took screenshots, so we get to enjoy it even now. So up until the invasion, Gravel Institute towed the line that Russia invading Ukraine is Western propaganda, and then they had to backtrack like crazy, deleting tweets, changing the title of their video, and adding the following to the description. This is once again under a video spreading Russian propaganda that Ukraine is a neo-Nazi country, as Gravel Institute denied and both sides the invasion threat. So once again, which is it, Gravel Institute? You can't play this game forever, because people will call you out.
Yeah, Hasan was really fucking bad about that. That we already shouted at Hasan about that particular thing. His comments leading up to and immediately following the invasion were fucking trash. Like, he was making jokes where he was like, "Shut the fuck up unless you're gonna come tell me that Putin is holocausting Ukrainians. I don't want to hear about it," which is just one of the stupidest things you could possibly say as a fucking streamer who wants to be taken seriously in this space at all. I mean, I guess he's got plenty of people who were just like, sure, whatever. But I feel like statements like that unironically put you on the same tier as any other fucking shit ass propagandist.
Out on it like I just did. Instead of edited titles, descriptions, and clarifications, I would recommend deleting this video altogether. To fight a behemoth like Prager with huge ad budgets and millions of subscribers, you cannot really have content like this published, especially now, when it puts you in league with some of the most reprehensible people out there. You won't be bringing anyone over to the left with such content. In fact, you might actively scare people away from leftism with this. Gravel Institute.
I don't know about the second part, but I do
also
agree with
never
the first
talked
part.
about the fact that the pro-Russian party in Ukraine has had far larger support than the far-right, and how the latter only won a single seat in the 2019 elections. Inconvenient details, I suppose. As an aside, one of the chairmen of the pro-Russian party in Ukraine is Viktor Medvedchuk, Vladimir Putin's close confidant, who mysteriously disappeared from the country at the start of the Russian invasion in February 2022, while he was supposed to be in house arrest, by the way, on corruption charges. When Ukrainian authorities showed up to his palace, because of course he has one, they didn't find Medvedchuk, but they did find an exact replica of a luxury Pullman dining car, custom built on-site from scratch, with even a little platform built for it. The car features copious amounts of luxury, including a golden tea heater, a gilded toilet complete with a golden butt rinsing shower, and otherwise all the expensive decorational items you can physically cram inside that space. The Ukrainian Railways wants to nationalize the car, by the way, which I hope happens. It'll be the second largest loss for Medvedchuk after his yacht, because of course he has one, Royal Romance, was seized by Croatian authorities on the 16th of March. And this seems to be a recurring theme with pro-Russian politicians, doesn't it? Super yachts, gigantic palaces, ludicrous luxury. The main difference between Russia and Ukraine is that in Ukraine, these tend to get seized by the democratic government elected by the people. They also seized Yanukovych's palace after the Maidan and turned it into the Museum of Corruption, for example. You would think supposedly...
Okay, that is a sick move. Taking a super corrupt oligarch's house and then turning it into a museum of corruption. That is the most Chad move you can possibly do to a political opponent. Fucking, yeah, we fucking got you and we turned your house into a fucking educational zone against corruption. Okay, that's definitely a form of corruption in and of itself, but it's also a very Chad move, and I find it very funny. That's a Game of Thrones thing to do, is it not? Like, yes, I took your castle, and now I'm going to turn it into the anti-you museum.
Would be in support of a country where such things happen regularly, but they aren't, because supporting Ukraine would mean indirectly supporting the US, and they can't do that because US bad. Political philosophy! Anyway, thank you for watching. This was my video about the Gravel Institute and their lovely video. And do check out my Patreon if you think this content is worth your money. And
this content was good. All right, so that's the first. We've done it, everybody. We've entered into the drama. Now, I have to use the restroom, so you're going to get a little bit of Fauntent. That's right. Fauntent time. Enjoy some Fauntent. Take this brief moment to press like on the video and also to subscribe to my channel, join my Discord, and perhaps consider following me on Twitter. I'll be back momentarily, but for now, you can enjoy the Fauntent, and I'll be back in a moment.
Hello, everybody. It is Fawn. It is the Fauntent. You know how it be. Hope you imps are having a good whatever day it is. This is Saturday. It is Saturday. Oh my gosh. Wait, why is it Saturday? Stream on a Saturday? Anyway. I've been playing video games because that's what I do. I was playing a game called Nightmare Reaper. It's pretty cool so far. You shoot monsters in nightmare worlds, and you have a Game Boy Advance SP for some reason that you play mini games on. It's fun. Thing's crazy. Joe Mama. Gotcha. What else have I been doing? Oh yeah. We were watching a show about gay pirates. At least it's all pretty gay. It's about pirates and it's really gay. Don't know if exactly it's about gay pirates yet. Probably. It was called our flag will mean death or something like that. Yeah, our flag means death. It's very, very. Yes, pirates are all bi. That is true. When you're on a ship all the time with just men. I'm just saying. Yeah, I think it's an HBO thing. I'm watching on someone else's account.
I've returned.
Yay, I can get out.
Oh, you're gonna jet out. Oh, you're gonna run away?
No, I just don't know what to say right now. I was playing
Alright,
V
scooch.
games.
Come on, scooch.
I'm
Come on.
scooching. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, imps.
I'll keep the imps entertained. Don't worry. Hello, everybody. Look, I got myself a granola bar, too. Thank you for the drink, though. Woo!
It's very full.
Excellent. That's how I like it. Boo! Bring back fun! That's what they're saying right now. Okay, everybody. So now we need to go to see the next part. We have to go to the Adam Something community, and we need to scroll down and see the thing that was cited about Hasan. Let's find out. Boom, 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 boom. We have to scroll way back. God, Adam Something uses his community tab. I need to use my YouTube community tab more frequently. Don't I? I really do. Well, where the hell is this goddamn video? Ah, here it is. God damn it. Ah, here we are. So this is the clip that Adam Something initially posted about. So let's see what let's see what Hasan had to say.
Technically, they admitted that only 10 to 20%. Adam Something posted a 40-minute video about how Gravel lies about Azov, so a bunch of Euro sock dems might come in here being fucking annoying. Dude, I'm sorry to say this, but, you know, Europeans and fucking being secret crypto neo-Nazis goes hand in hand sometimes, okay? Europe and pro-NATO Europeans being a fucking fan of Nazis or running defense for Nazis is not exactly news to me.
Oh, that is
okay?
loud. Sorry,
Holy
everybody.
shit. Also, Adam Something, look, I know he's got some good videos on fucking, you know, engineering stuff, but deeply, deeply fucking frustrating to constantly you know, have this conversation, especially when it's literally an ex-alt-right guy who was a Nazi until like literally a fucking year ago, okay? Maybe it's real comfortable for someone to fall back into those propaganda talking points.
Now, okay, so yeah, Hasan more or less implied that he was a secret neo-Nazi. And this was without even watching the video. Like, this was just responding to somebody in chat. Why would you do that? Why does Hasan do that? Why does he respond to his chat so off the cuff and say things so off the cuff about things he hasn't watched or done? What does that gain to anyone? Anyway, let's take a look and see what Adam Something replied. So apparently, Hasan Abi called me a Nazi following my recent video on the Gravel Institute. Here's the clip of it. Now, I don't want people to give Hasan too much shit about this. I understand he's a lot of stress. People have been piling on him over the Ukraine takes. But such takes of his are the product of his simplistic American lefty streamer bro views being thrown into the vortex of nuance that is Europe. Worse, a European armed conflict. As a European myself, this is, of course, nothing new to me, which is why I've been able to make detailed, nuanced points, even when it comes to actual neo-Nazis in Ukraine, instead of the expected knee-jerk dismissal and denunciation. Let's see. Hasan didn't mean to insult me. He simply reached the narrow limits of his understanding of the world, and since he couldn't control the resulting emotional outbursts made out of fear, confusion, and frustration, for all these years, he and others like him were able to surf the waves of Bernie Sanders, a person with actual overarching political philosophy and a nuanced worldview. I mean, there's lots of people like, I don't know what that means. By attaching themselves to Bernie's correct points, these commentators were able to conceal that all of their views are just a variation of the same 3 or 4 half-baked, disjointed ideas in lieu of a coherent set of values and an understanding of the world outside of America. There's some truth in that. U.S. bad is not a political philosophy. With the war in Ukraine, Hasan, like many other American lefties, was brought to a humiliating realization. Okay. All right. I mean, I think this is a fair response. I look at this and if somebody goes fucking off the cuff and doesn't even watch your video and calls you a Nazi, I think it's fair to roast him a bit in the comments. Damn though, 18,000 likes. Fuck. I have to post to my YouTube community more frequently. That shit is like wild. Anyway, yeah, he said all of Europe, didn't he? Yeah, he was like, Europeans sure do love being neo-Nazis. I'm like, bro. It could have been different. If it was like he watched the video and he was like, this kind of seems weird. I don't know. That seems pretty shitty. But as I understand it, it gets more intense. Hold on a second. Maybe I'm incorrect here. But last I checked, there was a whole bunch of fucking drama that unfolded because of this. So there was a video response, wasn't there? Let's see. Let me get this and let's see if we can find the rest of this. Or is this the end of it? Is that the end of it? Do they just go back and forth there? Let's see. Ah, here we go. So now we have screenshots from Hasan. You simply do not have the high enough European IQ to understand my highly nuanced takes, such as arming ultra-nationalist neo-Nazi groups won't ever cause blowback, and that nuclear winter isn't all that bad. What? He posted 2 screenshots of 2 of my posts, one where I discussed nuclear war, the other where I responded to him calling me a Nazi. He then highlighted 2 small sections from each post and made some choice comments, ignoring the rest of what he wrote. Of the things he wrote, my favorite is this. I love when people change for the better and leave the alt-right. I don't love it when people who were watching Sargon of Akkad vids while I was covering the US arming Nazis tells me I simply cannot think in a nuanced way about such things. And so a choice method of Sargon and people like him back then was to find posts and videos by feminists where the latter make reasonable but controversial points. For example, the feminists would write a long post about how gender is a social construct. If you read what they wrote as a whole, their points are actually quite agreeable. However, Sargon would zero in on a sentence like, and if you're a biological man, there's nothing fundamentally stopping you from identifying as a woman. He would highlight that and then post it with a caption saying, look at these feminists thinking men can be women. Truly the end of Western civilization, innit? Then his audience would pile into the comments, screeching about SJW's degeneracy and how there are only 2 genders without any of them ever engaging with the arguments made by the feminists in their posts. By the way, this is the exact same tactic that that multiple communities online take with my videos. They will take something that I say that's like totally out of context, that sounds spicy, never even attempt to engage with my actual argument or anything like that, and then just go on about how I'm like evil and how I want everybody to cook meth and how I'm a genocide denier, all that shit. It's the exact same tactic, by the way. While both Hasan and I are leftists, we are nothing like each other. I'm a leftist of consideration, while Hasan is a leftist of sheer circumstance. Okay. Fair though. Fair. Hasan's being an asshole. This is fair ground. I think they're just throwing shit back and forth at each other. However, you want to know? I don't know if this. I thought there was a video that was made about this. Maybe it was a hold on a second. Wasn't there a response video? Does anybody have the does anybody have, is there a video that Adam something did about here we go.
And it's the worst.
Here's the reaction. This was the video I was thinking of. So Adam something reacts to Hasan's meltdown. All right, let's hear it.
It's kind of freaks that love this shit. Which is 5,000 likes in 2 hours, dude. 5,000 likes. Well, I watched his entire fucking video. What is this? I understand he's in a lot of stress. Lots of people have been piling on him, me included, over his Ukraine takes. Such takes of his are a product of his simplistic American lefty streamer bro views being thrown into the vortex of nuance that is Europe. Worse, a European armed conflict. Yeah. I simply, as an American streamer bro, leftist, cannot understand the complexities of arming Nazis and training them. It's, oh, you fool. You just do not understand. You do not understand. I'm a European and you're a non-European. So you don't understand the complexities of arming and training Nazis. You know, I did grow up in Turkey, so I do have a different perspective than I guess he does on NATO involvement. But I don't know. I mean, I personally do not favor an institution that literally fucking ripped ultra-nationalist violence through the country that I grew up in. But hey, but that's not a European country. Isn't that right? Hungary, on the other hand, is. You know? That's firmly planted in Europe, whereas Turkey is not. A lot of Muslims in Turkey, Never going to be a European country, despite its, despite Istanbul being in fucking Europe. Hey, fine. As a European myself, this is, of course, nothing new to me, which is why I've been able to make these detailed, nuanced points of view. Oh, God. Does it hurt when you're cranking yourself so hard here? Even when it comes to actual neo-Nazis in Ukraine.
Okay. All right. Hey, so Hasan's awake. It's good to see Hasan awake. That was funny.
Instead of the expected knee-jerk dismissal and denunciation. Oh, you fool. He literally is saying, like, you fool.
Cool.
You do not have a nuanced approach to neo-Nazis being armed. I, as a European, on the other hand, I do.
Bad argument.
People who aren't familiar
funny.
with the complexities of Europe and Ukraine, and especially the current war, might find those takes of mine scary at first, which I understand. Disingenuous people might even say that I was defending Nazis in my video, The Gravell Institute. But this is, of course, not the case. People who say that are either lying or haven't watched the actual video. Hasan didn't mean to insult me. He simply reached the narrow limits of his understanding of the world. Dude, I can't do this. The narrow limits. Yeah, dude. Just fucking say I'm a Turk roach with a cockroach brain and move on, okay? Yeah, fuck it. I'm saying it, dude, okay? This motherfucker, not exactly out of the alt-right pipeline, okay? Straight up, dude. Let's go. Yeah, after watching your fucking Nazi apologia video...
Oh, here we go. He's starting to lose it. He's awake, which is good, but he's starting to lose the thread. I don't think that video can be described as a pro-neo-Nazi video at all. Not even a little. Not even close.
Where you literally, in the most semantic, the most like nitpicky way, said that the Gravell Institute was wrong even when they literally contradicted your statements.
Nah, dude, come on, man. The Gravell Institute was being extremely misleading. That is a Adam Something's call out, all things aside, Adam Something's call out of the Gravell Institute was well researched and very, very, I think that was an incredibly fair video.
They used faulty fucking data and engaged in Nazi apologia. You turn around with this Eurocentric supremacist trash. It seems as though you do not have a problem with aligning with Nazis as long as you're fighting against a larger imperial force. That's precisely what you've said time and time again.
That's literally, sorry, we just watched the video and that was not said. In fact, the opposite was said there. He pointed out that he thought it was a very bad thing that a war, an existential war with your neighbor forces you to ally with ultra-nationalists. That's a bad situation. And that situation arises because you have an imperial nation next to you invading your country.
To think about with my narrow Turk roach brain who can't comprehend the pan-Euro supremacist attitude. Look to historical precedent with my narrow-minded streamer bro American-centric brain, okay? I just simply cannot understand what it would be like if violent paramilitaries were justified, defended, and armed and trained. But of course, what do I know? I simply cannot understand the nuance and the complexities of a person who literally looked at America arming and funding and training Nazis and said, well, those guns actually just simply ended up in the hands of the Nazis. So technically that's really...
That's not what he said. He pointed out the fact that saying that America armed Nazis is not accurate when America had a deal with Ukraine as a whole, and Ukraine made the decision to legitimize, quote unquote, the Azov battalion, which means that support that was given to Ukraine, to the Ukrainian government, that was larger than and absorbed that that Nazi faction. That was not, U.S. didn't go in and like, yeah, here you go, Azov battalion, rise up against Ukraine. No, America is allied with Ukraine, gave money to Ukraine, gave weapons to Ukraine, which went to the Ukrainian military, and the Azov battalion was made a part of the Ukraine military, so they received it as a result of that. That is not the same thing, and that is a meaningful distinction to make. Also, it's more informative. Being able to actually analyze how arms end up in the hands of far-right groups is more valuable than just being like, the U.S. gave arms to Nazis. Because that obfuscates what actually happened and how it actually works and how these organizations take advantage of political distress to gain power.
Different. Dude, I read the post from him before. The nuclear war is not that bad. Ad hominem equals him losing the argument. Yeah, god damn. Hasan didn't mean to insult me. He's just too stupid to understand he was insulting me. Because I have the nuance. I have the nuance of defending Nazis. And then I look at all these fucking horny, Westoid, Angloid-brained, disgusting filth in the chat. Oh man, that's a sick burn, bro. You fucking killed him. We tactically love Nazis, actually. Yeah, you fucking killed him, dude.
Adam SSP per giggle.
This is cringe.
Neoliberal debate lords, dude. Yeah, not surprising that they would fucking align with Nazis like this. I mean, he is pro-NATO, so of course he is literally tactically going to align with Nazis over USSR involvement in Europe. So we know that already, which is the history of NATO.
It's really funny. Again, all of this is extra funny in context because Hasan really, I genuinely think that Hasan keeps forgetting that Russia is not and was not ever communist, and that currently Russia's big thing is fucking hating gay people. That's like Putin's big thing, is he fucking hates gay people. And he also wants to rebirth the Russian Empire. That's about as fucking imperial as you can get. But he just keeps seeming to forget that over and over. And like, he'll acknowledge it. He's acknowledged it at times, but then he goes immediately back to making arguments as if like Russia is like a flawed communist force. It's nonsense.
Riddled with it. Many such cases. For all these years, he had others like him were able to surf the waves of Bernie Sanders, a person with an actually overarching political philosophy and nuanced worldview. By attaching themselves to Bernie's correct points, these commentators were able to conceal that all their views are just a variation of the 3-4 half-baked, disjointed ideas in lieu of a coherent set of values and an understanding of the world outside of America. Trying to scale these views... Dude, I'm literally Turkish. Does this fucking idiot think I, like, grew up in America or something? This is the most disgusting thing I've ever shown you. I mean, this is TOS violation. This is literally a baby-brained idiot jerking off over his really just idiotic fucking assessment here that shows a gigantic blind spot, okay? The gigantic blind spot is that you just don't care about fucking Nazis because they're not going to kill you, I think. That's what you think. U.S. bad isn't a political philosophy. It's an ontological foundation. First of all, the U.S. is bad. Like, the idea that it's not bad is fucking so stupid. The fuck do you know? With the war in Ukraine, Hasan, like many other American lefties, brought to a humiliating realization. U.S. bad is not a political philosophy. U.S. bad is true, okay? Might not be a political philosophy, but it is fucking true.
Okay. Yeah, I hear that, Gay Fesh. I don't know why it's set like that. I think it sounds bad. All right, so I'm curious, everybody. I don't know. This drama has gone back and forth, and now I've received this nuclear thing. But you want to know what I'm more interested in? I'm more interested in checking out Adam Something's video about leaving the alt-right. That sounds really interesting to me. I want to hear what Adam has to say for himself about being in the alt-right. So I think we're going to watch that next. That sounds like a good video. Really? Come on! The Demon Mama arc continues. Literally lying to her audience, Demon Mama rewrites the Vosh debate narrative. Dude. Oh. Should we watch this at some point? Should I watch the first? All right, let's watch the first minute of it.
I was immediately accused of trying to avoid the question. But the problem is, I was never talking about whether or not supply chains exist as a concept, but
you can still answer the question, even though you don't think the question is related to the thing you're talking about. You answer it, and then you explain why it's not related. You don't just say it's not related when it really is, as a way to dodge having to answer the question because you don't want to stand for what you said in your tweets.
Lame. Lame. Not funny.
There's another chapter in the saga. The at-Vosh supply day debate couldn't get any worse. Oh, I'm ready for this one. I am so ready for this. Okay, just to clarify, because I said it in the last video, but I didn't clarify it exactly. So in the last video, we went through Demon Mama's retrospective on the entire debate between Vosh and herself, and in that reflection, she changed her take so much. There she was.
Oh, I don't want to watch this, but at the same time, I kind of do.
Was basically saying that, oh, well, all I was arguing for is that it's probably a good thing to develop healthy parallel structures that might assist some niche needs when it comes to the acquisition of medication that isn't being filled right now by the hegemonic medicine structures. That's what she said her take was.
Actually, I said a lot more than that. But you know what? All right, we're going to cue this up. We will react. Oh, what, you want me to do this? You guys want me to do this and then we'll go back? Because, I mean, we don't have to, like, the Adam something video is just interesting. Do you want to finish the Adam something first and then do this? Everybody wants to watch it now. Look at this. Everybody's saying now. All right, we're going to do a vote. Democracy. I don't want to make decisions today. Here we go. There you go. Vote, vote, vote. Ooh. Ooh. Bailers. Bailers, get out. Bailers, get out. Oh, shit. Everybody's fucking fighting. It's close. Oh. 1 second. Oh! A 49-51 spread. Wow. Okay, so what that means is, it's okay. That means we're going to listen to the Adam something video first, and then we'll listen to this cringe-ass shit. No recounts. No, we don't do that. That was meant to be informative. We're going to finish this video first. We're going to finish with the Adam something arc, and then we will continue and we'll watch other things. So where's this alt-right? How I escaped the alt-right. This is a short video anyway. This is a 7-minute video. Chill out.
In the
Here we go. Let's watch how Adam something left the alt-right. Let's find out if he used to be a Nazi, like Hasan said a year ago. Let's do it.
Second half of the 2000s, I was an edgy teenager, and as such, I had declared myself an atheist. I went online in search of atheist content, and surely enough I found it. It was the Atheist Experience on YouTube, a show where Christians can call in and have debates with real atheists. It was fun to listen to, and I felt more validated and smarter after each episode, so naturally I wanted more. And so I came across this guy right here. TJ Kirk, the amazing atheist. The OG
yes.
YouTube skeptic, at least for me. And the main gist of his content early on at least was opposing American fundamentalist Christians, who actually used to be a presence on YouTube back then, believe it or not. And by that I mean people producing content which was solely focused on Christianity. Not long after I came across Thunderfoot with his series about creationism, and Pat Condell, one of the best atheist orators on YouTube at the time, and then Armored Skeptic at some point, along with a few others I cannot really recall anymore. At that time, anti-religious content was the bread and butter of the YouTube skeptos.
Atheist Experience was great. I used to listen to those guys quite a lot. They used to be really good. I don't know how they are these days, but I know that I liked them back in the time.
Sphere. Up until around the early
I could never get into Thunderfoot.
2010s, I should say, where all of their contents, pretty much at the same time, started shifting towards a certain direction. Skepticism against Christianity started fading into the background. And I mean, no wonder, the well wasn't that deep. There was a finite amount of arguments in favor of Christianity, and it wasn't the brightest people making them, so long story short, the YouTube skeptosphere had to look for new content. And guess what? They fucking found it. The new targets became feminism and progressivism, and sometimes Islam. Every single YouTube skeptic I was following started making video after
Not sometimes Islam. It was frequent, by the way.
Video after video about feminism, progressivism, weird posts on Tumblr. That became the sole focus of their content. And, as an edgy teenager, I fucking loved it. It was a lot of fun to watch them go against these purple hair, screeching, man-hating, fun-ruining feminist types. And then came this little-known event called Gamergate, which saw these content creators just catapulted into space in terms of views. Entire reactionary channels grew out of this, just by doing anti-feminist pro-Gamergate content, including our friend Sargon of Akkad, whom I found during that time and so became a fan of his. However, the content these people produced soon started to shift. We went from, haha, these dumb feminists, to our entire existence is now under threat by these feminists. We have swung too far to the left and now we have to immediately course correct back towards the center. They want to end sexual dimorphism. They want to end masculine men and feminine women. They want to turn us all into these pudgy, non-gender specific blobs who will live out their miserable, depressed life because they are forced to act contrary to their own nature in this ultra PC hell that we're constructing, that is flowing out of these SJW infested universities, which are now basically these progressive indoctrination centers. If you let them win, you will not see any more hot women or masculine men. They say it's sexist. We know it's normal. What do? The left has simply flung too far. I mean, hey, we're classical liberals, we believe in the meritocracy, we believe in colorblindness. I guess our only choice now is conservatism. If you are a classical liberal, a centrist, you have to vote for conservatives to try and drag the liberal left back towards the center from this insanity. This is where I was, along with millions of others. Without me noticing, this anti-feminist, anti-SJW classical liberal content had managed to implant this debilitating fear inside me. I honestly felt attacked, really, under siege. Skeptics told me that feminists think that my masculinity is toxic. What? That's not true. I'm just a normal guy. I'm not toxic. My god, these feminists are insane. What's this? They're now harassing some kind of old Canadian college professor or something? Jesus, that's terrible. As time went on, I sank deeper and deeper into essentially doomerism. And consequently, I was listening to more and more Sargon of Akkad. But something was bugging me about him. Something was wrong. The things he said, the arguments he made, just started ringing increasingly hollow. He sounded more and more like those Christians back in the day, making the exact same arguments over and over again, just perhaps dressed up a bit differently each time. I mean, it felt like Groundhog Day. At that point I still wasn't a leftist, and if you ask me, I would have told you I am a classical liberal. But that bugging feeling was there, the exact same feeling I had back in the day when I first started doubting Christianity. So I took a deep breath, went back on YouTube, and searched for something like Sargon of Akkad debunked or something. I was interested to see if anyone could stand up against Sargon's ideas. And the thing about Sargon and people like him back in the day is that they absolutely dominated YouTube, at least in terms of this whole anti-SJW content and culture war. Smaller left-leaning content creators who opposed these people were absolutely dogpiled. If you made a video against one of them, you could expect tens of thousands of dislikes, thousands of comments, people calling you all sorts of names, sending you death threats. It was fucking terrible. So the environment itself wasn't really in favor of any sort of leftist content. However, despite of this, I did manage to find two excellent content creators through that YouTube search. HBomberGuy and Sean. They both had videos debunking Sargon of Akkad, and they were excellent. The two videos I saw, Anti-Feminism vs. Facts and Sargon of Akkad Can't Read.
Grime Dango, wow, a community with one big guy that everyone thinks is Mr. Big Brain? Wow.
Suddenly gave voice to all my misgivings about Sargon. And with that, his entire channel and content just unraveled. And for the first time, I saw him for what he really is. A confused and underinformed British middle-aged man just barking into a microphone about the exact same things for half a decade. Through Sean and HBomberGuy, a whole new world of content opened up for me on YouTube, leftist content mostly. And I found that these feminists I've been hearing so much about from these shouty men on YouTube were actually not evil. They didn't want to end sexual dimorphism. They didn't want to turn us into these pudgy, sad, non-gender specific blobs I've learned about.
I want to turn everyone into pudgy, sad, non-gender specific blobs. Fuck you.
Toxic masculinity. Namely, that it doesn't mean that masculinity itself is toxic, but rather that our current understanding of it has some elements that are harmful to men, and that feminists' position on toxic masculinity is actually a pro-male position. Feminists, a previously evil and insidious group of people, have become humanized in my eyes. I no longer hated them just because some people online told me that they are the enemy. And with that, I was out of the matrix. My fears evaporated, and I actually became more well-balanced and confident. Looking back at all the content I used to watch, all the alt-right type content, it all looks silly in retrospect. But I now also understand much better how someone can just be stuck in it. The number one factor that keeps people there being fear, which, coincidentally, happens to be one of the main driving forces behind modern conservatism. No wonder they found each other. As the years went by, some of these shouty men actually broke away from the alt-right, moving towards the center-left. But others, including Sargon of Akkad, have slipped deeper into it. Sargon himself became a white nationalist, and now serves as one of the many entry points for disaffected youth towards the far right. But thankfully, I think I've managed to avoid that vortex, and now I'd like to help other people do the same. I hope that, as I put out more and more leftist content, people from these alt-right circles will be able to find me, and hopefully I'll be able to change their minds. Just like how my mind was changed back in the day in light of new evidence. Or maybe I'll just get dogpiled or something, who knows. Anyway, for the time being, this far-right resurgence both on YouTube and in real life seems to have slowed down, so that's good. But still, the most important work we have right now, I feel like, is to prevent people from going down the far-right vortex. And that's what I'm going to do. Aside from making videos dunking on Elon Musk's stupid fucking ideas. First off, because I really enjoy doing them, and second, because those things pull some serious audiences, like holy shit. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this little blurb from me, and if you like my content, then please consider liking and subscribing. And I'll see you when I'll see you.
This is the, yeah, so now we've seen it all. Do we really think that it was fair of Hasan to be like, oh, you used to be a Nazi, and then you left the alt-right a year ago? Well, no, he clearly wasn't ever like a quote-unquote member of the alt-right. And in fact, the title is How I Escaped the Alt-Right, meaning he avoided ever becoming alt-right. I feel like that's a good video. That's a nice video of somebody talking about how they came to more nuanced and personally satisfying political opinions. I don't know. I think that's pretty mundane. I think that's pretty good. So, once again, we have another example of Hasan fucking flying off the handle and calling somebody a Nazi who really doesn't deserve it. That's like 2 people now that have been called Nazis in the last 2 months by Hasan. Hasan, please stop calling people Nazis. Just, come on, man. I appreciate when YouTubers I like put out relatable content. Me too. Isn't it nice? And the funny thing is, I like some of Hasan's fucking videos. I've watched a lot of really funny segments that Hasan has done. I used to watch, I mean, I don't watch fucking anything anymore, but for a while I watched a lot of his videos as they were coming out when he would do reacts to like conservative rallies and stuff like that. And I think that shit's pretty cool. I just wish that he would stop calling people Nazis. Does Adam something sub to me? I don't know. I'm not sure. How do I know that? I don't know how you know that. Do I have to look at my channel? My channel. Community. I think I'd probably have to go into my analytics, right? My YouTube studio. Yeah, you should subscribe to me. Subscribe to me, and if you're here, like the video. I would love to have your likes and your subscriptions. Don't unsub, you fuck. Don't you fucking unsub from me. Don't you fucking do it. Here, let's see. I think there's a thing where you can see in your audience, like, notable members of your audience. Oh, well, he is one of the channels that my audience also watches. Well, that's interesting. Other channels your audience watches. Vosh, Xanderhall, Shark, Dylan, Destiny. Well, that's no surprise. H Bomber Guy, Majority Report, The Surfs, Sean, Adam Something, and Chud Logic. Damn. Damn. That's some pretty good shit. Cool. That's actually cool to know. Aw. Well, thank you, Pansabi. I appreciate that. Well, but, I mean, obviously Destiny's going to be in there. He fucking reacts to all my stuff. Of course there's going to be a huge amount, you know? Yeah, Chud does fun drama stuff. I love it, of course. Hold on, there is a place where you can see, like, recent notable subscribers or something. Yeah, here we go. Subscribers. Oh yeah, lifetime. Let's take a look. My biggest follower, my biggest subscriber is as Adam from Your Movie Sucks. So YMS Adam is my highest one. Then Vosh. Then I have this big meme account that follows me. No, I don't think Adam something follows me. Shame. I need to get more. I need to get some people to sub to my. I need to get some big names to sub to my channel. Fuck. Yeah, YMS Adam is awesome. I've watched so much of Adam's stuff. I love Adam. I love YMS. Destiny going conservative is baffling to me. It shouldn't be. Does TJ sub? No, but TJ follows me on Twitter and we interact all the time. That's cool. Listen, I get along well with TJ. TJ definitely stirs the pot a lot on Twitter, but I get along pretty well with him. Wait, is Destiny openly a conservative now? No, he will never openly be a conservative, or he will very, very unlikely ever be openly a conservative. But our channel, as far as we're concerned, we're not going to let him pull a Dave Rubin, where Dave Rubin is like, oh, I'm a classical liberal. Destiny can call himself a liberal all he wants, but as far as our channel is concerned, he's a conservative. Yeah. True. Oh yeah. So, all right, let's react to this cringe, guys. Let's do this, and then we're gonna do conservative react afterwards. The Kevils community doesn't believe he's a liberal, and they regularly refer to him as conservative or right-wing. She has a super international community, yet there's no way that he could, like, he's a liberal in the most technical sense, and I don't really care about that. Lately, all that he has done is put out conservative views with regard to trans issues, so I don't really care. Yeah, I think that he puts out bog standard conservative arguments at this point. Yeah. And of course, all Americans are right-wing compared to the rest of the world. Of course, of course, of course. All right, everybody. We're going to listen to... It's time. It's time to listen to this interesting, this very, I'm sure, very, very, very well-formed, super interesting video. I want to react to this because, I don't know, I want to see. People put out videos on me, and occasionally, very rarely, I watch them, but once in a while, I want to watch it. So let's see. Let's see what happens. Let's continue. Sorry.
But that's not all what it takes.
Too bad,
that is
main.
a post hoc. It's not even a rationalization. It's not even a justification. It's just a post hoc rewrite of what happened. And because of that, we're just gonna read through the little tweet thread that started this. Okay, just to sure that we're all on the same page about what she actually believed going into this, and not what she's changed her mind to when she realized how silly.
The left wants to turn us into these pudgy, sad, non-gender specific blobs. No, the left doesn't want to turn us into these pudgy, sad, non-gender specific blobs. I want us to turn into these pudgy, sad, non-gender specific blobs. Accurate and true. True. Here's me over in the wise position. Look, they even have my haircut. My little bangs.
That was okay. So. There is no global unifier, no name to unite under. Even capitalism could not unify us against capitalists as proletariat. What is unifying is the horizon of each and every unique rejection of how we are forced to live, not a totalizing machine, but global in its locality.
Based. By the way, these tweets here are really good from Doe. And I guarantee you there won't be any engagement because nobody ever engages with the things Doe writes because the only thing they can do is get fucking performatively angry because Doe is right all the time.
Communism worth fighting for is one that no longer separates how we live.
We got DGG for life. We got DGG for life. We got multiple people posting DGG for life over in the chat. So yeah, clearly we've got a primed audience.
Actions. Freedom can't be born through managerial bureaucratic practices, but only through practicing freedom itself against those very bureaucratic practices. Nice. Word salad. Based.
Just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it's word salad. Just because you are a literal stupid 19-year-old and don't know how to read doesn't mean that something is word salad.
Bamzolino asking a question here. So what does this mean? How do you manage?
This is actually really clear what this is saying. For those who don't understand, you know, these big words such as global and unifier, you know, if you struggle with vocabulary, it's actually really clear what's being said here. It's saying that you cannot make a single totalizing force, that there can't be a single uniting faction or idea or anything like that that can unite everyone together into one big thing, because that's not how people work. People don't get along sometimes. People have different needs than other people. You can never have one universal structure that fits everyone, and that's especially true when it comes to politics. Anyway, just so you understand. And this is not to say, by the way, here it's really interesting, not a totalizing machine, but global in its locality. What this means right here is pretty straightforward. What it means is that people have to, by definition, we have to pay attention to the local environment that we exist in. Obviously, oops, I hit my mic. Sorry about that. I, for example, live where I live. I live in my house. I have my friends that live near me. I have my family that lives near me, and we take care of that family. And we have to live in a town or wherever we live. We have to live in a city or a town or a township, and that is our environment. We have to pay attention to that by definition. And we should, when Doe says not a totalizing machine but global in its locality, that's sort of saying that we need to be aware that other people are also in this circumstance, and that the way that we work together is by empowering people to empower their locality. Am I right in saying that, Doe? More or less? You might not have been listening, but that's okay.
I was listening to some of it. That is...
I'm on the right point. You're saying that it's not about hyperfixating on local stuff, but that local stuff is really important, and we have to recognize that lots of other people are also thinking about that we all have to think about that.
What I'm saying, Okay. I'll be slightly more specific for just a minute here to say that if there is no global unifier, if there's nothing that's like totalizingly a totalizing directive force or whatever, then what we do have instead here is a bunch of people who are all experiencing the same thing on these very local levels, and it's through that experience that we can see the totality that we are already in, like that like it can't unify us through force, but rather through like, I'm trying to control it all from like some sort of top-down level, but rather through the actual like individualizing experience.
Everybody has to experience their own life, and we have to recognize that. And you can't build a politics that's based around filing everyone into a single structure. Okay, so excuse me, the only thing that DM does in Seattle is eat the worst Taco Bell in town with me while we talk to crows with nacho sauce on their beaks. That's not the only thing I do, I'll have you know. That's not the only thing. I also take my dog for a walk, and I avoid catching the plague again while desperately running through the store and getting the things I need, okay? That's true. I also smoke weed with Gayfesh. So, yeah, get wrecked. Anyway, let's listen.
Large supply chains without bureaucracy. Dope. Why would I want to manage large supply chains? Bamzolino. To manufacture medication or generally leverage comparative advantage to produce surplus to lower the total required labor hours. Comparative advantage, from my understanding, is a concept within trade where certain nations and certain areas have an advantage in which they're able to produce a given item more effectively than what other locations or other states or other firms are able to do. So, for instance, if you have a need for let's say towels, let's say plush and plushy lions, okay, and you have 2 different nations. Now, let's say that each of these nations independently produce towels and plushy lions. They will produce it, they will have enough, but it's kind of ineffective because one of them is really good at producing plush lions, like they're incredible at it, and the other side is really good at producing like towels. Now, let's say instead of everybody producing their own things, the one that's really good at producing towels produces towels, and the one that's really good at producing plush lions produces plush lions, and then they trade with each other instead. So they give each other what they're not very good at producing. That way, you maximize the efficiency of the production for all these things, leading to lower prices and more supply, basically. That's what comparative advantage is. But yeah, instead of making everything on your own, which is inefficient. Then Doe says, that sounds boring and exploitative and like something I'd have more fun blowing up. The absolute state of Twitter discourse. Bamzolin.
I too love to judge my perception on Twitter discourse based on my odd fixations. Isn't it weird that that's what these people do? Like the DGG people, they've learned from Destiny that the way that they judge the world is by going and reading other people's conversations with somebody else and then saying, this is, everybody's like this. This is just a back and forth between 2 people.
Says this is literally how all of specialization works. How would you produce medicine? And here,
so one more note. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I was actually kind to myself. My response was the 8th in this exchange, in which, look, notice this, 109 comments, 25. There's tons of people engaging here. My comment was the fucking 8th.
Boss music starts playing, and here comes Demon Mama.
Yeah, the boss music starts playing. That's right. You know I'm the fucking boss.
Make a few friends with a chemistry degree.
True.
Buy some lab equipment from one of thousands of lab equipment suppliers.
True.
Learn chemistry or pick up a medicine book from a local library.
True.
Talk to rural doctors and healers who are already doing this right now out of necessity.
True.
So to be very clear here, what she's not saying is there are some blank spots right now to what's being filled by our current thing. What she is doing is she's replying to a thread of how would this work instead of supply chains? How would this...
Wrong. That is what you are projecting. That is you, your dementedness. You are literally adding words that I didn't say right here.
Work if we got rid of supply chains and produced...
Incorrect. Nowhere here do I say get rid of supply chains. That's literally impossible. You can't. Everything that involves any sort of trade from one person to another, anything that involves moving one thing to somewhere else is technically a supply chain. Nowhere, it's only in the deranged minds of these DGGers that they invented me having a disagreement with the concept of supply lines.
Everything without them. And that's where she wrote this. So don't buy the post hoc explanation where she's saying, oh, well, I just said you could have maybe some supply chains that work or some other means that work alongside the mainstream.
Notice how badly he has to poison the well. Don't buy her future lies. When this is just one thing, and I later write an entire thread about my broader views. This is me directly responding to the 8th response in this thread. Sorry, the 7th response in this thread, and me responding as the 8th response in a big chain. But remember, always fixate on this tweet and never listen to my actual opinions. That's the secret to being a DGGer.
What she's saying here is that this could work outside of supply chains. And obviously that's really dumb because a lot of these already require supply chains, right? Like a chemistry degree in an educational institution, there's probably some interaction to...
Is it dumb, or maybe are you completely misinterpreting my argument? Maybe what I'm saying is not that you have to have no supply lines, but rather that we should aim to build non-capitalist supply lines. We should find ways to get medicine to people who need it without having to pay money. Interesting.
Supply chains there's probably able to do without, but it's going to be a lot worse. Buying lab equipment from one of thousands of lab equipment suppliers without supply chains. Nice fucking meme.
Where do I say anything about not having any supply chains? Again, I ask you yet again. Notice that all of their arguments, all of their arguments require their projection of my views.
Pick up a medicine book that's going to have to be published and reviewed and distributed by something that's apparently not a supply chain.
Isn't this the guy that made Vosh's research document? He used to sound like a real socialist. Yeah, he got like DGG brain really hard. He disappeared for a while and wasn't like making videos, and he was hanging out in DGG a lot apparently. He said that at one point. And yeah, now his chat is full of DGG for life. He says DGG for life and shit all the time. Fucking weird.
Like, I don't know.
Not my problem, though.
Don't let her rewrite the context of what she's talking about, okay?
Not my problem.
This is specifically about, like, getting rid of the supply chains. This is how it would function without it. Not, oh, this is something we can do auxiliary to this, okay? Don't buy...
Excuse me, Demon Mama. You did say there were no supply chains. My source is that I made it the fuck up. True! True! Source felt like it. I felt like telling a false lie about you because I don't like you and I want you to look bad to my audience, even if it's completely made up.
Buy that postdoc explanation. Let me just improve my exposure. Ooh, why am I lagging a bit? Whatever, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so with that in mind, time to watch this. The Vosh supply chain debate couldn't get any worse.
Oh, we're doing a react to a react? I thought he was doing a video. He's just gonna react? All right, whatever. We're still watching it anyway. Damn, I got a slick intro, don't I?
I will say this, okay? For all the shit I give Dima, her intro fucking slaps. Okay?
Yes! True! Fucking true!
That's the best thing about Dima Mama's video. Her intros are they always apart from that.
I scared Doe with that.
But, the intros are pretty good.
Speaking of Vaush, I had a conversation with Vaush. I was not a big fan of it. And we're going to talk about it. Because I haven't really talked about it barely at all outside of my own server and a couple of people. Oh, trust me. I know you DGGers didn't like it. I had a debate with Vaush. I had a lot of thoughts about it. A lot of people didn't see it, but a lot of people did see it. And I was let's just say I was very, very disappointed by this debate.
Don't worry. We all were, okay?
By this Wait, debate. You just made that joke. You just made that joke. You can't make the same joke again. And I very, very much hesitate to call it a debate.
Because she lost.
So, how do I even start talking about this? Boy, oh boy, I had a lot of stuff to talk about. So, I think it would be an understatement to say that the conversation bothered me. It definitely bothered me.
We're 1 minute and 20 seconds in, and she just said that she didn't like it. We're 1 minute and 20 seconds in. She said she didn't like it and she didn't think it was a debate. And it's taken a minute and 20 seconds.
And we're 7 minutes in, and all you've done is read my tweet. Who wins? The reverse ratio. Part of it was just the premise. Wait, do you guys see though? Do you guys understand what I'm saying about how my opponents are like the easiest opponents you could possibly have? Like with enemies like these. So for those of you who don't know, there was recently a massive Destiny.gg pylon to a tweet that I made. And you know what? I'm not even going to show the tweet right now because it really isn't necessary.
Okay, spoiler alert. It's not because it's not necessary. That's not why. That's not why she's not showing the tweet.
It was because I just showed it to my fucking stream and everybody saw it already. And I wanted to focus on the topic at hand, not the tweet. But yeah.
She's not showing the tweet is because she's about to rewrite what she said in those tweets. She's about to rewrite what she was actually saying. That's why she's not showing it. Okay, yeah? It's not because it's not necessary. That's not it.
Let's see. Let us remember this. His oracular prediction of what I'm gonna do.
The original tweet was
No, go for
a
that, Gayfesh, that's
conversation
fine.
that Doe and a 6-follower account were having, and I jumped in and made a sort of offhanded comment that got retweeted into the DG Geosphere, and by the time that I had woken up from my nap after tweeting it, there was like 200 quote tweets on it, and by the end there was like 600 plus quote tweets on it.
I don't know how people can do. I don't know how people can do work, like send tweets and then go to sleep. I can't do that. If I'm thinking about work, and like
self-report,
it's like stuff before I go to, I can't do it. I get stressed. I need to like chill from that, play some video games or whatever beforehand, and then just chill and relax and think about stuff. If I think about work, my brain just goes into like thinking about video ideas or whatever. I couldn't do this, but yeah, I don't know.
All of them from DGG, as in
yeah, it's okay. I'm built different. I have the ability to tweet and then continue living my life. I don't you know, I sometimes, you know, you tweet something, you go and you sleep, you go and you eat, you go continue your life. You know, everything isn't about Twitter.
Everyone just pick a random name. Every
Didn't
single
know
one
it was
of
a
them follows
superpower,
being
but I guess it
liberal,
is.
and that's about it.
Just built different.
So, it was really funny, and it's really interesting to me because I want to talk about this because it's really easy to build a straw man and make fun of someone or try to make fun of someone or dunk on someone for a position that they don't hold.
Okay, so this should be really easy, okay? Because before we start watching this, we went through and we read that entire tweet thread, okay? So you guys are not relying on my interpretation. I read everything out word for word. And I give my own analysis, sure. I probably primed you a bit, but you're also probably already primed because you've heard about this for a while now. But yeah, okay? We read through everything. It's not word of mouth here, okay?
So like for
words.
example, imagine, I'm going to give you like a small example of this, okay? So imagine, like, I think right now if I was to poll the chat and I was to say, you know, do you think that saying like the petroleum industry CEOs are pieces of shit? If I said that statement in chat, I bet a lot of people would either like agree with it, would probably strongly agree with it. But I could also immediately say, oh, wow, so you think we should just kill those people? You think that we should just delete them? What would happen to all of their employees? You want working class people to starve? So it's very easy to take a statement and go insane on it and just make things up to get mad at. And if someone is...
So this is why this is a god-awful example, okay? So...
Looks like he's running into some issues already. The narrative isn't going as he predicted.
If Demon Mama had just tweeted out, hey, there are people that slip through the cracks of our medical system, maybe we should look into having like more like decentralized medicine productions. There are still fucked individuals with that, by the way. This is not me saying it's a good solution, but this is more defensible than what the other one was. We should have like a more decentralized medicine production. We can maybe meet some of those more niche situations where people don't get medication. That would have been a fine tweet, okay? Just like saying, hey, petroleum CEOs are pieces of shit, okay? Probably a fine tweet. But what's not fine is you doing that in a context of like a specific thread that talks about getting rid of the current existing structures. So...
but it doesn't, really does it? The context was not just about getting rid of current structures. It was about changing our approach to these structures and building new ones that can stand independent of them. Very interesting how he summarizes this conversation that he wasn't a part of. Interesting, isn't that?
The parallel between what she did and what actually happened is not the parallel.
Yeah, straight up. You said pancakes are good. Well, that means waffles are shit. That is like, no, you just made up another sentence. That is a perfect example of this here. I literally never said anything. I was responding to literally the guy says, well, how the hell do you make medicine outside of capitalist supply lines? And I brought up some ways that you can start to do that. It's a fairly straightforward concept. He was talking about one thing. I was talking about that thing. And then some other dumb fuck who was motivated by destiny stumbles in and goes, well, you're not talking about what I want you to be talking about, so I'm going to pretend that you talked about what I want you to talk about. And look, it's interesting. Right below here, you can even see it on his screen where I'm moving my mouse right now. You can see I linked my thread about my larger views on this, which is very interesting. He doesn't even care about that. How curious. Almost like there was no intent to engage with this question in a genuine manner.
That she talked about where it's like, okay, if somebody tweets, you know, CEOs are a piece of shit, it would be silly to infer that, oh, I want them all to be killed. To make that analogous, it would have to be like a discussion about people talking about like whether or not we should kill petroleum CEOs and the best way to do it, and then into the
what
thread. She did what people are talking about whether or not we should kill people, saying that they're in favor of killing petroleum CEOs, writing down there, yeah, petroleum CEOs are pieces of shit. Like, it has a different meaning because of the context. Like, no shit. Yeah. So it's not what she's saying is not. This is
so
not
what is my meaning in context? Why don't you address what my meaning was in context? It's funny. Notice that he hasn't actually addressed any of this. He's just talked. He's just sort of positioned and postured about how this is quote unquote ridiculous, and also how the context matters. But then he actually won't engage with the context. Very interesting.
Analogous to just tweeting petroleum CEOs are pieces of shit. This is analogous to tweeting petroleum CEOs are pieces of shit in a thread about killing petroleum CEOs, right? So once again, incorrect framing. The reason why
I don't think that checks at all. Like, I think he's just like off the cuff. That doesn't check at all. That doesn't even line up to me. I don't understand that.
Dumber right now if she did show the tweet beforehand, because people point out more obviously at how she's literally like,
no, actually, the reason why I didn't bring the tweet up is specifically because I didn't want to talk about the tweet, and I specifically just wanted to talk about the debate. It's very interesting. But notice that he just assumes, and this is the thing that I'm talking about. This is a thing that happens with a lot of my critics, is that their approach is just to grant zero charitability. So instead of me just instead of the possibility being that maybe I don't want to revisit the tweet and I would rather talk about the subject, instead it's, no, Demon Mama is so stupid that she's hiding her stupid opinion from you. And it's like, okay, dude, yes, you could that could be in some world what's happening. But did you ever think that it might be something different, and that maybe you're just projecting your made up theory with no evidence? Yeah? Yeah, whatever.
Like rewriting what happened and misframing it.
Is a unlikable enough figure, such as myself, other people will jump on board with it. And the reality is that in DGG, I am an unlikable figure. It is literally, as Gayfish is saying, it is the so you hate waffles thing. It is I like pancakes, so you fucking hate waffles? That is what it is. It is a severe lack of charitability.
Once again, the allegory would be if there's an entire, like, thread about people saying that, you know, oh, they fucking hate waffles. Waffles are fucking disgusting. Pancakes are so much better than waffles. Anyone who eats waffles should be thrown off a cliff in Minecraft, you know, whatever. And then in that thread, Demo was like, you know what? I'm gonna side with the pancakes. I think the pancakes are really cool. That situation would be Fauntent for, okay, so I guess you fucking hate.
So wait, let me just make an analogy here. So he thinks that if there was a thread about genociding waffle enjoyers, guys, do you see this? Is anybody following this at all? It's funny that this fucker accused dough of word salad, and then he just said that. I literally don't know what he's trying to say here. How is me saying that people taking my opinion and adding some complete opposite thing that I didn't say, how is that analogous to me apparently stepping in to a conversation about waffle? I'm just genuinely nonsense. Danny says, so I just want to bring this up real quick while I'm not busy. He keeps bringing it back to genocide equivalents or murder when murder or genocide was never brought up. Yeah, I don't get it. Why does he keep bringing in genocide or murder? See, isn't that the sort of thing? Like, I don't know. That's all they can do. All the DGG can even do anymore is fucking moral panics. That's it. They can just do moral panics. They have to be like, Demon Mama said that she would personally stuff home-cooked meth down the throats of every child. And that's like the conclusion that they come to, where it's like, what are you talking about? Just a drop of charitability would help you realize that maybe in the thread that you're sniping 8 comments deep on, maybe I was talking about something that you're not talking about right now.
waffles, because that's the context of the thing, right?
Where does the fucking meth come in again? The joke, okay, people took my tweet and said that I was advocating for people cooking meth in their backyard and cooking insulin in their backyard, which is not what I was fucking advocating for even closely, not even remotely. Anyway, let's continue.
Once again, she's stripping it of as much context as possible to rewrite the narrative.
And if you engage with I'm literally giving more context. With a low enough level of charitability, you can make anyone sound bad to a hostile audience. That is just the truth. In fact, interestingly, Vosh himself has made a video about this. And I think he understands this very well, which is part of the reason why I was incredibly frustrated that when Vosh woke up and went on his stream and decided at his chat's prompt to look at my tweet, I was frustrated that he seemed unwilling to look at the other things that I was talking about and was only willing to fixate on a definitively out of context tweet that was already getting dogpiled on.
It's your tweet. You tweeted this.
It's my tweet. Out of context, you brain dead cuck. No, I never said it wasn't my tweet. I said it was out of context. Is this for real? Is this a real video? DGG brain rot is so bad.
You make this tweet. How? This is your content. And here is the. Oh, hey, here's where we got the rewriting. Oh, fuck. Okay. We'll read through this, but here's where we get to some.
Wait, this isn't rewriting. This is me openly talking about my views on the topic. Do you see what I'm talking about? There is nothing I can do that will be interpreted charitably at all, even though I went out of my way to make a thread that opened up my views, that talked about my greater views on the topic. Even though I took that time to do it, they call that rewriting the narrative. It's, oh God, it's so fucking annoying. God, it's so maddening. It's so maddening.
The rewriting. So the performative background, my threat's deep, offhand comment is so desperate. I'll make it easier. Hyper-centralized medicine is bad. Once again, you can make arguments for this. Medical and chemical self-regulation is, self-education is based. Once again, there's a lot to say about this. Safe informed DIY is based. What the fuck is safe informed DIY when it comes to complex medications? Basic.
Ha! An interesting question that we could have a conversation on, but you don't care. Notice how the first time he has any contention, he just goes, we'll just brush it under the rug. Yes, what he is doing right now is rewriting the DGG narrative. Just like we watched a video about how Gravel Institute laundered Russian propaganda, well, now we're seeing how a DGG orbiter launders DGG propaganda. Right now, he's literally included my actual genuine clarification as what he frames as an attempt to rewrite the narrative while he is currently writing his own narrative to his largely DGG fans.
Self-diagnosis is based and very valuable. I don't know. Are these things easy? So now she's talking about something completely unrelated.
No, I'm not. I'm specifically talking exactly about what I was talking about there. These things are not easy. Read the rest of the thread, dumb shit.
That's not what she was talking about before.
Yes, it was. Read the fucking thread, dumb shit.
About something different. Now she has gone back and changed the original meaning of her thing.
That's not true. I haven't.
Because before, what this was about,
you skipped the rest of the thread.
This is how we deal with medicine, sans supply chains. And now she's talking about like, okay, well, I just have some criticism of supply chains here and there. I don't know if we should get rid of them. Like, yeah.
He didn't even listen to this. He's straight up making up a response that I didn't say any of those things. So he rephrases my original tweet, then he rephrases and projects his own framing onto my second set of tweets, and he never even reads the thread. These people are so fucking slimy.
I don't know what to tell you. But yeah. So now, once again, it's her own tweet that she made that looks dumb on its own. So now she's just saying, oh, it's out of context.
It is out of context. It's definitively out of context.
Let me distract from that with a tweet that has nothing to do with the context of what was being discussed there.
The conversation that ensued, I think, was fucking stupid. And there was a vote in the chat, and the chat, well, that was for the second part. He started talking about it before then. You literally argued against the concept that supply chains are necessary. No, I did not. See, this is the thing. If you want to, you can twist any statement into...
Guys, there was just a thread about why we should kill petroleum CEOs. Me saying that petroleum CEOs are pieces of shit doesn't mean we should kill them when I say it in that thread next to all those other tweets about the fact that we should kill petroleum CEOs for being pieces of shit. It just means I think they're pieces of shit.
What is he talking about? What is he talking about? This is his own made-up thing. Just use the actual example if you want to.
I mean, that's all. There's no broader implications to that. Just things. I mean, ignore the other things. I mean, there's no broader implication. Like I don't know what to tell you.
Anything else? Spyro Gal, you voted no. Well, implicitly, that means that you were you were really just trying to shut down Vosh's ability to make money off of it. You are a villain for that. So, like, again, you can literally twist anything if you try hard enough. And if you have an audience that's preferable to that, you can do that. In this particular case, my tweet was, first of all, taken out of context, and then I was asked onto Vosh's show to talk about the topic, or rather to talk with Vosh about it. And what started was what I consider to be a incredibly bad faith opener to a conversation, which was to respond to my original tweet by saying, well, what? Do you believe in supply chains? Now, the funny thing is...
How's that bad faith? That's the most softball question ever. Because what Vosh could have done, what other people would have done, probably been justified in doing, is being like, okay, so in this thread, they're talking about why supply chains are necessary and why we should get rid of them. And in that situation, you provide a description of a ways by which to obtain medicine without large supply chains. What you're doing here is you're arguing against supply chains. You don't think they're necessary. You think there's other ways to do so. So then I ask you, under your system, how do you do X, Y, and Z without supply chains? That would have been justified, and that would have been an aggressive, hands-on way to do it. Vosh simply asking, hey, have I understood this correctly? Are you opposed to supply?
Wait a minute. He didn't ask if I understood this correctly. That's the opposite of what happened. No, yes, Mixed Dizzy says, do these people not know how to have conversations? The actual answer is no, they do not know how to have conversations. They truly do not know how to talk to other humans. Their understanding of socialization has come from watching Destiny burn bridges for 4 years. That's what they've watched. They don't know how to have conversations with other people. And they interpret their, like, weird engagement with other people as the normal way to do things, even though it bothers them when people do it to them.
Supply chains? Or saying, what do you think about supply chains? Not even loading it with asking if you're opposed. Just giving you an open-ended question. That's bad faith? Like, I swear to God, if you don't, like, give Dimamama a back massage as you're giving her the uninterrupted platform to speak in front of all your viewers, you're being bad faith against her. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
He invited me on. I didn't ask to go on.
The conversation was never, ever about whether or not I believed supply chains were a thing or not. Supply chains have many configurations, as it turns out. There are supply chains as simple as I get my beans from the farmer's market, the farmers deliver it to the market, and then I buy the beans with money and go home. That is a tiny supply chain. Then there are big, complicated consumer supply chains. So, for example, an example of a consumer supply chain is a Chinese factory manufactures a television. That television is bought by LG, a Korean company. LG puts their logo on the TV. Then they send it to America, where it is sold in a Best Buy, who bought a certain amount of stock, and then that TV is delivered to the hands of a paying consumer. That is another type of supply chain. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when the conversation began, and I was asked whether I believed in or advocated against supply chains, I said I felt like that was an absurd question to ask.
I can't do it, dude. I can't do it. You just gave an answer to that question. Why didn't you just give that? I cannot.
I was immediately accused of trying to avoid the question. But the problem is, I was never talking about whether or not supply chains exist as a concept, but
you can still answer the question, even though you don't think the question is related to the thing you're talking about. You answer it, and then you explain why it's not related. You don't just say it's not related when it really is, as a way to dodge having to answer the question because you don't want to stand for what you said in your tweets.
Rather, what types of supply chains are there? What happens if you're cut out of a capitalist supply chain? How would you source medicine? It's actually Really funny. How?
No. So we have some rewriting there. We got to catch on to these things. The discussion isn't about what would you do if you're...
Yes, it was. That I am telling you the conversation I was trying to have. You are imposing your own fucking nonsense onto me. Holy fuck.
Cut out. The argument is a prescriptive argument. It's asking, we do want to blow them up. We want to get rid of them. We want to get rid of capitalism. We want to get rid of managerial bureaucratic practices.
Yes, we do. We do want to get rid of those things.
It's not a what if this thing fails us. It says what if we should get rid of all of this discussion. So once again, misframing. She's mischaracterizing what's happening. Let's just point that out again.
Easy it would have been for someone to get my opinion if they wanted to. But a large amount of people, they didn't just not want to engage. They were looking specifically for something that could be taken out of context. We call this on Twitch and YouTube clip chimping. They were looking for something out of context to jump on to make sound bad. That's why when I responded to what do you do without a capitalist supply chain, I responded, you should find ways to make your own medicine and source your own medicine outside of the usual supply chain. Do you understand? I think you both were talking past each other.
That's not what this discussion is about. It's not about what if you're cut out. It's a prescriptive about we ought to.
Do you see? Look, he just did it. He's telling me what I'm talking about. It's so infuriating. Yes, thank you so much for making it so clear. Oh, I fucking love it when they just tell you, listen. Ways to make your own medicine and source your own medicine outside of the usual supply chain. Do you understand? I think you both were talking past each other.
That's not what this discussion is about. It's not about what if you're cut out. It's a prescriptive about we ought to get rid of these other things. But yeah, and that's the purpose of the discussion, because ideally, like what we want is we want the big supply, because the big supply chains themselves have some insane positives to them.
That's what you want. That's what you want, dude.
The comparative advantage, incredible. Economies of scale, fan-fucking-tastic. You know, mass transportation and distribution, inconceivably based, okay? They have so many positives to themselves. The discussion will be focused around maximizing, like the ability for the supply chains to do what they want, but that's not what it's about. It's about like, the Mama Solis was like, yeah, we could probably get by without supply chain. She tweeted out, and then she got a response. She was like, oh, fuck.
Okay, guys. Find me the tweet where I say we can get by without supply chains. Find it. He showed the tweet, and nowhere in my tweet does it say that. Nowhere. He just made it up. Just completely made it up. Made it up and is backwards projecting onto me what he's thinking about. Genuinely fucked up. Yeah, exactly, Cherry. At least mansplaining DGGer. These people are so fucking... They're so fucking incapable of having conversations.
Shit. Hasan, really dumb here.
All right, everybody, it's time for the daily Weird Champ of Nuts. Everybody, Weird Champ Nuts.
Well, I was just saying, well, what if we should do with these edge cases, and we should, if people are cut out, then we should do X, Y, and Z and stuff like this instead, But then she won't acknowledge, like, a lot of the positives that come with big supply chains or whatever. Probably she doesn't even understand them. Given, like, you know, the economics things she talked about with the ANCAP stuff before, but yeah.
Dumb Bitch Syndrome says, impressive, very nice. Now let's see the globalized bureaucratic supply chain under climate collapse. Exactly. Jonathan Frakes, yeah, this is it.
It's false. No way. Not this time. We created it. Not this time. No, not this time. It's totally made up. Pure fiction.
It's totally made up.
It's just...
each other. Yes, but there's a context that's also important there, okay? There was a sorry, my apologies. I think you were both talking past each other. That's true, but I was invited on to explain myself, and then I was actively talked past. So I don't think that I'm wrong because somebody else aggressively misinterpreted me. You understand? Sound Judgment says, he literally said, I think she said some other things that obfuscated her original tweet. He was actively ignoring the context. I like Vosh, and I have defended him even recently, but his behavior in that convo was borderline reprehensible. He was not in a state of mind to engage fairly with anyone. He basically admitted it to himself beforehand. I would agree with that reading, to be completely honest. I was baffled in the conversation, and there was a part in which he accused me of being high because I was stumbling on my words a little bit, literally because I didn't know what he was talking about. I did not ask to come on. People tagged me in chat, and I said I will.
No, Vosh was not actively ignoring the context. Bosch was charitable and didn't focus on the context enough, okay?
Will come on if I'm invited, and then I was invited. So, but let's talk a little bit more specifically. Okay? All right? I don't believe so. I think I said I would go on if I was invited. I don't believe I don't believe I was the first one. Multiple people tagged me. Maybe I did. If I did, I'm willing to own up to that. That's a very small thing. I don't really think it matters that much. If I asked first, fine. I think I may have, I believe it's possible that I was like, oh, you should just bring me on instead. But multiple people were tagging me when I was brought on, and I said, I will go on if I'm invited by Vosh. You can check the logs. Yeah.
Wait, but that doesn't really matter. You're still given a massive opportunity to clarify your take in front of like tens of thousands of people.
Let's check. We can see.
And now hundreds.
Anyway, again, I don't really care. I can, if I asked first, that's fine. Vosh offered first. I missed him saying it. Oh, okay. That's what, this is so annoying. Why does any of this detail even matter? None of it matters. Oh my God. Anyway, okay. So let's talk about what I was talking about originally. Okay?
Okay.
No, wait. Sorry. That's wrong order. We'll talk about that after. Let's talk about the conversation. The conversation that ensued was, in my opinion, not only just disappointing, but I don't want to sound, okay, Nomad, I hear you on that, and I'm going to get to that. Please stick around. I hear you, and I will talk about it, okay?
Please get to the point. Come on.
So
you can do it. You can do it.
The reason why I think the conversation went so bad is because
This guy gets so performatively angry at my videos, and yet he keeps watching them.
I did, and maybe this was the wrong decision to make. I did go in expecting that like a colleague and friend would be willing to hear out like my frustrations with being misinterpreted, especially someone who is constantly which was constantly being misinterpreted at that point. Hold on a second, I'm getting distracted. So I don't know if he mentioned you bringing. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh my God. Yeah, okay. I'm actually losing my mind. Once again, Vosh was so insanely charitable. Fucking not even kid gloves, okay? Vosh took the kid gloves, he slapped some fucking marshmallows on those, and then some dog toys that have like fluffy things on them, and he just patted that on the gloves. And then he decided to, you know, shake Demon Mama's hand with those kid gloves. Like it was like, if she thinks that that's bad faith engagement or aggressive engagement, then yeah.
Gayfesh says, his videos on you eclipse all of his other content. I checked his channels. His videos usually get between 1 to 5K views. His videos on you get like 70K. My lovely, lovely imps, that is what we call fame, okay? Demon Mama's face and name known everywhere. Even if I don't get the credit I deserve, these motherfucking internet fucking hoes cannot get enough of me. 70 fucking K. Get in here, subscribe to my fucking channel, subscribe to my fucking website, share the good name of Demon Mama, because I am literally feeding you and all of your favorite content creators every single day that I boot on my camera. Straight up.
Fuck me. I don't know.
No, we'd have to watch the VOD. Okay.
I don't know why. I don't know why. If she perceives all those interactions to be so bad faith and so aggressive, I don't understand how she has the energy to do any of this. I don't understand how she has the energy to do any of this.
True! I don't know how I have the energy to deal with people like you either. You insufferable fuckheads who waste my time, honestly.
The online politics things.
Okay, I know how I have the energy, which is right now that there's a bunch of people hanging out with me and making it bearable. That's how I do it.
If she thinks an interaction that's soft,
sorry,
like
we have a correction. 40K, not 70K. 40K. Wait, that's not true. Did I miss something? Grime Dango, thank you so much for the tier 3 sub. You absolutely do get shoutouts. I just missed it because I was looking elsewhere. Thank you so much, Grime Dango. That's incredibly generous of you. I deeply appreciate that. Thank you. See, I do it. I was just distracted because that's how I am.
Like uncharitable interaction. Like she must think there's like everything, 99% of everything that's going on is terrible, horrible, bad faith. I don't know how she has the energy then if she truly believes that. But yeah, I don't.
Whatever. Sorry, I'm all over the place right now. Let's focus and not get stunlocked about who asked first.
Thank you.
Point is, I was frustrated going into the conversation, and I recognize that probably made me sound a little pissed off, but I was very frustrated from the get-go specifically because Vosh was reacting only to the out-of-context tweet when I had literally written a thread about what I thought broader about the topic and was openly willing to discuss it further, but no such thing occurred.
Well, you got the opportunity to discuss it further on Vosh's, and once again, Vosh read through the context, all the tweets that came before your tweet. It's not like he just read yours and that's it and said, okay, this is what it is. I'm fairly certain he went through all of this. And trust me, going through all of this does not make your take any better.
We're just so viciously awful. Why do you even bother to talk to me, Lamau, stupid woman? Yeah, that is the approach these people have sometimes.
I was simultaneously being asked questions about a 1,000-year future world, which I never advocated for a 1,000-year future world. I was talking very specifically about what we do now and in the near future if people are cut out of or if capitalist supply lines collapse. I was never talking about whatever the fuck everybody else was going on about. So when I came in...
Yeah, guys, when I join a Twitter thread, I'm not talking about what anybody else in that Twitter thread is talking about. I just happen to mix up the reply with the tweet button. They're just so similar. You know, this might as well have been a tweet.
Do you see what derangement? What is even being talked about here?
Tweet about how much I like omelets, you know? Like, it could have been anything, really, you know? It doesn't really matter what I'm replying to, you know? It's just my own tweet, really. Like, I don't know. I don't know if people, like, think that... I have no idea what to say.
I was attempting to explain to Vosh...
From YouTube chat, Demon Mama is overcomplicating this. Hasan would just point out that as a Swedish liberal, this kid is basically a Nazi. True! Maybe, I'm sorry, maybe Hasan does have the wise path. Maybe that is the better way of engaging with most of these people. Maybe I should stop trying to actually engage. Maybe I should stop, like, having conversations and just be like, oh, that person disagreed with me? Yeah, he's just a Nazi or whatever, I guess.
That my point had been misinterpreted and I wanted to get the actual point out. This was immediately assumed to be being slippery. In fact, I believe he said that I was being slippery and then shortly after began to say that I was playing victim because I expressed frustration at being misrepresented. That was very annoying to me. And
okay, number one, slippery as hell. Watch this. This way? No. Yes, this way. Watch this base video that Zoe edited about all the 9 million... that Zoe edited about all the 9 million tricks that Demon Mama uses to not answer the question. She's being very slippery. Okay, number one.
Trust me, bro. It came to me in a dream.
And number two, we'll just keep going.
And also, I think a giant waste of time. This conversation was an opportunity for us to actually talk about real politics, and instead, it became...
Yeah, the real politics of getting your friends together to learn chemistry and make bathtub insulin.
Immediately.
Where did I talk about bathtub insulin, bitch? Do you see? Literally meme brain. They only understand the world via DGG memes. Thoughts have been replaced with linkages of DGG memes.
Immediately. A tribunal on my Twitter behavior and on my personality. And this continued and got even worse. At one point during the conversation, Vosh misheard me. Now, I have verified this myself. I have had 2 people transcribe it for me. You can go check it yourself. There was a point in which Vosh misheard what I asked and accused me of saying that the FDA doesn't get us anywhere. I did not say that. I was asking simply...
This is true. Vosh did mishear this on this part of the conversation. This happened pretty far in. So she's kind of transitioned from talking about before, like, oh, at the very beginning.
Oh, yeah. The Demon Mama fake account. Sorry, this is my... Definitely not the Demon Mama fake account. I see I have created discourse. Half my bathtub is for making meth. The other half is for insulin. Suck my dick. Good job, Demon Mama fake. Outdoing me yet again.
You know, didn't give me the opportunity to explain myself.
Wasn't there talk of bathtub estrogen? Yes. People make estrogen in their bathtub. Yes, they do.
You know, came in aggressive, to now talking about something that happened pretty far into the debate, but it kind of still sounds like it still happened in the...
Yeah, Nuts, true. Nuts says, this is what you should have tweeted, you fucking coward. True!
Beginning, which kind of gives the implication to our audience that Vosh was like this from the very beginning, which isn't true. He did mishear something, but that happened like a fair bit into the debate, but Vosh did mishear something, so that is correct.
Simply where we were going with a conversation about the FDA specifically. He interpreted that wrong. He misheard me and then accused me of gaslighting him.
I don't think the use of abuse terminology like this is good. There's somebody in a previous debate that sent it to me, and I've mentioned it there. So yeah, using that terminology there, it's very heavy-handed. I don't agree with it at all. But to put yourself in the mind space of Vosh was being incredibly slippery there. I mean, sorry, Demon was being incredibly slippery. But
oh, it's so, you know, I don't like it, but it's okay because Demon Mama was being quote unquote slippery. Nice, love it, love it.
Vosh probably shouldn't have said that.
And then when I pushed back on that, he then called me a victim again and said that I was trying to have a meta conversation about the conversation.
You were absolutely trying to have a meta conversation. Every 2 seconds, you made a comment about how like, oh, but you know about this, you know, people are trying to misrepresent me. They're not giving me an opportunity to speak as I'm on here talking to tens of thousands of people, an audience that I will never be able to accumulate on my own, probably not. Like, you were making this a meta conversation a lot.
Damn, that's funny coming out of your mouth, bro. Go check your own video links. We know you make a video about me, it succeeds. So it sounds like, you know, I don't know. Maybe you shouldn't be casting any. Stones there, buddy.
All the time throughout that conversation.
Instead of as a way to distract from the point at hand, which is the most uncharitable, dickish way of interpreting somebody going, bro, you just said to your audience of 15,000 people that I was gaslighting you when you misheard. You just said that I was being an abuser to your massive fucking audience. That's kind of important to me. It's actually more important to me that you're telling your followers that I'm an abuser because you misheard me. That is more important to me than whatever stupid disagreement you have with my tweet. And guess what, guys? I think that's rational. I don't think that I am irrational or abusive or gaslighting for saying that I think that my tweet is less important than you telling your audience that I'm an abuser and a gaslighter. If you want to accuse me of abuse...
So once again, to be fair...
Damn, didn't have anything to say there, bitch.
Someone informed Vosh that he misheard this afterwards, and he did correct himself. And he did say that, yeah, I was wrong about this. I shouldn't have said this. So he did correct the record afterwards. He did apologize for this.
And then he doubled back down in future videos. I've seen it. I know.
It's not like Vosh doesn't know about this or hasn't owned up to it, okay?
Or gaslighting. I will expect you, with an accusation of that level, to come with some motherfucking receipts. But let's be real. What actually happened was that Vosh, being extremely careless in the moment, got extremely triggered about a tweet that I made, was not willing to listen to what I had to say about it. Instead,
he was giving minutes and minutes and minutes of speaking time after an open-ended question by Vosh. So here's things she didn't have enough time to speak. Bullshit.
And with the interpretation that DGG did, and then jumped on the dog pile, called me abusive and gaslighting because he misheard me. I don't think I'm wrong at all for being frustrated with that. I don't think I'm wrong for not wanting to stay in that conversation. When I said, how many times did I say that I think we should end the conversation? And yes, while it is true, I could have hung up.
Yes, you could have hung up, and there were plenty of moments where you said you were going to leave, and then you were quiet for 10 seconds, and then Vosh started talking about something else, and then you just jumped back in. So it's not like he was like keeping you there, like, Demo, you may not leave the call. It's like, you didn't want to leave. But yeah.
I was hoping.
Yeah, I didn't want to leave. I wanted to work things out, but until I said that I actually don't think this is going well.
That we could come to a peaceable agreement.
Why are they always obsessed with how long you speak? Because they're sexists. I'm not kidding you. I know, they're not like dyed in the wool, I hate women sexists, but it has been well studied that men significantly overestimate and get angry when women speak too much. Dream Tapir Baku says, wow, this guy already has 8 times as many views on this garbage as his previous legitimate video where he's talking about being vegan. Pro tip to content makers, just be misogynist and mauled about Demon Mama to get easy views. Yeah, as it turns out, when an enormous fucked up community on the internet makes you their public enemy #1, pandering to those people in a like Gamergate-esque fashion is very successful. And by very successful, I mean gets you 15 minutes of fame. And that's it.
Disagree end.
Notice that all of these people come and go, but Demon Mama remains. Demon Mama goes forward, and people keep talking about me. It's been years, and they're still talking about me. They keep saying, we're never talking about Demon Mama again, and then they talk about me again.
Vosh was not willing to have that sort of end. He was determined to prove me as an abusive dumb fuck at that point, which I think is a really bad faith way of engaging. And I didn't like it, and I still don't like it. And I think it was shitty. I also think it was egregiously shitty to stand in front of your audience and tell them I'm a gaslighter because your stupid ass misheard. Sorry, maybe that's a little bit assholish to say, but I think I'm right.
To be fair, okay, so let's be clear. So he didn't mishear. So it's not that he was like intentionally like lying about what Demon Mama said in the conversation. So it's not that malicious. He did mishear, and you know,
flying off the handle and repeatedly calling someone a gaslighter because you misheard is absolutely malicious. Sorry, bro. You just have a distorted view of how people treat one another.
good if he wouldn't mishear, obviously, but it's not like a malicious thing. It was an accident thing. He did lay it on pretty heavy on something that could have been something that you misheard, and still, even then,
exactly,
using very heavy words. But it's something that it was caused because he misheard, and then he did apologize for it afterwards. So just to be clear.
Now, if you all are interested, we can talk about what the conversation could have been had if instead it was.
I think we actually watched this bit later. We didn't watch this before bit, where she tries to rewrite the narrative a bit, but now we've done that. But I think the rest.
Oh, he skipped way forward in the video.
Of it is actually part of the other video I've made. But yeah. Damn.
Oh, that's it?
I'm so.
He didn't even watch the whole video.
You know what I thought? I thought that, like, hey, when I started arguing and started doing politics thing, I was always like, online, I was like, wow, it must be a lot easier to just deal with people who are just straight up lying on this, on online politics as compared to IRL conversations, because you have like a permanent record of what they've said. You have VODs, you have timestamps.
So this entire 32-minute and 36-second video didn't ever actually address my tweet. Never even made the attempt to address what I actually said. All this guy did was write fan fiction for 30 minutes that conveniently lines up exactly with the DGG narrative on this.
Tweets. You have, what's it called? Wayback Machine. You have all these tools to make sure that we actually know what people said at any one point in time. And if they said something bad, you can play the clip of them and respond to it. Like, that's crazy. People have an incredible standard being held by the word and what they said and what the context of it was. It must be so easy.
True. How convenient that if you actually go and look at all the receipts in this situation, I'm vindicated. Interesting how that works. You're right. It is convenient. It's convenient that you literally showed things and you had to reword everything that I said in order to make me sound bad. You literally wouldn't read or use what I actually said in an argument. Very interesting.
To have these conversations here as compared to
real
life conversations where things just happen and you rely more on, memory, which is biased by a wide range of different things and stuff like that. Wow, I'm really excited to do this. And now I'm 2 years in and I'm doomer pilled. Because if stuff like this can happen, if you can have like a literal Twitter interaction that is still up and is easy to read and just straight up lie and mischaracterize about what the implication of what you're saying is there, and have some people actually believe in that, then I don't even know if there's even an advantage at this point. But yeah, anyway, that was some more Demon Mama malding about that debate with Vosh. And
true, you were malding about me.
That's all that.
Oh, he did a react. He did a direct react. Demon Mama and Cap arc. Nice. So truly, true derangement. Genuine derangement. This is a bridge I'm so happy got burned. All DM had to say was, yeah, that was a bad tweet and what I suggested would work. If you just took what we told you to do, if only you would do what we told you to do. If only you'd shut the fuck up. Even though you were totally wrong. Even though we were totally wrong, if only you would just fucking admit that we were lying about you and then say that we were telling the truth. Wouldn't it be so simple? Oh, it's so wild. God, that's so unfortunate.
You obviously have no idea what you're talking about.
Shit. That got 20K views over 10 hours? Holy shit. Hating me really is a cottage market. Look at this shit. 20K views over 10 hours just by hating on me. Whew. I gotta make some Demon Mama hit pieces. I should just have a picture of me going like this on all of my covers, and then all of my own videos should be titled Demon Mama said what? And if I did that, I would probably get so much fucking money. Anti-Demon Mama, Demon Mama. Yeah. It's incredible. It would be so good. Gayfesh says, if I ever want to sell my soul and grift, I will just sell you out. You will get so many views. True. but then you would have to have the unpleasant experience of having an audience made up of my haters. I don't even know. I don't even think I would do this as a segment. Like, this is just so goofy. I go over old debates and call myself a pussy. I did that! I did that! Wait, I did a Demon Mama versus Demon Mama. That was my, like, I have a video up on my channel that's called Demon Mama versus Demon Mama, and it's where I go back and critique my old debates. Yeah, this was really boring. I just wanted to see it. So now, everybody, we have to figure out what we want to do next, okay? Which, we need to think about this, okay? Wait, what's this? Yo, that's fucking sick! Oh, that's really fucking cool. That's really cool, Silent. Okay, all right, everybody. We had fun cringing real quick. I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to play the bathroom song, and then when we come back, we are going to figure out what we want to react to. There's lots of stuff to react to. I want to do really fun react stuff, so think about who, just take some moments, hang out with one another, like the stream, subscribe, etc. I'm going to go to the bathroom, think of who you might want me to react to, and we're going to go make some decisions. I'm thinking we'll open up with a Spencer Smith react, that super Christian conservative guy. We'll probably start with that, and then we'll go into maybe, I don't know, we haven't done John Doyle in a while. We haven't done Matt Walsh. These might be fun to go make fun of these people. I'll be right back. Let me play the song. One moment. I got to play the bathroom song. Bathroom song's got to play. Burp, burp.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break. Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over, stop. Somebody help her out.
Oh, I'll do that one. I should do that in the next stream, Craig. I have it. I don't remember where. I put the package out in the other room. It's in my pile of packages. I need to go open up. Yes, I should. I got a cool package I want to show everybody. Okay, everybody. We need to figure out what the hell we're going to react to. We have a couple of options, okay? Oh, well, welcome, new imp to Dwayne BL12. Welcome to chat. Very happy to have you. We have a couple of options. So, first of all, we have Spencer Smith. Wait a second. Hold on a second. Wait. Isn't there a thing where you can make a spin? Hold on. Hold on, let's see. Isn't there yeah, there's a picker wheel. Yeah, here we go. Look at this. We're going to make a picker wheel. Okay, everybody. Hold on. We got to get rid of this thing. Okay. First one. John Doyle. Okay? First one. We're going to put John Doyle on there. Okay? Then we're going to add Spencer Smith, Christian cult guy. Okay? Then we have church militant. Okay? Then we have Matt Walsh. Okay, who else? Let me get some other names for React content. We can't react to Nick Fuentes. Tim Pool is too boring. Ben Shapiro. We haven't done Ben Shapiro. In forever. Somebody wants us to do Destiny? Okay. No, we're not reacting to Vosh. No. You fucking troublemakers. Why not? Because I don't need any more help making the Voshites angry, okay? The Voshites are already angry at me. Mop-in. We haven't done Mop-in. Mop-in would be a good one. Okay? All right, we got a couple on here. Any other names? Any other good ones? Okay. Okay, we're going to put one right here. Right here, we're going to put the wild space. The wild space will be, here we go, hunt for new conservative. Okay? That's what this one is. We're going to also put a slot on there. If we land in the hunt for new conservative spot, it means we're going to go to the recommended, listen. We're going to go to the recommended tab off of conservative channels, and we're going to open one that none of you have ever seen. Okay? That's what the free space is. Yeah. You know, it's going to be like what happened last time where we found that angry dad who kept yelling at his kids. Oh, that shit is premium cringe. Any other names, okay? Any other names? Come on, I know there's people in my audience who know conservatives. Come on. You know there's somebody you want me to react to. Infrared? Okay, yep, infrared. Okay, anybody else? Steven Crowder? No bullshit? Nah, I don't want a platform no bullshit. Fuck that loser. Quartering? Sure. We've never done quartering in a long time. I don't want to do Jackson Hinkle. He's a loser. Brandon Straka. Okay. All right, everybody. Just Joe Rogan? We can't do Joe Rogan because it'll get hit. Let's see. Yeah, he'll copyright strike. Alex Jones, can't do that. His stuff isn't accessible. All right, everybody, get your predictions in. Girl defined. I don't know who that is. Let's put it on that. Let's do it. Interesting, interesting. Oh, I see there's some favors. Classic conservatives. We could do that. Abby Shapiro. We haven't done Abby. Oh my God. Okay. All right, everybody. Here we go. Okay. We have the final list. The final list. John Doyle, Spencer Smith, Church Militant, Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, Destiny, Moppin, A Hunt for New Conservatives, Infrared, Steven Crowder, Quartering, Brandon Straka, Girl Defined, Abby Shapiro. Are we ready? Ooh, Mrs. Midwest. All right. All right, bam. Girl Defined is fucking gold. All right. Here we go. The Transformed Wife. All right. Here we go, everybody. Are you ready for the spin? Spin! Ow, that's loud. Oh, yeah! That's right. The first one of the night is TheQuartering. We start with TheQuartering, everyone. Ah, this is going to be so much fun. It's been a long time since we've gone conservative cringe hunting. All right, we got to figure this out. Okay.
Can I get a countdown?
We're going to watch a quartering one. Let's see. Woke Halo TV series already getting desperate? Will Smith just got dropped. Joe Rogan torches Leah Thomas. Disney made a huge mistake. Whoopi Goldberg has epic meltdown. Morbius savaged by review. Wait, that's got a guest. You know what's bullshit? Chris Rock responds. Will Smith refused to leave. Epic woke backfire. Okay, I don't know. Which one do we want to do? Do you want to do the Halo one? Let's do the Halo one. All right, we're starting the Halo one. Everyone, welcome. Hold on. Everyone, my name is Demon Mama, and welcome to Conservative Cringe. It's a simple name for a simple explanation. I react to cringy conservative videos, many of which are lobbed at me by my audience. We make fun of the conservatives and talk about why they're wrong, and then we move on to the next conservative. That's how it works. It's real simple. Like, subscribe, you too can join the community of the very first demon type streamer and have as much fun. There are hundreds of people who line up every single day to watch my stream, and you could be one of them. It comes with a free set of horns. You get to be a demon too. All right, here we fucking go. Let's do this. Let's fucking do this, shall we? This is called, this is TheQuartering, okay? A famous conservative. Woke Halo TV series already getting desperate. Embarrassingly low numbers. Now, I don't know anything about the Halo TV series at all. I played all the Halo games. I don't know anything about the series. So we're just going to see how he talks about this. So, without any further ado, let's fucking do it.
What's going on, everyone? Jeremy here from TheQuartering, and I've been following the Halo TV series pretty closely. As, you know, we've seen the first episode, and mixed reviews. The critics seem to like it okay. The fans...
Okay. I don't know because I don't watch barely any of TheQuartering, but does he always have this much issues with the focus of his camera? Because, like, it's flying all over the place.
Split, I think. That's mostly because I think the writers of the show did what they always do with video game properties and come out and say, like, hey, we know better than the fans. We know better than...
Is that what they always do? Okay, so this is a thing that Gamergate people like to say all the time. They like to do this thing where they're like, oh yeah, fucking smug Hollywood liberals. They think they know better than the fan base. Okay, let me tell you something real quick. I know we're not far into the video. Fan bases can't have an opinion. And the reason why a fan base can't have an opinion
is because a fan base is made up of sometimes thousands, sometimes millions of people. So it's not possible for you to listen to the fans. As an artist and a creator, you will always be listening to some people, listening to other people, and then making a decision for which direction you want to go. Now, it is possible for a company to make a product that pisses off their core fan base, but it's also possible for that product to make a new part of their fan base. This is a great example of this is Dark Souls 2. For those of you who are familiar with the Dark Souls series, the creators of the Dark Souls series recently made a game called Elden Ring, which is very popular. Dark Souls 2 pissed off a lot of people in the Dark Souls fandom, but it also brought a lot of new people to the Dark Souls fandom. And now the players of the Dark Souls games and the games that are the sort of spiritual successors like Elden Ring, there's a lot more people because of that. Now, it's still possible for Dark Souls 2 to have issues, but the idea that there's a single voice of any fandom is just, it's a silly position. And yet you hear these sort of Gamergate conservative types say, yeah, it's almost like they're trying to apply like vague populist rhetoric to gaming, but there's never a consensus. Gamers have all kinds of opinions. Anyway, let's continue.
The people that love this property. We saw it early on with The Witcher. We saw it early on now with Halo. We're going to see it.
I thought people liked The Witcher TV show. Wasn't The Witcher TV show well received? Am I misremembering that?
With, we saw it early on with Sonic even, but they listened to it, and Sonic is, I don't know, pretty good. I don't know if I'd call it the gold standard, but it's pretty good. Even Detective Pikachu is pretty good in terms of like, that's not really a video game movie, so to speak. It's kind of both an anime, cartoon, video game crossover type thing. It doesn't feel as much like a video game movie, but
Oh, is he mad about black characters in The Witcher? Is that really what it is? Okay.
Sonic obviously turned out great. The second Sonic movie, I'm hoping, will also be good. But Halo...
Wait, what does Sonic... Wait. What does Sonic have to do with listening to the fans? Is it because of the CGI? Is that really the same thing? Is like a change in the CGI style really listening to the fans, or just like reacting to general audience? Because like my understanding was not that like the Sonic movie was going and polling Sonic fans, but rather that there was just a very large, very negative reaction to the horrifically ugly original model they were going to use for Sonic. And so, but like, I never perceived that as being like the Sonic fans that were mad about that. Was it? I mean, they did change his design for the better, but still. Yeah, I just thought it was like general population being like, what the fuck? Whatever, I don't know. Again, I always find that like people invoking the fans is always a very strange thing to do.
So the audience isn't really loving it, and there's a lot of reasons why, but I think it's just this combative nature of the writers that came out and said, hey, we know better than you. We know so much better than you that we're going to make the film, we're going to make this, I think it was $10 million on episode show. We don't care about the video game viewers, like genuinely.
Okay, so wait, what is he talking about, by the way? What is he referring to? Like, was it in the animation style? Was it in the way they toured this? I guess we should keep listening. I don't know what he's talking about.
Some people might say. Critics giving it a 70, which isn't great. It's not anything to write home about, but fans pretty much universally underwhelmed, 59%. Some people enjoy it, enjoying it just fine, but there's been a lot of talk about it. And like, you have this thing where you end up getting the rights to a massive property. And then you get these writers in the room that think they know better. It's just like He-Man, for example. Like Kevin Smith was like, all these He-Man fans, forget them. We're going to subvert their expectations. We're going to make sure that You know, it's He-Man takes a back seat because it's
Wait, but that was a success. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Hold on. I thought the new He-Man show, or whatever it's called, like, wasn't it really popular? I thought that was like a big success. Am I wrong? Hold on. He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. Wait, what's the new one? Is it called just She-Ra? Is that what it's called now? The newest one is the She-Ra show. Hold on, let me see real quick. Wait a second. On Rotten Tomatoes, the first season of the show received an approval rating of 100%. Holy shit. So wait, and it won 3 awards. It got an Emmy, it got an Emmy nomination. Wait a minute. So he's just... Oh, Masters of the Universe Revelation. Wait, what the fuck is that? Oh. This is a real thing. I didn't even know this existed. Hold on, let's see. Hold on, okay, hold on. An approval rating of 94% from critics. An average rating of 7.3 out of 10 on Rotten Tomatoes for users. 72 out of 100. So then it actually was received relatively well as well. I'm confused. See, this is the thing. I don't get it. That He-Man, there aren't a lot of He-Man fans anymore. I don't know if you know this, but like, there never were a whole lot of hardcore He-Man fans. Like, people like He-Man, and there are collectors and stuff, but like, children, the people watching TV, none of them know what He-Man is. So like, it is possible to have a bad He-Man show, but if they redo He-Man and it's successful, or if it pisses off some people who used to be fans of He-Man, it doesn't really matter because it's just a new generation's iteration of that story, isn't it? Oh, well, I don't get this. I don't know. I never understand how they come to these conclusions. Like, why not just say, I don't like it? Why does he have to invoke the fans? Does that make sense? Like, why you have to be like, oh, the fans didn't like it?
After, of course, Masters of the Universe, not He-Man. But, you know, you get this huge IP. You think, this isn't good enough, even though it has tens of millions of players worldwide and fans. You end up redoing the whole thing. Then you get the media to kind of push out this message saying like, no. This is a good thing for all of you. And then they're putting out articles, which I think is interesting, saying that Halo TV show boasts record viewership despite fan controversy. This is just 3 days ago.
Okay.
Now, that headline itself sounds like, oh, okay, that's pretty spicy. But like, what record? What does Paramount TV put out on their standalone platform that would ever compare to even the financial investment that they've put into this?
Well, read the article, dude.
The Halo TV show received negative feedback from longtime fans of the game series, but that didn't stop curious gamers from tuning in. But I thought this wasn't about the video game. I thought this was just about, you know, they're just using the Halo lore. They don't care about the video game. They never even played the video game. Halo now, and, you know, morbid.
Where did he get that idea, though? Like, is that just did he make that up? I don't know what he's talking about. Like, it sounds like he's referencing something that happened before, but I don't know what it is. Like, when did they say it wasn't about the game? Who said that it wasn't about the game? Because it sounds to me like if you're making a Halo TV show, that you do care about the game.
Curiosity is a thing. It's always been a thing. Halo now stands as Paramount Plus's most watched series premiere worldwide within 24 hours of its release, No viewership numbers were even made public by Paramount, but it should be noted that the Yellowstone prequel drew in nearly 5 million viewers when it aired on the same network. Okay, so Yellowstone's on there. That's a pretty popular show, I suppose.
Okay, 40K has brought us some, Killjoy 40K has brought us some interesting info. Apparently the studio said that they weren't going to use the source material one-to-one. Okay, but that's true for every show. That's true for every adaptation, obviously. Here's what he's talking about. Okay, so this is what he's referencing. Let's take a look at this. The Halo TV show may not be for diehards or newcomers either. In the early episodes of Paramount Plus's much delayed new adaptation of the classic video game series, though the streamer appears to be giving the series a long leash. Video game adaptations have made an evolutionary leap. Okay. If you have to show some shooting from a first-person perspective. House of the Dead, Doom 2005, and Gamer all obeyed this law, and Halo abides by it too. The first fight scene, okay. Let's find out. The change in pace and length afforded by a 9-episode opening act allows Halo's lore to breathe, but it also puts pressure on the Spartan known as John 117 to be a charismatic lead, rather than the blank vessel he served as in the original Halo trilogy. The games didn't add much depth to the Chief's personality until Halo 4, and they never allowed players to get a good look at the character's face. On both counts, the adaptation immediately dispenses with past precedent. To Halo's credit, the series doesn't slow roll its plot. Within the first episode, Chief goes from perceived faceless enforcer of the United Nations Space Command to perceived savior of the species in his struggle against the Covenant, back to merciless, unquestioning killer, then to manipulated, sympathetic pawn and righteous rogue who rejects an immoral mission. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So he's mad that they're not going to 100% stick to the plot, but I don't know. That's that's part of the issue with video game things in general is you can't stick directly to the plot, or at least it's very difficult to do so. Whatever. It doesn't sound like there's anything super offensive about that, but okay.
5 million viewers. That's decent numbers. It's super decent. Not enough probably to justify the $200 million they spent making 10 episodes, but whatever. Halo debuted on March 24th, bringing the iconic Xbox game to life. According to network executives, it's been a major boon for Paramount Plus, with Chief program.
Wait, Cortana's not blue? What the fuck? What color is Cortana? What color did they make Cortana? Teal? Ah, that's fine. Good enough.
Tanya Giles.
Flesh? Wait, they made her. Wait, for real? Hold on. Wait, I have to see this. Oh my God! They didn't. Ah! Is this real? This is fake, right? Please tell me this is fake. This is the one? This is it? Oh my God, why? She's literally making the cringe face. Holy shit. Okay, this is really funny. I have no idea why they would do this. Why would you take fucking Cortana? Oh, God. Why would you do this? What a decision. Oh, okay. Guys. Okay, but a show making a bad decision does not mean that there's an SJW agenda, okay?
It's one of the most rewarding efforts for Paramount Plus to date. Thanks, fans, for the response. Along with our phenomenal partners at Showtime, 343 Industries, and Amblin Television, we cannot wait for fans to experience more of this incredible universe. Halo has already been renewed for a second season thanks to the success of its premiere.
What a seething homunculus of a beloved character. True! Starwave, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I too miss Purple Cortana, but I think that might have been your your TV. I don't know if Cortana was originally purple. I remember her being blue, but then again, TV color balance. Anyway, Cortana wasn't supposed to be hot. Changed my mind. I think that is impossible to determine. So shut the fuck up. Let's continue.
They aren't. This is always a marketing thing too. Like, of course it gets renewed for a second season. You invested $200 million into it. You're not going to just give up on it. I mean, you know, ultimately, I don't know. You know, the cast and crew has like all the, you know, familiar tropes. And, you know, it's kind of just like when you have this modern
what does he mean by that? The cast and crew have all of the tropes. What is that supposed? I mean, I think I know what it means. I think he means that it's a diverse cast, and he's mad about that. But I don't know what he like. What is he like? He doesn't say what it is here.
Television, you know, this modern TV. It's so formulaic that it almost has this like stink on it. You know what I mean? Like where you just know that all the powerful, smart characters are going to be women. Usually.
Yep. Okay, there we go. He's mad about women being successful.
Women of walks, women of color. You know that certain groups.
So okay, so now it's just open racism. Whew, that was quick. Damn. He waited till almost the exact 50% point to just jump into actual fucking open racism and misogyny.
Characters are going to be portrayed as dumb or bumbling, or, you know, less than, or evil. You just knew.
Listen. With all due respect to men in general, does not TheQuartering kind of live up to the stereotype of being dumb, stinky, brutish, ugly, barbaric, bumbling? Maybe, I don't know. Shouldn't he be happy about the representation?
That was going to have this modern TV look, which is, you know, an overcorrection to the assumption that there weren't enough strong female characters in the world. But then what's interesting to me, maybe everybody watched it, okay? I'm not supposing this as fact. Maybe everybody who was interested in the Halo TV show paid the money for Paramount Plus, or maybe they had a trial or something, paid the money and already watched it. But if they didn't, this is embarrassing. Paramount Plus put out the very first episode for free. By the way, awesome thing to do. I mean, they should have done that anyway. It's been out for several days now.
Wait, I thought he said this was a bad thing. Why did he say it was a good thing immediately after saying it was a bad thing?
And barely has 150,000 views. Barely. It's been out 2 days. It has 160,000 views. The iCarly reunion has 2.1 million views.
Okay.
The trailer for season 3 of Evil, which, by the way, is a good show. It definitely got super cringe woke at moments in season 2, but I was willing to, you know, give it a pass. I really like Evil. But anyway, there's a strong female character who don't need no man in that show too, but it's pretty good.
He really hates the stereotype he's made up. Like, is it possible for a show to have a character that is a strong woman? Like, is that not a valid type of character to have, or?
Hopefully they get back to more of what it was like in season 1 than what it was like in the end of season 2. But anyway, you have Halo. Like, a trailer for season 3 has 763,000 views. I don't know if I believe that.
A trailer is 34 seconds. The Halo series show is an hour. That's very understandable. A 30-second trailer is going to get infinitely more views than an hour-long video.
That it did that well. You know what I mean? 160,000 views. There's a fighter's chance that this video you're watching right now will do close to that. Now, I'm releasing
because it will be an 11-minute video.
It late on a Saturday, so maybe that's not the case. But when you also look at...
It didn't. It didn't. But that's okay.
The video itself, you know, and the response to it, it has 7,000 likes, which is low for a video with 160,000 views, by the way.
Okay. What is this supposed to prove, though? We've spent a lot of time talking about the YouTube views here, but what is this referring to, and what is this supposed to prove? Is this supposed to prove that the women made gamers angry?
Watching this video, leave a like on it.
I'm confused.
But it also has what you can't see is 1,500 dislikes. That's, of course, not something that I would call universally positive. And
what? What kind of metrics are these? Paul M says, strong independent women go get pizza without their husbands, and that makes Jeremy sad. Wah! Thank you very much for the $5. And true.
Also appears as if it is they are deleting comments. That's what it seems like to me.
Why?
You see 4 minutes ago, show must be hurting for it to be released for free. You know, who was the idiot that it decided it would be good for the master chief to take off his helmet. Yeah, most quote acclaimed shows don't fish for subscriptions on YouTube. Having it available tells you that what Paramount thinks now. If they only had folks who made a real Halo series, guess they wanted Halo fans to have memories suppressed too.
Americans are so motherfucking stupid. Guys, straight up. Okay, that's it. I'm changing my philosophy. My show will now cost $1 to access. If you want to chat on my website, you're in the future going to have to subscribe, because Americans are so stupid that they think that if it's being given away for free, that it must be worse. Holy shit. I'm just kidding, of course. My show will always be free. Please donate to support me and my family. I put a lot of work into this show. Subscribe, like, and donate. It's free because it's really good, and I want more people to see it. But, you know, anyway, let's continue.
Oh my God, I never noticed that Amblin TV was involved in this. That's Steven Spielberg's company. There's no way Steven would have found this CGI acceptable. Really love the Mass Effect show. Canceled my membership. I mean, there are people that seem to like it. Here's one. Wait, what? This is actually pretty good. This is awesome. It's epic. So people...
Okay, wait. He started by saying that he had a theory that they were deleting comments, but then he only found negative comments for like 5 minutes. What is he talking about?
I don't know. I guess I'll have to look forward to your comments in the comment section down below and see if you had any interest in this show, because to me, it's kind of... I don't know. You could make the argument that it's kind of desperate to release it for free on HBO. It kind of, or on YouTube, but it's also doesn't look good that nobody watched it. Bro, I've been a long-time Halo fan, and I'm saying the show sucks hard. The CGI is pretty bad. Man, is terrible. For a show with such emphasis on a tightly controlled system of military and politics, things went haywire a little too fast. I shouldn't have wasted my time on this. So much is wrong with this. The elites look like bloated Ninja Turtles. I mean, this is garbage. There are some positive comments, but there are very few.
So wait, he just proved that the opposite of what he was saying. He went into here alleging a conspiracy to hide the negative comments, and then all he found was negative comments. I'm so confused.
And I'm actually surprised that they allowed comments at all, or like and dislike voting. Reel us in to see what Paramount Plus is. I don't know. It doesn't. I don't think it looks very good. The overall show feels janky, but very promising. It's not great. But, you know, maybe they shouldn't have dismissed. Maybe these are just all people that are still angry that the writers were like, we know better than the people who have loved the franchise for the last 20 years. We're just going to disregard them and not play the video games. And there's angry people about that. But again, this is not how you appeal to the video game community when you need them to support.
This is pathetic. This is a pathetic video. Okay. I don't mean to bail out on the quartering early, but that was unironically pathetic. Do we want to grab like one of his like actual political topics or something? Because that was terrible. That was boring as shit. Here's him talking about Kyle Shittenhouse. Steven Crowder just embarrassed a Rolling Stone journalist. Anita isn't... Wait! He has a video about Anita Sarkeesian on March 29th, 2022. Disgraced, broke, and humiliated Anita Sarkeesian returns and declared she changed video games forever. Oh, come on. We got to see this. Come on. Let's just see what he's got.
Everyone, Jeremy here from The Quartering, and she's back. That's right. You may not even be old enough to remember.
He's finally awake. It turns out that his old fucking favorite, his old paycheck has returned. Remember how we were just talking about how the Demon Mama fandom has at like every time I make fucking content, the fucking extended Demon Mama hate fandom they get fed. They make their careers off of just hating me. And it's amazing. Anita Sarkeesian is the same way, but this guy is one of the ones getting fed. So you're looking right now at this sad motherfucker, and he's awake for the first time in the last 6 months because, oh my God, Anita Sarkeesian said something, and I can get 1 million clicks about it. And there you go. He got about 200,000 clicks.
The queen bee that was Anita Sarkeesian. Now, a lot of people said a lot of vile things about Anita, and I've never been one, and if I've done it in the past...
You were one of those, by the way.
It's just not okay to, like, take things personally. In Anita's case, she was and is still a masterful grifter and was able to essentially create a problem and then sell the solution to this created problem. The idea that there was any kind of gatekeeping in the video game industry and that men were the problem that needed to be fixed in the video game history. And most of her popular videos were about 10 years ago, and we're celebrating the 10th anniversary of a hilarious time in internet lore. I wasn't really around or a part of making videos about Anita. I mean, I have over the years, but at the peak of everything, I really was just about me opening packs of magic cards, I think, at the time. If you go back, her most popular video ever was 3.3 million views, which was just about 10 years ago, in which she promised to...
10 years. Okay, everybody, I want you to look right now, okay? Let's take a moment. We're gonna rewind back, and I want you to just observe, okay? This right here is what a hollow looks like. You guys know Dark Souls? I reference Dark Souls all the time. A lot of my audience likes it. I like Dark Souls, talk about Dark Souls a lot. This is what a hollow looks like in the real world. When you have been sort of sitting, you know, here. Let me see if I can find. Yeah, here we go. Here's our boy. Fucking. Let's find him, okay? Here we go. Here's our guy, okay? This is what a hollow looks like in Dark Souls, okay? See? The agonized expression, the empty eyes, gripping their head in agony because they've forgotten where they are and what they're doing. They've been sitting next to this bush for an incomprehensible amount of history. This is what a Dark Souls hollow looks like. This is what a real world hollow looks like, okay? So, empty eyes, sad, sullen appearance, lost in a dark basement, smells musty, can't remember why he's there, has been doing the same thing for 10 years and doesn't realize it. That's how you know what a real world hollow looks like. Okay? All right, I can't watch any more of The Quartering. It's time for us to spin the wheel. Okay? We're hiding this choice now. Are we ready to spin the wheel again? It's wheel spinning time, everyone. Ready? Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Yes! Oh, my favorite! Spencer Smith, the Christian cult guy! Fuck yeah! Oh, we love Spencer Smith! Oh, this is gonna be so much fun. So this is our friend. Okay, newcomers, here we go. Let's do our little intro. Everyone, welcome to the channel. If you are here, smack that fucking subscribe button. Wait a minute, I'm not supposed to say swear words in the beginning of a video. Let's try that again. Hey, everybody. Fucking Demon Mama the Gamer. No, I was kidding. What's that? You gotta mention. Oh, are you gonna mention who else has been watching him? Yes. Okay, here we go, everybody. Here we go. No, for real. If you're here, smack the like button, smack the subscribe button. We are about to do some more conservative cringe. Very simple segment on my show. We cringe at conservatives, and we talk about their arguments. Now, we're about to watch this guy whose name is Missionary Spencer Smith, and his tagline is Doctrine Matters, okay? So this is our guy. Now, we've revisited this guy a couple times, and he has a lot of very interesting videos. Now, here's a video called Has PragerU Gone Woke? We recently watched a Christian dad's review of Turning Red, which frankly was an absolutely unhinged journey. And we have a couple of, I want to see what he's put out. We want to see some of his other videos. And also, someday, we are going to be watching his documentary, or I don't know if it's good to call it a documentary. This guy made a series in which it's a conspiracy theory. He basically argues that the entirety of society is being controlled by the divine feminine, and this explains trans people and gay men. Now, he put an entire series out about this that we're going to watch at some point. And I think tonight we'll start by watching Has PragerU Gone Woke? This is a short video, and I think it might be a little bit funny, and then we'll go watch some of his other stuff. We've reacted to this guy a few times, and we're going to have a good time. Christian missionary, extreme guy, very funny. Let's do this.
All right, let's see what's on the TV today.
So, by the way, I can now... Oh, this is going to be good. Let's go. Let's go. This is going to be great.
Huh? Well, that's not surprising. Does everybody have to be a stinking home?
Yes. So, by the way, if you hadn't caught the drift, this guy hates gay people. Like, unironically. He, like, just hates gay people. And he thinks it's a really good thing if Christians hate gay people.
Is there not anything on this planet that is not absolutely filled with hope? That's it. I'm watching Andy Griffith. That's the only thing I'm watching.
Let's take a moment and see what others are saying about Spencer Smith's YouTube channel.
You might as well just take the time and go subscribe. Subscribe. So please subscribe so that little box has more numbers that just trail off the side of it.
If you enjoyed this video, click the subscribe button.
So please I'm kidding, but seriously, subscribe. Thanks.
Now listen, if you have not subscribed to a YouTube channel, do it right now. Do it today.
So I hope you'll understand what we're getting ourselves into now. That incredibly informative and very sensical video is basically exactly what's to be expected here. Okay? Let's find out. Ooh, let's see. Ooh. Mmm. Ooh. Mmm. Oh, boy. This is called "We Must Stand Against Putin's Christian Fundamentalism." Okay, so another thing about this channel is every time we watch it, there's a pretty good chance that we're going to receive direct psychic damage. So this is probably going to be one of the ones that's going to cause direct psychic damage. And let me explain why. The reason why it's likely to cause such intense psychic damage to all of the viewers is because this is going to be a gaze into the strange schisms among the right wing, which barely anybody in my audience is right wing people. Okay, you know that. Obviously, because I have a good audience that's full of non-shitty people. But right-wingers have their own little disagreements, and I think we're going to get to see into one of them. So this will be bizarre and strange, and I'm sure we're going to hear some fresh arguments about Putin and the Ukraine invasion, a thing that's been discussed at great lengths on the left, largely to denounce Putin. But we'll see what goes here. Let's find out. Let's find out the esoteric divisions of the far right, as Posadas John says. Let's go.
Now, this whole Ukraine thing is wild. Like, there's so many moving parts here. I want you to keep an eye on Israel as you're watching this, because Russia has moved arms on the border of Syria and has disputed the Golan Heights in the middle of all this. There's a lot of moving pieces going on right now. They're taking the capital. But one person has entered into this whole fight and spoken out that I want to draw your attention to, which drew my attention to something else. Very interesting stuff going on. And as Christians, you need to understand what's happening here. They're going to try to blame Putin for all this, and of course, I think he is to blame for all this. But they're going to try to tag a word onto him. And I want you to notice to see if you can catch this word that they're going to tag onto him, because if they tag it onto him, then they got you too. It's not good. I want you guys to pay attention to this. Hey guys, your friend Spencer here. There's a tweet put out today about Mariana Abramovich, and I'm going to tell you who she is in this video. You need to know who this woman is. She is a...
This is going to be amazing! Oh my God! Okay, guys, okay. Just so you know, Marina Abramovich is a performance artist. Marina Abramovich is the person who performed Spirit Cooking, the thing that the Pizzagate people were freaked out about. Yeah, that shit. Marina Abramovich performed that. It was a performance art piece, and conservatives freaked out about it for 40 years, okay? So I'm telling you right now, this is going to be unhinged. Oh, I'm so fucking excited. Let's find out where this goes. This is going to go straight into fucking... This is going to go into Pizzagate. It's going to get wild. Let's find out.
Major player.
So she's doing an act and they think it's real? Yes.
And all things occultic and satanic, and is really bad, just a horrible person. But here's what this tweet says. The amazing artist philanthropist Marina Abramovich urges humanity to collectively defend Ukraine and take a stand against Russia's Christian fundamentalism-fueled aggression. Christian fundamentalism-fueled aggression. They are blaming this on Christian fundamentalism.
They are blaming. One artist is blaming this. So that is really fucking funny.
Now, guys, I've looked into Putin and what he is theologically. He is anything but a Christian fundamentalist, but that's who they're going to try to blame on all this.
Oh, yeah?
This is a dangerous precedent being set. And
okay, so what you're seeing right now is a perfect example of the Christian victim mentality. Now, we've talked about this a lot of times, but Christians are literally have never fucking been persecuted in America, ever. There is never... Catholics, you could make the argument that in certain, and in fact, I would agree, in certain areas, Catholics have been, but evangelical Protestants have never been discriminated against in America. However, they will take a single tweet and they will take a tweet that criticizes Christians and they will say that this represents the entire world being against them. Christian evangelicals specifically fundamentalists, aka fundies, these types of people, they have to be victimized. And the reason why is because the Bible frequently talks about how people will be persecuted for their beliefs. So they believe, they are primed to believe that they are the victims of persecution even when they are literally the dominant religion in a place. It's absurd, okay? Let's continue.
This Twitter account is really posting a lot of this stuff, and this is actually Israeli terror alarm website, which is not state media or whatever, but is run by some Jewish guys apparently. And here's what
this is an account drawn by some Jewish guys, run by some Jewish guys apparently, and they said that Marina Abramovich said that Christian fundamental. Do you see what I mean? And now he's like, they're coming for the Christians.
They're tweeting. I mean, they're putting the Greek Orthodox crown king, Mr. Putin, which that's the whole deal here. There's a lot of Greek Orthodox influence, and he believes he's got some sort of religious right to take over the Soviet Empire again. But here's what this tweet says: the ever-wise Marina Abramovich is right. Putin's church and military czarist imperialism must be stopped. It represents the worst manifestation of.
Did he mean Russian Orthodox?
Militarized Christian fundamentalism since the Crusades. That language is really dangerous talk.
The guy who could, thank you very, very, very much for the 5 tier 1 subs. Deeply appreciate it. Thank you so much. Deeply appreciate that.
Because this is not Christian fundamentalism. Guys like Billy Sunday were fundamentalists. They weren't trying to take over the world. That is not what this is. And I want you guys to keep an eye on this, because this is what's probably going to be posted. They're going to try their best to tag Christianity onto Putin, and no doubt there's a lot of Eastern Orthodox influence in his life. The Eastern Orthodox Church has told him that there's some sort of religious crusade he's going to take on, and the Eastern Orthodox Church is like a Catholic light. It's like a derivative of Catholics. They're not Christians at all. Not on paper. If you read what they believe on paper, they are not Catholic, or they're not Christians. They're more Catholic than anything, really.
So first of all, the Eastern Orthodox Church is they are literally valid according to the Catholics. The Catholics they came to a great agreement and they reconciled their canons. So according to the Catholics, the Eastern Orthodox Church is valid. Yeah, they made peace and they said, no, we can actually sit down and figure out what we believe. And they're literally older. They're one of the oldest branches of Christianity. But see, that's the thing. Another thing that American evangelicals do all the time is they pretend that they're the only type of Christians and that everybody else is fake. It's really weird.
But Marina Abramovich was the one who came out and stood with Ukraine, and what she said wasn't anything weird or unheard of or anything alarming. But I want you to know who this woman is. She for all intents and purposes is a witch. I mean, this woman is an occultist. She does all kinds of just dreadful things. She does these weird sit-in routines where it's so bizarre to even.
We've watched, by the way, this one right here, this picture, we've watched this on stream. This was a beautiful, beautiful performance art. I can't remember what it was called. I think it was called Silence or something like that. And what she did was she sat at a table, and the idea is any person, it was a performance art piece. So she would sit at a table for 12 hours every day or whatever, a couple hours every day, and a random person would walk up, sit down, and look at her. And the idea was that you were just supposed to sit in dead silence in this sort of big quiet room and look at each other and see what you felt. And then that's it. You were supposed to contemplatively sit down and stare into the eyes of somebody else. Yes, it's called The Artist is Present. And during this, many interesting things happened during this performance art. But one of the most interesting things is that her ex-boyfriend, who she had not seen in 15 years, just showed up. And they had a very intense love relationship. And in fact, they ended their relationship by walking from opposite ends or from opposite spots on the Great Wall of China, walking, crossing paths, saying goodbye, and then going separate ways. And they had not seen each other since that moment that they crossed paths on the Great Wall of China. That was their breakup. They did sort of an artistic breakup because both of them were artists. And he came there and sat down, and she started crying. So she had maintained basically perfect facial neutrality for days. And then this guy showed up, and the moment they shared, she broke down crying. And it was really amazing. But conservatives and Christians being completely disconnected from anything and being unable to ever sympathize with any other person, they think that she's a witch. So, you know, performance artist, witch, what's the difference these days?
Explain to you what she does, but basically she is the one who trained Lady Gaga in the occult, and Lady
No! You guys are so stupid! Oh my god! Yes! I told you it was gonna get wild! I love Christian conspiracy theories. Yeah, Marina Abramovich trained Lady Gaga in the dark arts at Hogwarts.
Gaga is a witch. Don't pretend for one
Lady
second.
Lady Gaga is a witch.
Pop diva. She is not a pop diva. She's a practicer of mystic arts and mystic religion, and that's why she does the weird things that she does. And a matter of fact, USA Today put out an article a while back. This is 2020. There's no evidence to support claims that Lady Gaga is a witch. Yes, there is. There's plenty of.
There is plenty of evidence that Lady Gaga is a witch. I took my Lady Gaga albums and I threw them in the pond behind my house and they floated. That's proof that she's a witch.
I mean, there's tons of evidence saying that Lady Gaga is a witch. I mean, she went through the whole Monty. She got born again into the occult. I can show you all that stuff. It's open knowledge.
Show it to me. Show it to me.
And this is what the article says. On the eve of 2020 election, several artists took the Biden-Harris campaign stage in a final plea for the fan base. The next morning, adversaries rekindled old QAnon-adjacent conspiracy theories to discredit Lady Gaga's political outcry. The common theme, Gaga is a witch. Well, what is a witch? How do you define witch? Okay, I mean, if a woman is laying in the woods for days with a crystal, a body-sized crystal, and she's laying on that looking into the crystal for days on end, is that witchcraft? I mean, what?
I don't know, dude. Don't you guys like fucking starve yourselves so that you can get closer to God? Didn't you say that like watching Pixar films was letting the devil into you, and that like demonic possession happens via media?
What is a witch? Well, yeah, she is a witch. She's a high-ranking witch in the
She's a
industry.
witch.
Same political post highlighted slogan, "Battle for the Soul of the Nation," as evidence that Gaga was involved in something sinister. The Biden-Harris claim had been used the slogan since August. The slogan is not specific to Gaga, who only joined the campaign November 2nd. And cannot prove the stars involved with Satanism. Well, see, that's the thing. They're conflating terms. Witchcraft is not Satanism. These demonic spirits of witchcraft, sexual perversion, and child sacrifice are seducing too many Christians at an alarming rate. Jeremiah Johnson Ministries posted on Facebook. And so, I mean, you know, and by the way, this, if you remember back in the Clinton election, there was that spirit cooking controversy where they were saying, you know, let's go to my place, have a spirit cooking, and I mean, just there's so many wild occultic conspiracy theories surrounding all that. Mariana Abramovich is the one who was conducting these spirit cookings, and there's.
Watch this. You guys ready? You guys ready? You ready for this? This is gonna blow your mind. Okay? You fucking ready? Here we go. Let me get it. Let me get it. Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna bring it up. Hold on. Spirit cooking. 1996. Marina Abramovich. So the first one, I think the first one was submitted to the MoMA in 1996. Spirit cooking was the first project Jacob Samuel produced with his portable aqua tint box, working with Abramovich, a performance artist with little printmaking experience, in her Amsterdam studio. The artist chose to make a cookbook, writing a series of
aphrodisiac recipes that serve as evocative instructions for actions or thoughts. To allow the artist to create the accompanying etchings in a manner consistent with her body-oriented practice, Samuel prepared the plates with soft ground so she could scratch directly into the surface with her fingernails, and encouraged her work with spit bite, using her own saliva and nitric acid to paint on the plate. It's a piece of art. People put together a cookbook that was a piece of art, and then people, as a performance art, cooked the things in the cookbook, aka they made a show out of it called spirit cooking, which is performance art, and they pretend to cook the things in the cookbook. Literally, these Christians, they don't know that it's an art performance. They think it's real. It's like going and watching a Marvel movie, and they go, "Wow, how did they get that Hulk guy to turn green? How did he get so big?" Oh my fucking God. Yes, I know Christians do. Of course, Christians obviously struggle with separating fiction from reality, and they genuinely believe that anything that refers to magic is demonic itself. That's why they don't let their kids play video games that have fake magic in it, because they think that their kids will become witches from playing a game that has like fireballs in it. I'm not kidding you.
Just so much nasty stuff out there. Probably one of the worst things she ever did was eat a raw onion, and that was pretty bad. But I mean, just look at the pictures of this woman holding a dead goat's head. I mean, just this woman is satanic. This woman is straight out of hell. And she would put on these dinners where
oh no, they had an artist in the middle of the table.
All these celebrities would come in, and they would apparently, like, it was told that it was a joke, but they would eat human meat, and but I don't think it was a joke. And so there's so much surrounding this.
Yeah, you think they procured a ton of human meat for a public performance? Yeah, totally.
Woman, but she's come out in solidarity with Ukraine, and there are people out there, they're using her as speaking against Russia and tagging fundamentalism onto it. You see, she's the occultic woman. She's on the side of Ukraine, and so therefore Putin has to be on the side of Christianity, and they're conflating this into a occultic versus Christian thing. And what they're going to do, if this pans out,
who's they? This is one artist. Who is he even referring to here? Is he literally just doing the Jews they? Is that what he's doing? It seems like he might be, but like, that's very broad.
The way it could is they're going to try to make Putin the Christian side of all this. Like, he's the Christian guy. And he's the fundamentalist guy. And that is not true at all. But that's the way that they're going to try to spin this here. And it is dangerous stuff that they're talking. And that's just, I mean, just what's said in this tweet right here is insanity. I can't even believe that they would even say that. But watch this. They're going to try to blame this on somebody. They're going to try to blame this, of course, on Putin, but they're going to try to blame this on the Orthodox Church that's in his ear, which there's no doubt that that's what's going on. And what they're going to try to do with that is they're going to try to broad brush all Christians into all that. You watch it. It's going to happen. And we'll see how this plays out in the future. But we're going to keep you in the loop on this as it unfolds. So, hey, if there's a red subscribe button below.
Dumb guy politics is a massive. So listen, do you see the injustice in our world? That literal angry thumb men like this motherfucker can have giant channels where they just peddle frothing madness and nonsense, and in which they act like performance art is literal actual witchcraft, and they think that they're getting spells shot at them through TikTok. Like, these people, this is the world. These types of people are able to find success in this world. That's how you know this world is doomed. Truly how this world is doomed. All right, everybody. We must spin the wheel yet again. Are we prepared for the next spin? I am. I don't want... This guy's videos are like... We could do... Wait, hold on. We could do another spin,
Or we could watch one of his really long conspiracy videos. But they're long is the problem. That's the problem. He has these. Look at this. Here, look. Let me advertise them. Look at this shit. At the Great Third Adam, Missionary Spencer Smith. Third Adam 2, The Great Seduction. Third Adam 3, The Rise of the Divine Feminine. Third Adam 3X. We want to do... Okay, I should do this as its own segment. You're right. All right, we're spinning the wheel, everybody. All right, it's time to spin the wheel. Here we go. Here we go. Hunt for a new conservative! Yeah! We get to hunt for a new conservative! Fuck yes. Okay. All right. This means... Okay, so that means what we have to do is we have to go to a video of a conservative and we have to pick random ones from the comments. Here, let's go to this one and let's see what we got in here. Okay? How do we find the recommendation? It's recommending me things I like. God damn it. Hold on. Here's how we do this. Maybe we go down and we see what their featured channels are. Do they have a featured channel page? Christian manhood? Oh, no. Oh, no.
If you're going to be a man of God,
oh, we got to go incognito. Oh, we might have to do that. Christian manhood? Oh, no, it's this guy. God has designed men to be strong. What is manhood with evangelist Tim Booth?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we live in a
preacher. I don't know everything. God knows.
This audio! No, this is unwatchable. This is unwatchable.
There's a lot I'm still learning, but I'm surprised. When I was a young preacher, man, I just sit and soak up anytime I could get around an older preacher and want to learn. And I never, thought any of them was the fourth person of the Godhead. I knew they were just, human, but I wanted to learn what they had experienced. And
Okay. This is unwatchable, obviously, but I just wanted us to listen to that and have a good time, okay? All right, let's do this. We're going to start with Spencer Smith, and we're going to go from there. Here we go. Okay, Spencer Smith. Now, we're going to go to his video. We're going to go to his PragerU video here. All right, let's see what we've been recommended, okay? We got a Fox News recommendation. We got Self-Sufficient Me. Okay, that's interesting. We got Russell Brand video. We got Physics Girl, Paul McCartney, Fox News, 12-Tone, Rick Beato, Veritasium. This is not... Oh, we got his stuff in here. Dude, I'm in incognito. What? We must stop the woke mob from white-anting the West. Op-ed, woke Ukraine global order. Here we go, everybody. We got it. John Anderson. John reads to camera his op-ed recently published in The Australian. Let's do it, everybody. Let's hear it. These ads the fuck out of here.
At the same time as we marvel at the determination of the Ukrainians and their courageous President Zelensky to defend their nation's sovereignty, the truth is that we've managed to seriously weaken our trust in and willingness to defend the beliefs and ideals that underpin our own democratic freedoms. To be confident in our Western civilization is not the same as saying the West is without its sins. After all, we've been obsessed with them over the past 20 years. Racism, colonialism, patriarchy. This campaign has been so relentless and so without balance that Professor Frank Ferruti says that we're inculcating in our young people the idea that they are inheriting such a nightmarish culture that it's not worth defending.
True! It is! Yeah, that's right! Western culture is so nightmarish that it's not worth defending. Let's start over again. It sucks.
What would happen in Ukraine right now if its citizens had been convinced their own society was purely a force of oppression and not worth defending? And yet, post-World War II history is a remarkable declaration of what can be accomplished when the principles of liberty and its foundation, which is human dignity, form the basis of global order. And make no mistake, although the ideal of global order is often cynically sneered at and conflated with the so-called Great Reset, the Russia...
What the hell is a Great Reset? Am I not remembering this? An urgent need for global stakeholders to cooperate in simultaneously managing the direct consequence of the COVID-19 crisis? The Great Reset of capitalism? Okay. I've not even... Okay. It's a big old dog whistle? It sounds like restarting the world, like trying to restart the economy? What the fuck does this even mean?
The Ukraine situation is a sobering warning of what we would be in for sans global order. The strong do what they want and the weak suffer what they must, as the ancients had it. Such was not the case after World War II, as the United States had generously helped Japan.
This is literally like the strong. This is literally the words of the Volcano Manor in Elden Ring, like the murder faction. The strong take.
And the weak suffer what they must.
Hold on, wait, watch this. We can just overlay this right now. Hold on, watch. Sorry, we need to continue the video, everybody.
You. What in heaven's name are you doing here? The Volcano Manor is a pit of recusants who spit at grace and hunt our own kind. I hope you understand the weight of my words. Well, as long as you understand what you're saying. I thought you were tarnished, bred by virtue. Perhaps playing that part led you to your doubts, I wonder. But know that the path you walk is blasphemy and leads only to a miserable death. Before you consider hunting any of your own kind, think on that. This blasphemous path leads only to a pitiful death.
Wait, that's not his full dialogue. Where's the next one? I wanted the other one. I wanted his thing where he says the strong take. Here we go.
So, you killed Rykard. I harbor you no ill will. The strong take. Such is our code.
I harbor you no ill will. The strong take. Such is our code.
As the ancients had it. Such was not the case after World War II, as the United States had generously...
This guy is the boring version of Bernal. See, the reason why Dark Souls games work so well is because they make villains look like they probably should look. Unfortunately, this is what we end up getting. We get people like this who talk about the fascist, the strong future. Do you think this guy's ever fucking fought for anything in his life? Nah, this guy's a fucking pudgy dough ball who's never had to do a single thing in his goddamn life.
Helped Japan recover and democratize, and at the same time, at vast cost to itself, helped stabilize a volatile Europe. Its Marshall Plan both reinvigorated economies.
All right, this guy's boring. We need to find a different conservative. Hunter Biden laptop repairman reacts to latest developments. Piers Morgan left speechless over latest woke term. All right, we're going to go back. We have to go back and find a new one. Channels. About. Why don't these people have any fucking recommended, huh? What's this one? This is coal. Coalophobia? Oh, God. What is this? Is this the fucking Australian Prime Minister?
The member for Canning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Will the Treasurer outline to the House what the government is doing to ensure that Australia has a strong economy that creates jobs and reduces cost of living pressures? How does a competitive economy help hard-working Australians get ahead, especially in...
As the member for Hunter would know, it's coal that has ensured for over 100 years
The Deputy Prime
Australia
Minister.
has enjoyed an energy competitive advantage that has delivered prosperity to Australian businesses and has ensured that Australian industry has been able to remain competitive on a global market. Mr. Speaker, those opposite have an ideological, pathological fear of coal. There's no word for coalophobia officially, Mr. Speaker, but that's the malady that afflicts those opposite. But it's...
What the fuck? Okay, coalophobia. All right. All right, we're doing this one. Thank you for the delivery. We've got one. What Disney is planning is sinister and disturbing.
You might get yourself a little...
This is a video by a guy named Marcus Rogers. Marcus Rogers Ministries. All right, everybody. Here we go. I'm excited to see what fresh hell this is, and maybe we'll find recommendations from this guy. Let's do it. Let's find the fuck out what this guy's talking about. What is Disney planning?
Quiet.
It's time for church.
There are no churches in this town.
You're lying. Now get up. I made breakfast.
I'm gonna drop you off at the orphanage.
I don't know how much longer I can do this.
Okay. I'll stay. You don't have a place for me to stay, but it's okay now. I found my father.
I am in no position to be a father.
She has no other family.
This is an ad from Pureflix, by the way.
No place for child. Use my voice to hide. All unpacked.
Great.
You know you shouldn't smoke or drink. It'll kill you.
So will children.
All your alcohol and cigarettes. I threw them out.
What the?
That language. I've been in 5 different schools since mom died. The girls can be kind of mean.
Gotta treat school like prison. Go up to the biggest, baddest girl.
You gotta treat school like prison? Based! Oh my god, the Christians! What? What? The Christians, they know the truth? They know the truth. Well, okay, they're saying that like it's a good thing, but...
Punch her in the face.
Sup? You won't let go?
I won't let go, I promise.
You
You know, I've been exactly where you are right now. Where's that? Lost. Well, saved by love, Tommy. Doesn't always come in the form of a lighthouse or lightning in the sky.
Why are you so scared to go to church?
Just know it doesn't work.
All right, we'll do that then.
You just don't see it.
So full of love.
What's up?
You might get
All right. Enough. I can't handle any more Pureflix cringe. I'm not what they were gonna play another ad. We're not doing another one. Holy shit. Let's do this.
You know, laugh, a little chuckle when you see the creativity, obviously, of this artist mocking what Disney is pushing. But when you think about it, it's really not a
Aladdin X.
laughing matter, all right? Some of the recent headlines: Disney executive wants 50% of all characters gay or underrepresented. Disney executive wants more gay leads, despite many gay characters already. Let's see. Disney exposed. Leaked video shows officials pushing LGBTQ agenda. Now, they're responding to, you know, DeSantis. I think they were calling it the Don't Say Gay bill.
This guy's just sitting in a gamer, like an out of place gamer chair in like
what looks like a kitchen. There's like a over here in the corner, there's like a scale. And then he's just covering his own face with these random screenshots.
Right? And so, Disney,
Oh yeah, gender bending is sick. They should do more movies like that. They should make a movie where the entire plot is that, I don't know, like a gender bending curse. And the main character keeps having to change genders.
Folks are trying to push this agenda, but think about what we're talking about. We're talking about a children's show. We just had this conversation the other day about, they're wanting to push this stuff on second graders, kindergarten, third grade, and so they made a bill, hey, you don't need to be teaching this stuff. They had the gingerbread man that was like some kind of, I'll post an image right here that you can see, and they were like, this is inappropriate.
Where's
Kids
the image?
This age don't need to be learning about this.
Where's the
Teach them
image?
reading, teach them math. Let me as a parent, teach them the rest of the stuff. I don't want my kid in kindergarten. Come on. It's crazy. Kindergarten.
Wait, first it was second grade. Now it's kindergarten. And I don't even know what he's talking about. Also, yes, his hairline is crooked. His barber, he went into the barber and he was like, fuck me up, fam. And they were like, all right, I'll give you an uneven hairline.
Because they're trying to shape their mind. The truth of the matter is this, right? The Bible says we wrestle not against flesh and blood. There is a spirit behind this. Obviously, it's the spirit of perversion. So these people, the Disney executive that wants 50% of all characters gay or unrepresented, all right, it's not that they're just doing this out of the kindness of the heart. There's a spirit behind that trying to push an agenda to indoctrinate your children, all right?
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. We've stumbled on that type of conspiracy theorist. So this guy appears to literally believe there is a spirit that is pulling the strings at Disney. Let's find out.
The Bible says what?
That sounds great, Davius
Train up
Tilster.
a child in the way that they should go and when they're old, they will not depart from it. So Satan is trying to take that principle and say, well, I'm going to train up your child so that, eventually, when they get older, if we keep coming for the children and we indoctrinate all the children, then that's just their normal. Now, when I was growing up, they weren't teaching this stuff in school. This stuff wasn't all in the TV shows and every single cartoon. And think about it. What is it? Less than 1% of the population, but you want it in 50% of the movies?
I think he may have gotten his talking points mixed up there. I think he might have gotten his talking points a little mixed up there. Gay people are not 1% of the audience, and underrepresented minorities are definitionally not 1% of the population. So this guy's just mad about trans people, specifically.
Something is not right. And we got to wake up.
Those damn degenerates are existing in my society, damn it!
Aware of, you can't just let your children watch any movie anymore. You can't don't let them just
Could you do that in the past?
Don't let them just be on YouTube. Don't just let them, watch it. When I grew up, they had some Disney movies that, and people, they got different opinions about Disney. But it's just crazy that I look at the difference from my childhood to now my children growing up. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be careful. There's like agendas in everything. And you got those, I don't want to call them conspiracy theories, but they go back and, well, this stuff has been in Disney forever. At least it was more hidden. Now it's not even hidden. The devil's not even hiding. It's just out there. They're telling you. They used to try to sneak it in. Now they're telling you, like, no, this is what we want to do. 50% gay characters, but only 1% of the population. And notice how they always...
By the way, the lowest estimate that I can find is that 5.6% of the U.S. population is gay. Not 1%, 5%. So he's off by about 6 times. And also, obviously, that number is suppressed by the fact that tons of people lie about being gay. Oh, sorry, LGBT. I'm sorry. That's LGBT cumulatively. Oh, you know, I'm going to be mean. If he's got a fucked up haircut.
Try to attach the LGBTQ, unrepresented. So, they're obviously they're going to talk about, minorities and things like that. Black Lives Matter did the same thing. Remember when I went to the website and I pulled the website up and I showed you, they're like, we don't believe in the nuclear family. We believe in cisgender, transgender. The Black Lives Matter.
What? We don't believe in the nuclear family. We believe in cisgender, transgender. What is now? This is what we call word salad. I'm sorry. Can we try that again?
I went to the website and I pulled the website up and I showed you. They're like, we don't believe in the nuclear family. We believe in cisgender, transgender. The Black Lives Matter mission statement was that they wanted to come against Western society's view of what a family is, which is that traditional husband, wife, children. And in their mind, it's like, no, you can have 2 women, you can have 2 men. Why is this attached to Black Lives Matter, the movement?
Maybe because there's a shared struggle there. Maybe there are black gay people. Have you thought about that? And that there are black trans people? And that black gay people and black trans people get targeted by the police more than basically anybody else? Did you ever maybe think about that? No. This guy does not think.
They always try to sabotage these different things and push this agenda. And it's just crazy.
What's the agenda?
Like, what is it going to take? Like, I know they say, oh, Christians shouldn't be involved in politics. This dude, DeSantis, he's got a backbone. And whether, whatever way you vote or whatever, he is.
The guy who wants to make it so that gay kids have a worse time has a backbone. Yeah, totally, man.
Trying to do something really that's going to protect your children. Now, some people, I don't need my kids to be protected. I want them to learn about all that. No, you got to understand there's a spirit behind it. We wrestle not against flesh and blood. The devil is the author of confusion. They are trying to confuse your children.
Okay, then you must be the devil because I am motherfucking confused right now.
Why do I want to send my kindergartner to school? Very impressionable. For you to tell my kid, like, okay, yeah, your dad sent you here, and you got boy clothes on, but if you feel like you're a girl inside, why would I even want them to put that thought in their mind? Now, I personally believe that, obviously there's a spiritual aspect to it, but a lot of times kids are not thinking about a lot of this stuff unless somebody exposes it to them or puts that seed in their mind, right?
Social contagion. Remember how I talk about this? How most conservatives just believe that being gay or being trans is a social contagion, that you catch it from learning about it. If you learn that gay people exist, well, you will become gay because they believe that you can't be unhappy, that if they deprive you of the words, then you will never think the thing. Now, of course, that's motherfucking stupid because as it turns out, you can come up with the idea of putting your dick in somebody else's butt all by yourself. It's super easy to do that. It's super easy to go, wow, that boy is super hot and I would love to fuck him. Wow, that girl is super hot and I would love to fuck her. That's just in your mind already, especially if you're gay. Now, Christians, of course, they believe that it's spread because if you give it a word, then it can take root. But of course, that's ridiculous.
I believe that when you see with D. Wade's son, with a lot of even racism, kids aren't racist. You better put a bunch of kids in the park and you let them play. They don't care if you're black. They don't care if you're white unless somebody taught them or showed them otherwise. And so that's the reality. You have these adults, right, probably who are LGBTQ, and they feel like, man, I need to make it my mission. So I need to get in politics and I got to pass legislation where my sexuality is being pushed on children. I saw.
Oh yeah, that's what's happening. Again, just free-form mental spillage.
Some article about some, I believe it was an LGBTQ teacher. He was upset about the new law, if I'm correct, that he wasn't going to be able to tell his story with his children in his class anymore. I don't need you to tell your story. I need you to teach my kids how to read, teach my kids how to do math, teach them life skills, teach, if anything.
Damn, you're fucking entitled with somebody else's time. You want that person to do something for you, but you don't want them to be able to exist honestly as themselves? Wow. Talk about a fucking entitled asshole. Teacher, teach my students and don't ever talk about yourself. Do something for me.
You know, especially when they get older, teach them credit. Teach them about something that matters. That we don't need you to do. That's not what you're there for, to tell your life story. And tell my kid about all the stuff you're doing with your husband back home.
I mean, yes, that is true. He does have a very blatant bald spot right here on his chin, which is unfortunate. Maybe he should clean up his beard.
That's not what I sent them to school for. And what's crazy is people act like they
can't see. It's a good point.
That things are getting worse. They act like they can't see that, you know, children, you know, have just gotten worse. Look at the stuff that's going on in the world. When we grew up...
There's a lot of fucked up shit in the world. There's a lot of fucked up shit in the world, guys. Just look. Look at all the fucked up shit.
We was getting spanked. And there wasn't like, you know, obviously there was filth and stuff, but there wasn't all this. Look at the stuff that's going on in the world. When we grew up, we was getting spanked. And there wasn't like, you know, obviously there was filth and stuff, but there wasn't all this, you know, just blatant garbage and indoctrination, you know, in the movies like it is now. What? And I don't care what nobody says. These children are growing up soft. These children are growing up, you know, obviously a lot of these...
Do you think you're a hard guy, Mr. fucking Petticoat and Fade? Do you think that your fucking shit-ass pop beard is like doing you any favors? Do you think you're a hard guy? You look like you fucking came out of a fucking Claritin commercial. You've got fucking makeup on, bro. Is that eyeliner? That looks like eyeliner, my man. Do you think you're a hard man?
Young guys are growing up just very feminine.
Yeah, you want to fucking spank your kids, you weird pervert? Why do you want to put your hands on your kid's ass? What the fuck?
It's like they want the females to be more manly, and then they want the males to be more feminine. And what is that? That's the spirit of the Antichrist, because God made a man and a woman.
Dude,
and
what?
Remember, the devil comes as an angel of light. So they come to you and say, oh, it's all about representation and love and equal rights and all that kind of stuff. No, it's not. That's not what it's about. It's about you.
Have you guys noticed a trend? Have you guys noticed the trend? Every time we go and watch a Christian dad rant about stuff, they always end up bringing up how they want to hit their kids. Have you? I'm not kidding you. Every fucking time we watch a Christian guy, I don't know who this fucking guy is. We got him randomly from suggestion. And this guy's got a Christian channel. He's talking about conservative issues, and they always bring it back to wanting to hit their kids. It's the weirdest fucking shit in the world. Why are Christian dudes so obsessed with spanking their little children?
Your agenda. I always told people from the very beginning under Obama, I said it's not about gay marriage, because they had the, I forgot what you call it, domestic partnership or something, where it's like they could still live together. They could do everything a married couple could do. It's about coming against the definition of what marriage is. And then from there, oh, you've given us this. Now
anybody who says anything about the definition of marriage is automatically a moron, because keep in mind that marriage ceremonies vary literally from place to place. There is no such thing as the original definition of marriage. It's so stupid.
Now let's just take everything. We want representation in the movies. We want, you know, these people to be hired even at churches. Like
hell yeah.
It's like a takeover.
Good.
So we can lay
it is a takeover. Yes, it is a takeover. The queers are taking over, and weird homophobes like you are going to disappear. All of you are going to be done for. You guys are the last of them. The next generation is not going to be as full of stupid homophobes, because you're living in the past. Your ways are stupid.
We could be quiet, we could not say anything, or we could stand up, we could speak up, and we could stand together and say, no, like what DeSantis is doing, we need more people like that. Because now people are so scared have this politically correct.
You say people are scared. They should be scared. They're not. You think people are scared now. Just you wait. Just you fucking wait.
Society where people are, I don't want to lose my job. And so people are just going with the motion. But if we had more people to stand up like DeSantis and stand behind them, you know what I'm saying? We could do something. But it's hard to get people to unify about anything because, especially at least just the church. If we could get the church to get on one accord and stand and speak about this, we could make a difference. But the church got to be unified. We're all broken up into denominations and arguing about all kinds of stuff that's not a heaven or hell issue. Meanwhile, the enemy is united doing this stuff. Wake up, pray up, and be aware of what your children.
Freedom is a.
What? Why did he end the video without finishing his sentence? No! He ended. Oh! All right, let's see what else he's got to say. Come on. Come on, let's see what else he's got. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. This is the type of shit my church was like. Oh! Wait! Another Christian review about turning red! Uh-oh. He did a casting out a demon. Oh no! They posted a video of casting out a demon! No! Oh no!
No le pertenece, suéltalo, vomítalo, vomítalo, vomítalo ahora, en el nombre y por la sangre de Cristo, ahora, fuera, afuera, ahora, en el nombre y por la sangre de Cristo, fuera, ahora, vomítalo, fuera, vamos, vamos, vomítalo ahora, en el nombre de Jesús, en el nombre de Jesucristo, yo lo declaro libre ahora, por el poder de la sangre de Cristo Jesús. Le pertenece, no es tuyo, nunca lo fue, le pertenece a Jesucristo, le pertenece a Jesucristo, el Rey de Reyes y Señor de Señores. Hoy es una nueva criatura, fuera, en el nombre de Jesús, fuera, fuera, en el nombre y por la sangre de Cristo Jesús.
The US is fucking wild. I told you we live in the land of cults. This shit is fucking wild. Holy shit. Oh no.
So the fun thing with the serpent is, how does a serpent talk? What? And not only that, but why is the serpent's punishment?
What's going on, my brothers and sisters? This is probably
Here we go. This is called God Told Me Mark the Antichrist this morning and warn the people. Whoo, boy. Here we go.
One of the most serious videos that I've done in a long time. I've prayed about it.
True. Devious Chilster says, we have the best community ever. The imps are the best. We were watching an exorcism. The guy falls down and like half of the chat goes, wow, that guy's got a nice ass though on the demon. True.
And what I would encourage you to do as you watch this video, as I always say on every video, you need to just pray for yourself. Don't just take my word for it.
Pray, everybody. Let's
Study
pray
the
while
Bible
you're
for
watching.
yourself,
Specifically while
Make
you're
sure,
watching the video.
that you go even read the scriptures that I'm about to point out to you guys. So, study for yourself. The Bible says study to show yourself approved. All right. And so don't just take my word for it. Don't just believe me. Don't just listen to anybody on YouTube. Pray about everything and seek God for yourself. All right. Now, first things first, if you know that we're living in the end times, I just want you to type amen. There's a lot of Christians who don't believe that we are living, all right, in the end times. We see so many different things.
Got a bunch of amens. There's the amens.
The Bible prophesied. I mean, there's so many sick things that are going on in this world. The other day I saw some individual looking like he was attempting to rape a woman right there in a Walmart aisle. And, the book of Timothy warns about these things. Matthew warns about these things, how the end times were going to be. And we are, no matter what people want to think,
what?
we are on, like, what I like to call the train. Choo, choo, the end times train. And some people, they want to act like they don't see it. Some people want to act like, it's not happening. And this is a lot of churches as well. But the Bible says when you see these things happening, look to the sky, for your redemption draweth nigh. Now, I was just really praying about this morning about doing this video and how to do this video. And I think some of you are going to really be just, surprised at the angle that I come at this from. So
are we going to be surprised? I don't think anyone's going to be surprised, but let's find out.
Let's start in 1 John 2:18. Little children, it is the last time. We just said this. And as ye have heard that Antichrist shall come, even now are there many antichrists, whereby we know that this is the last time. Let's read that one more time. Little children, it is the last time. It's the end times. And as ye have heard that Antichrist shall come, even now, right now, when they were writing this in 1 John 2:18, there are many antichrists, whereby we know that this is the last time. Definitions of an antichrist: a personal opponent of Christ, expected to appear before the end of the world. All right. A person or force seen as opposing Christ or the church. Now let that digest for a minute. A person or force seen as opposing Christ or the Christian church. And if you look at John 16:2, it says, they shall put you out of the synagogues. Yea, the time cometh that whosoever killeth you will think that he doeth God a service. So this right here lets you know that antichrists are people who come against the church. But then also in John 16,
Mixed Dizzy says, good God, I forgot how deranged and disjointed fundamentalist thought processes are. People are conditioned and encouraged not to think critically, and they exist in a near constant state of heightened emotionalism. I'm not kidding when I say that, like, at least, like, there is a certain level of, like, almost, how do I put this? Yes, it is incredibly disjointed, okay? It is disjointed. It is paranoid. They form connections that are entirely built to suit their internal narrative, and no Christians are literally taught to not think. You are trained to not think about things. This is apparent in the previous video. Like they said, they don't want to give people the words to be able to say the word gay. They don't think that kids should be given that idea. They genuinely believe in limiting the minds of people. Yeah, I get that.
We see that there are people who think they're working on behalf of God, who are coming against God's people, and they think they're doing it on behalf of God. They can be that deceived. Now watch this. This is the verse that...
Also, this verse is always funny because Christians always believe that everyone else can be deceived, but that they definitely aren't deceived. They're like, yeah, even Christians can believe they're doing things in the name of God. Not me, though. I'm built different.
Really was like, wow. Romans 16, now I beseech you, brethren, mark them which cause divisions and offenses contrary to the doctrine which ye have learned, and avoid them.
Okay.
Mark them. Pretty much mark those that are working against the church, those that are causing divisions, those that are causing offenses, contrary to the doctrine which you've learned. Now, here's where we get into the issue, right? Everybody's got the right doctrine. Everybody's right, arguing with this one, arguing with this one. I've mentioned this many times before. What does the Bible say? The only thing you need to do to be born again, the only thing that you need to do to be a part of the kingdom. I don't care about your religion. I don't care how people try to argue. What does the Bible say? It says in John 3:3, you must be born again. The only requirement for somebody to be saved according to the Bible is to be born again.
Okay.
They don't have to subscribe to your denomination. They don't have to believe everything in the Bible like you do. According to the Bible, that's the final authority. It goes over your opinions. It goes over your religious ideas. It goes over your gang.
Okay. So then gay people can be saved. If all you have to do is be quote unquote born again, gay people, trans people, all fine.
Mentality, like, you know what, I rep this set, I rep this denomination, I believe X, Y, and Z. Guess what? The Bible says if someone is born again, they're part of the kingdom. And that's the only requirement. Jesus is the way. Jesus is the only way unto the Father. Anything else, when we start trying to make it a salvation issue, is religion. And nobody can show Bible otherwise. I've been doing this for a long time. Right? So think about that for a second. I beseech you, brother, mark them which cause divisions and offenses contrary to the doctrine which ye have learned. So here's the issue. Somebody reads the Bible and they see something and they start describing it as, okay, Pentecostal, okay, Baptist, okay.
Okay, this is boring. This is boring. Boring. We're going to check one more video by this guy and then we're going to check somebody else. Let's listen about Ahab and Jezebel vibes.
Made is the new way to renovate your bathroom.
Subject, I thought it was an interesting point to bring up. Now, I've been seeing a couple of posts in the aftermath of all this. You know, everybody's got an opinion. People are making videos. And this one is pretty interesting. I'll post a little screenshot here so you can see it, but it has over 10,000 shares. He says, I'm not a fan of this woman. I didn't want to put her name in my mouth. Any seasoned man knows what it looks like when another man is being led without a partner. If this woman can roll her eyes without speaking and transform her husband from laughing to anger, why didn't she use that same power to stop her so-called man? Will walk slow enough to be stopped. I didn't hear his partner make a peep. He says, man, we have to do better. We skip down to, he says, by the way, her next social media post was about herself, how she's ready for healing season again, not about the man that defended her honor, no apologies, no outreach. For some reason, I'm not surprised. It's all about her. You've looked at, her red table talks and
Haha, women be selfish and vain, am I right? Thanks, brothers.
People said, okay, the husband's supposed to defend his wife's honor, but where was she defending her husband during these red table talks where she's openly talking about, her entanglements? Then there was all the memes of him, crying, and people were joking about, the things that she was saying. And, she was just really embarrassing him. Any real man knows, like, they wouldn't be too fond, of their woman just out there doing that, all right? And then I've seen this other post. They made like a little movie poster kind of thing. You can see it right here, G.I. Jane 2, The Entanglement. They're calling Will, a simp. I personally believe that Will Smith just had a breaking point, and there is some kind of Ahab, Jezebel thing. Now, I told you guys before, I've read his book. At the end of his book, he clearly was into witchcraft. There's no doubt about it. He's like sitting in a hut. They give him some kind of drug. He's opening himself, all kinds of these spirits. And he talks about in the book, the stuff that was going on with his wife, the separation, the ups and downs. And anybody that's been looking over the last 2 years, he's been the butt of a lot of jokes just because of the things that she's been saying, the things that she's been doing. And we all know that if the shoe was on the other foot, right, Will Smith would be getting attacked. But a lot of women were like defending it. Oh, well, there's got to be some reason. Like if a man cheats, it's just wrong, right? When a woman cheats, well, there's got to be some reason why she would do that, and people are making all these excuses, for her behavior. But what I find interesting is he's laughing. Clear as day, he is laughing while, Chris Rock is making the joke. And then Jada just makes this look on her face, like this weird kind of look. And all of a sudden, it's like Will Smith transformed into somebody else. Like you could see it in his countenance. And it's like he goes up there, he smacks Chris Rock, not The Rock. All right, Will Smith would have never got out of that seat if it was 50 Cent, Tupac, August, somebody else.
What? Oh, come on.
It's like that he would have just sat there and probably laughed the joke off if it was anybody else. Chris Rock has a history of being on radio shows, talking about being bullied. If you've ever actually listened to him talk outside of comedy, he's probably not how you think he is in real life. He's like that little nerdy, weird, quiet kid, probably not going to fight you. Anybody knows that. So it's not impressive that you go up there and you slap that guy. Right? If it was somebody else, Terry Crews or somebody, because people often can keep the energy. They pick and choose who they want to get, buck with, but would you keep that same energy if it was somebody else? So that wasn't impressive. But something in Will Smith, it was like she looked at him like, if you don't do something about this, I'm getting embarrassed on TV. This is why I cheated. And, you could see it like something just shifted. He went from laughing to angry, then the back smile, and she's just looking at him smiling like, oh, now I love you. You know what I'm saying? So it's some weird stuff.
This is the most parasocial, weird shit that I can possibly imagine. This is the most weird projection. This is literally, right here, this is a great example of people being parasocial with like non-internet celebrities. Like, the term parasocial was invented originally to talk about like movie and TV stars, that people would form one-way relationships with TV, radio, movie stars. That's where it came from. This is a great example of exactly that.
You would think that she would want to cover her man, right? And the post afterward, it's all about her. It's just like, I don't know if there's some, and they talk about that in his book as well. She feeling rejected, she feeling, maybe not necessarily having her voice and things like that. Obviously, he loves her, but where does it come to where you cover him? Like, hey, baby, it's not worth it. He just told a joke, didn't like the joke, you know what I'm saying? But you can lose everything, or we can lose a lot by you going up there and hurting somebody. And a lot of men have experienced this. You're walking down the street, maybe there's a group of guys, sitting there, they say something slick to your girl, and now you want to defend her honor, you want to fight, but what if you lose your life? Now, obviously, this was not as crazy, but he could have lost a lot. The things that he built, that he worked for, got overshadowed by this. She didn't say nothing. She didn't try to stop him, and she looked very pleased. Like, the look on her face reminded me of a Jezebel, which often when I've heard her talk, it does remind me, of Jezebel, and does look that way. And I've told you guys how I feel Will Smith should have handled it as a man. Okay, he said something disrespectful, but considering, the place, the time, and the...
Guys, the cisheads are not okay. All right? Let me just tell you, the cisheads are so not okay. Their understanding of, like, relationships and social interactions is so demented and unwell. Holy moly.
I would have just went to him privately, man to man, said, hey, man, I don't appreciate, the things that you said about my wife. You need to apologize publicly and privately. And then if Chris Rock had kept the same energy and, said something else disrespectful, then I couldn't be mad if Will Smith smacked him at that point. But, I think any gentleman, any wise man, you just go handle it privately. I mean, think about it. You can't really, first of all, Chris Rock didn't even write the joke. All right, that's number one. But then second, you can't tell me that if Will Smith had yelled out, hey, man, that wasn't cool.
Yeah, that's a good point. Mixed Dizzy says, wasn't this guy just complaining in the other video we watched that this is a weak generation? So why is he stressing about Will Smith slapping a dude? Yeah, why the fuck does he care? He was just talking about how he's such a hard man. He wants to beat his kids. Do you guys remember that shit? We were just watching him talk about how he thinks his kids are too weak and he should beat his children. Yeah, you know, a real brave guy, a guy who wants to beat up children.
Like, you know, you think Chris wanna just apologize? Like, let's be real. Like, if Will Smith had just, even if he did decide to walk up there and he just whispered in his ear, like, hey, bro, that wasn't cool, man, apologize. You think Chris Roberts would be like, oh, man, nah, you whatever? Nah, he probably would have just apologized, said, oh, okay, my bad, I got it. So it's like, it's weird. It doesn't seem like the reaction was appropriate. And I do believe that, you know, it has something to do with her having, just from me reading the book, you know, the kind of effect and things that she's had on them. And then even you see the stuff with the kids, you know, they're a little bit different. And you look at, you know, Will Smith.
Hey, guys, I don't know anything about Will Smith as a person, but I think his wife mind controlled him and used spells in order to turn him into a wife guy. Anyway, just letting you know, this is wrapping up this Christian week, this week in Christian news.
Smith and his swag and the way that he kind of came up, you kind of get the impression like that weird stuff comes from, you know, Jada's side with all the heavy metal rock and stuff that she was doing. So I do believe
that there's some metal music is involved.
Some kind of demonic.
Can you explain what a Jezebel is? Okay, it's basically like, okay, a Jezebel is a term for it's basically like calling somebody like a fucking Karen. Jezebel is a character in the Bible who is she's a girl boss. Let's put it that way, okay? She's a girl boss, okay? She does a lot of bad things from the Bible's perspective. She's a girl boss, and she has lots of sex, and she's violent and stuff like that. And according to the, you know, again, from the Bible's perspective, she's not like a good person. And so it's usually a term that's used for like a militant feminist is the term that people will call like militant feminists, Jezebels. But also, as I understand it, there may be some like racial connotations as well. Yeah. From our perspective, I don't know. She's a girl boss. There you go. Yeah. It's also what they called light-skinned slaves because they were seductive. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. She's a seductive. She has lots of sex, so she's a slut. That's the other thing. Yeah, so it has a lot of negative connotations, especially when Christians use it. But there you go. That's who Jezebel is, for those who don't know.
You know, influence there. God made man to be the head. And Will Smith, man, like, he comes across, you know, as, you know, like that dude, but it just doesn't seem like he's that dude in this relationship. Like, she's going around having entanglement, she's doing all this stuff, like, it doesn't look like he can hold her accountable. Like, she just does whatever she wants, she just snaps her fingers, and, you know, he's got to do this, and it's just, something seems off about it, you know what I'm saying?
Jezebel has been a stereotype of black women for centuries. Well, yes, because also, again, like, it's rolled up in this idea of, like, a Jezebel being, like, a big, bossy bitch who wants power, and she has lots of sex, and she's evil and corrupted, and she controls men. It's literally, it's that ancient thing. So it totally makes sense that there would be more of a racialization of that as well. Because, of course, black women are always held to significantly harsher standards when it comes to quote-unquote aggression.
Will Smith he's had a lot of success. You know, reading the book, it seems like, you know, she wasn't always really even happy for him or necessarily even supporting him. Almost maybe like she want to compete with a man. And we see that a lot of times, like some women, they want, and Will is not that, you know what I'm saying, but some women, they want a weak man that they can control because they want to be the man. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's some women, they really...
See? Do you see? Do you see what I was just saying? Remember when I just said that about Jezebel, that, like, she took control and she did dude things? That's why I don't like her?
They want to be the man, you know what I'm saying? And so they looking for some man that they could, you know, snap their fingers and he just does whatever.
Jezebel's a girl boss.
They don't want to be the woman. They don't want the man to cover them. So when you really look at the relationship, it reminds me of Ahab and Jezebel, because really it's like she is running around, you know, doing the stuff
that totally makes sense. Spectacular Snyderman
to their women, you know, the scandals, the cheating, and all that kind of stuff. So, Bottom line is, let's pray for them. Let's pray for their family.
All right. Okay, everybody. All right. I want to watch at least one more video, but I want to find a good one. I want to find a good video, okay? I want to find a real good video. Our conservative hunt was mildly successful, but it's time for us to spin once again. Let's spin! Girl defined! We'll see. I'm having fun with this right now. I don't know if we're going to do games right now. I'm having fun with this, but we're doing girl defined. I don't know what girl defined is, but we're doing it. Let's figure it out. But first, I really, really have to pee, so I'm going to play the bathroom song. You all are going to like the stream. I'm going to play the bathroom song. I'm going to run to the bathroom. BRB.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door.
That's right, I'm back, everyone. It's time. We're fucking back. It's time to do some more. Okay, everybody? We have to figure out what's it called? Girl defined. Oh, boy.
What's that thing in your...
Oh my God. What the fuck? We're two sisters passionate about helping Christian women discover what it means to become girls defined by God. We believe that the one who designed us is the one who defines us. God's design for beauty, femininity, and identity isn't outdated or old-fashioned. It's timeless. Join us in discovering beauty, power, and freedom of God-defined womanhood. Oh, boy. Here we fucking go. Oh, yeah. Do we deserve happiness? If I'm single forever, will I have sex? Has online dating ruined real relationships? How to show you're interested in a guy. Sis, you don't have to be a boss lady. I left the faith because of you. Is it wrong to have zero desire for marriage? Best dating advice for Christian women? Oh my fucking God. 3 things I wish I knew about sex 10 years ago. Oh my God. Okay, we're doing this one. We're doing this one. We have to do this one. I have to figure out about the 3 things the Christians needed to know about sex. Let's do it, everybody. Here we fucking go. Let's go.
It's just Kristen here having this conversation with you guys, and we're just gonna have a little girl chat about sex, because this is something we need to talk about as Christian girls, Christian women, whether you're single or married. And having been married for 10 years now, I look back on my perspective and my thoughts about sex before I got married. I made the decision to save sex till marriage, to not have sex until I was married. And looking back, I can see some perspectives and mindsets that I had early on, even before marriage, that I don't think were really helpful in going into marriage. And I'm going to share.
Never, ever take advice about sex from people who waited until they were 25 to have sex the first time. Okay? Just holy do not. They do not know what they're talking about. Okay? I'm just telling you that right now.
Those with you, and if you're not married, you are going to want to stick around for this, and if you are married, I bet you can relate to me on a lot of these things, so stick around because I want to hear your feedback too. I want to say a quick shout out to all of you who support us on patreon.com. That was a drum roll, because you guys are the backbone of Girl Defined. Your support, even if you're like, I only give $2 or $3 a month, it makes a difference when the sisterhood collectively comes together and links arms with us. We see every single one of you, new patrons, old patrons, faithful supporters, new supporters, and as a small token of our thanks for your support, we create free monthly products exclusively for you guys. So, for example, this is one of our most recent PDF. They're all downloads, so you can get them instantly. How to discern a guy's true character.
Psycho shit. Guarantee you, this fucking book is psycho shit. This is gonna be the most, oh my God. I wish I could read this. Holy shit. I bet this is psycho.
A simple, practical, and biblical guide. Just really helpful things to think through. In fact, one of the dads that I know recently downloaded it and was like, oh, this is a great guide to use for, like, I guess he's evaluating guys that are getting to know his young daughters. And so
yeah, he's totally using it to get to know his daughter's boyfriends, definitely. Oh, yeah, he's definitely not trying to find a good guy. Oh, no.
So, I'm like, okay, we're helping the dads out, I guess. Another one, 50 questions to deepen your friendships. Really great questions. I use those myself in my friendships, and they've been amazing. Set My Heart, a 7-day devotional for drawing close to Jesus. Just a beautiful, look, it's like beautiful devotional. It's kind of hard
I don't care.
And trusting October is on because it is
okay, see, this is the thing. You want to know what's annoying? You guys, listen up. You guys have it good. I barely ever pitch my shit to you. By the way, like, subscribe, and motherfucking pay me for all the hours of content that I create for you, for fuck's sake. I barely ever make you guys listen to my goddamn ads. This person does 5 minutes of ads at the beginning of their fucking thing. Holy shit. I need to be so much more aggressive. You all have it so good listening to my show.
Personal, the most candid, the most transparent, intimate, on failure, with our ability to walk. I feel like you still have and Zach and I have been doing some things that I'm like, ugh, like, I wish I knew this 10 years ago. And I'm sure 10 years from now, I'll look back and I'll be like, I wish I knew that 10 years ago. And it's going to be that way till we die, right?
Okay. These fucking Christian women always talk like characters out of a I Think You Should Leave sketch. It's because I made a good Santa joke. I made tons of Santa jokes, and you guys don't respect me!
But today, it's been 10 years of marriage, and there are definitely 3 specific things that came to mind when I was thinking of this that I wish I knew. And so I hope this is helpful for you. If you're early stages of marriage, if you're single, if you're young, it's so good for us as Christian women to have these conversations because the world has them all the time, and we need to be talking about these. We need to be encouraging each other in things that impact impact our lives in really deep and profound ways. Okay, so the first thing is that before we were married, we were really seeking to honor God in our sexuality and just look to his word to guide us in sex, right? And basically what I'm saying is that in God's word, we see sex placed inside the covenant of marriage. And so we were committed to that, to enjoying sex within the covenant of marriage only. And so, like I said, we were virgins on our wedding day, and we read a lot of books leading up to that. And like each of us just separately, and then as a part of our pre-marriage counseling, one of the topics was sex. And it was really helpful to have counsel from a wise married couple speaking into our lives. But what we noticed on the other side of marriage is that so many of the wonderful resources, which they are, and I'm not discouraging growing through.
By the way, this is something that Christians do. They supplement living your life because, you're not allowed to drink, you're not allowed to do drugs, you're not allowed to have sex, you're not allowed to go to rock music things. So what they do is they substitute living your own life for getting counseling from the church. You go to the church and some other person tells you cool things, and you never actually live your life. You never experience or make any mistakes or anything. It's pre-marriage counseling? What the fuck? Just have a fucking relationship. What the fuck is wrong with people?
Helpful biblical resources.
Thank you, Marnie.
Thank
you for the $5.
Certain
Appreciate that a lot.
Right, for the man or the woman regarding sexual intimacy.
Oh, she pegs her husband
Within marriage, and certain labels that would be put on, like, oh, typically this is for a man or this is for a woman, or the struggles. And so you mentally start forming a box.
Yep. That's it right here. Oh, there's some, there's roles that you're supposed to do, that guys are supposed to put things into the woman, but, you can kind of,
box of like, okay, so expectations, like I should expect this or not expect that, or I might struggle in this way, but maybe not that way, or this is kind of how men and women think. And what we realized after marriage is that you really can't, like, yeah, stereotypes are stereotypes because it represents like a large group of people, but every couple is so different. And as I've talked to married women over the past 10 years, they're like, yeah, that was not a struggle for us at all, or this was one and we weren't expecting it because no one really talked about it, or whatever.
Oh, another thing. Yes. Thank you. Period. You just said what I was about to say. Period says she talks around the point so much. Whenever Christians talk about sex, it's really hard to know what they're saying because they don't speak specifically. And that's because there is a taboo in Christian circles around talking about sex. They avoid saying the word sex. They avoid saying the word penis. They avoid saying the word vagina. They're very afraid of these words. If you know a bunch of Christians, you've probably heard them talk about sex, and they use euphemism all the time. And so that's why it's hard to understand exactly what's being said.
And Zach and I encountered those things ourselves, and we just felt like before marriage, embracing stereotypes and kind of envisioning like, okay, those are the ways that we're going to struggle, or the challenges.
Okay, what she's saying is, okay, so like the stereotype is that the husband, that my husband will fuck me, but in truth, my husband wants to be fucked.
We're going to face, or
the most I ever heard my pastor talk about sex was in a men's group where he said, use lube. Incredible.
The expectations we should have. I don't feel like for us that was very helpful because we did not fall into all of the stereotypes. And it was hard because it was almost like having to get outside of the box and then really try to grow from that point on. And so I would just say yes, dig into the resources, grow biblically in your understanding, but keep an open mind and know that you are both two unique, different people, and the struggles that you encounter are going to vary outside of the resources that you encounter. And so don't lock your perspective in that box, but keep an open mind and really trust the Lord.
So don't be afraid. If you feel the pressure of God telling you to fill your husband's ass, go ahead. It's okay.
And seek his wisdom and keep that open communication between you and your husband every step of the way. And I think that will help you to overcome the challenges quicker, to not get
I
so
wish
discouraged
Posadas, John,
because
but
you're
I don't
like,
think so.
No, we have this struggle, but no one else does. Like, yes, a lot of other people do. It just may not fit the stereotype, right? And so keep that open mind and keep that unity, that conversation going, and try to not box yourself in. too early. So that was one thing. I know that might have been a little confusing, but just thinking back, I'm like, yeah, some of the stereotypes weren't helpful for us as we encountered certain challenges. Okay, this is the other thing, is that I think there's two ditches that we can fall into as Christian women based on our past. So for me, the ditch I fell into was, okay, I'm waiting to have sex until I'm married. I'm a virgin. And so it's just going to be like awesome and epic because I've waited. And we're not really going to encounter a lot of challenges. Like that was my mindset, whether I realized it or not. And I think women who are Christians getting married who've had sex in the past might fall into the other ditches, the ditch, which is like, oh, well, since I've had it and I see in God's word, like, okay, that's not the best. He calls us to enjoy sex in marriage only. We're going to encounter all of these different challenges, or maybe it's not going to be awesome because of that. And so both of us go into marriage with these perspectives, and I don't think either one are right, because I did encounter a lot of challenges. We did both as virgins, and I think in some ways it was like, oh, like, no, this should be perfect and awesome in every way because we've waited, and God just really had to grow us in that.
Do you see what I'm saying? Never, ever trust somebody who waited until they were fucking 25 to have sex. It's just, holy shit, it's so stupid. It's such a stupid way of doing things. It's one of the biggest flaws in like the Christian lifestyle, quote unquote, is the fact that they lock sex behind marriage, which almost guarantees failed marriages and bad sex. It's fucking wild. Where her sister waited until marriage to kiss? Fucking kill me now. Okay, guys, Christianity, like hardcore Christianity like this, like fundamentalist, like hardcore Christian lifestyle people, it's miserable. It is fucking miserable. These people have no sex. They have no game. Oh, no. Oh, God, no. You sent me it. Okay, we'll have to look at it. Oh, God, no. It's a video. Oh, no. Okay, let's just continue. I can't get too distracted. No stun locks, everybody. Let's go.
To show us like every part of life has challenges, no matter what your history is, and each might be different. But the thing that I want to say that I wish I had known is that, and it's something that like not a lot of Christians talk about. My good friend, Dr. Julie Slattery over at Authentic Intimacy talks about this all the time. And she's amazing and has been such a huge resource in my own heart and life regarding sexual intimacy and marriage. But the thing is that regardless of where you're coming from, we all need sexual discipleship in our marriage. Even before marriage. And what I mean by sexual discipleship is, you know, as women, we get a lot of discipleship in our relationship with God, in our prayer life, and overcoming specific challenges like worry or fear or anxiety, or growing in certain biblical principles. But so often, the area of sex and intimacy, we don't get any discipleship in. And so whether we're coming into marriage as a virgin or we're coming into marriage having had a lot of past sexual encounters and we feel like we have regrets or we feel like things should be perfect, we go into marriage and then we receive no discipleship on the other side of marriage regarding sexual intimacy. And we're just left to like figure things out on our own. And it's so hard.
I wonder why Christians might be left to figure everything out on their own when they stigmatize sex to an unbelievable degree. And you're not helping. You're not helping by advocating for a system in which instead of just living your life and having sex like a normal person, like a fucking human being, instead of just having sex organically with other people that you like and learning from that, instead you're advocating for the church to give you a sex mentor so that you can avoid having sex until you're married. And then when you run into issues with the fact that your husband likes to get pegged and you don't like to do the pegging, then your sexual mentor can tell you, well, just slap your husband a little bit so that he gets the feeling of being a little faggot, but then, you know, make him fuck you like usual. That's their mentality that is their approach towards sex, and it is so demented.
Hard. And what Dr. Julie Slattery has encouraged me in, and what she's encouraged so many women in, is we need to be sexually discipled, just like every other area of our lives as Christian women. sex is a very spiritual reality too. It's like sex points to something. It's a metaphor that points to a deep relationship that God desires to have with us. Like, it's so much more than just what it seems on the surface. But there are very real challenges and things that we face. And regardless of which direction, which path we came from into our marriage, we need sexual discipleship. And so that is something that
Yes, Dwayne BL12 says, this is why I am in favor of premarital sex. You can't marry someone you're not compatible with. What if you don't like men or women? What if you're bi? That is a very good point. Marriage, if it's going to be anything, should be an emotional and interpersonal bond. It shouldn't be about rushing so that you can have sex. But Christians, because Christians are dogmatic, they don't actually think about what the outcomes of their thing is. They ban sex because the Bible told them that you have to be married to have sex. That's where their worldview comes from, and they do not deviate from that, even though it makes things worse for them and it makes it harder to be a Christian. So fucked up.
I wish that I had, that Zach and I early on had pursued more. And I think that leads right into my last thing. What I wish we had done is I wish that we had a godly couple that we had asked before we were married, a godly couple that we trust and know and had a relationship with, to not just do pre-marriage counseling, but a couple on the other side of marriage who could specifically walk with us, like mentor us as a young married couple and walk with us through all issues of marriage, but specifically, I think, discipling us and helping us grow in our sexual relationship, and a couple where we could be vulnerable.
What is this? What the fuck is this vocab? This is how people who are really deep into Christianity talk to each other. It's demented. It also fries your brain. Christians don't know how to talk to anybody else. They just repeat things like discipleship and fellowship, Christian buzzwords. It's wild. Why does it sound creepy? Because it is creepy. Mentorship and shit is perfectly fine, but what they want is they want to build a factory. They want to build a factory that churns out Christian couples, and they want their entire life to be planned step by step. For every single step is planned. Yes, you are born. You go to Sunday school. From Sunday school, you graduate to Christian school, where you are brought up to be godly. And then you bump into your husband, your chosen husband, the husband that God chose for you. And then you get married, and you are counseled in your pre-marriage. And then afterwards, you are hooked up with a church approved couple who will teach you how to put your penis into his asshole. It's so unhealthy. It is so messed up. And keep in mind that all of this is in order to preserve like ancient power structures. I'm not kidding you. All of the shit that Christians do to make themselves miserable, to bend themselves in their lives into these agonizing positions, all of it is to try and preserve a long dead status quo. It is so fucked up.
And transparent and say, we're encountering these struggles, or we didn't expect this, or, how do we make this awesome? Like, how do we love each other well in this, like in the bedroom? Just those candid, honest conversations with another godly Christian couple.
Invite another godly Christian couple to fuck with you. Fuck your husband's best friend who also wants to fuck you. Have a threesome. Hire a prostitute. Have a good time.
I think that would have truly been so impactful for us. And so that is what I encourage you to. But the third thing, so one is that stereotypes aren't always helpful. Two, whether you're a virgin or not, sexual discipleship is a must going into marriage. And then the last thing is that I've learned over these past 10 years, what I wish I knew, is that truly we can live without sex. A lot of people don't get married who are Christians, and they stay faithful.
Oh no. Oh, God, no. They have a dead marriage. Oh, no.
In that journey, and they don't ever have sex, and they are just fine. I'm not saying it's not hard. Totally. I know there are a lot of struggles in that, but we can live without sex, but we can't live without intimacy. And if you're wondering what in the world that means, Bethany and I did a video recently with that exact title. You can live without sex, but you can't live without intimacy. We take a deep dive into that topic. Also in our book, Sex, Purity, and the Longings of a Girl's Heart, we dig into this as well for single.
There's a lot of people saying a lot of things.
in the comments right now. A lot of people saying maybe they're asexual. That is possible. I want you to understand just for a minute, this is not to downplay the existence of asexual people. There are fuckloads of genuinely asexual people out there. But let me propose to you the fact that Christians make women, like, functionally asexual. The Christian lifestyle is so cruel, to women. The way that they punish female sexuality, the way that they punish female sexual expression, the way that they punish women seeking out help about sex. It makes it so agonizing that a lot of women just take the hit. They just don't, they stop being into sex, or at least they might be into sex, but the difficulty of engaging with it becomes so stressful and traumatic that they just don't want to do sex anymore. Can you give an example? Yes. Imagine, here, let me give you an example. Imagine you're a woman, okay? And you get married at 18 to a guy that you're smitten with at Christian school, okay? So you're 18 years old, you get married the moment you turn 18 to this boyfriend you've had at Christian school for a year, and you totally think he's going to be awesome, he's kind of hot, he's a strong, masculine Christian guy. You get married, right? And before you get married, you have to do a whole bunch of discussions, and the entire time you're having those discussions, all of it is fixated on how you can better serve your husband sexually once you're married, and how you need to make sure you keep your purity, but afterwards you need to serve your husband. And then you get married, you're like, okay, whatever. You get married and you have sex for the first time in your entire life, and it sucks because neither you nor your husband knows how to have sex. So the first night that you have sex, it blows. The next time you have sex, your husband is bad at it, and it's not pleasurable for you. The first 15 times that you have sex, your husband comes and you don't come. And the entire time, your husband is sort of making you feel bad, like there's something wrong with you. And so maybe you go to Christian counseling and they say, oh, well, it really isn't about pleasure. It's really about fulfilling, your husband's needs in marriage. So instead of having a good time with sex, now sex has become a chore. Your husband rolls up when he wants to, fucks you, you don't come maybe he'll figure out how to make you come once in a while, but maybe he's just an asshole. And all that you get is constantly being told that you must be doing something wrong. Either your faith is weak, either your sexual desires are wrong, or you're performing poorly. Do you understand now? Now that I've walked you through that, you can understand why you wouldn't give a shit about sex anymore, would you? Would you? Yeah. It's bad, is what I'm saying. Hold on, let me see what this is. I was sent something. Yes, right here. This. I get the point you're trying to make, but I have yet to meet a heterosexual woman who enthusiastically participates in sex. That's because you people make it agonizing for women to engage in sex. I'm not kidding you. I'm not making up any of this. I'm not even being a little bit exaggeratory here. Christians make sex miserable for women. The reason why there's like a stereotype of women not having lots of sex is not because women have have no sex drive or that women can live without sex. It's the fact that Christians make it agonizing for women, and over time, women just learn to not give a shit about sex because it's not a good time for them. It's like if every time you went to eat a cheeseburger, there was like a packet of bitter water or something hidden in the burger. Every time you eat the burger, it just tastes like bitter garbage. Eventually, you won't have the taste for a burger anymore because your mind is going to associate, every time I eat a burger, it tastes bitter. But the truth is, there's something being put in there that's ruining it for you. Yeah, it's bad. It's fucking bad. It may just be my homo talking, but hearing about heterosexual sex makes me uncomfy. Let me tell you this, as somebody who grew up in the Christian culture, and
only narrowly avoided the decision to wait until marriage for sex because I realized that was ridiculous and insane. It is miserable. The Christian lifestyle around sex is agonizing, okay? Agonizing. Mixed Dizzy says, church was miserable for me as an asexual, andro-romantic AFAB too, because they insisted you have to fuck your guy and I don't want to fuck. Yes, they literally believe in the consummation of marriage. All right, let me see here. Let's look at this. So, Susie Clem says this is a good description or relevant. Let's see. This is very interesting quality.
It wasn't really like the movies. So they make it kind of like... They make it seem really simple and it just happens. Yeah, and they make it seem like it's a piece of cake, but it's really... Sometimes it does take some, creative thinking, I guess. It was good, but I guess not quite as good as I was expecting. Well, it was a little painful the first time. It was actually really painful, but... Yeah, we consummated the marriage on the wedding night.
That is agonizing. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Incredible. Wonderful. Oh, boy. All right, let's continue, everybody.
And married women, like sex isn't the end-all be-all, and how do we have a biblical perspective on it? And so basically what I'm saying is that when I got married, especially having waited until marriage to experience sex, I think there was this perspective like it was going to fill this part of my life and my heart and pleasure in a way that nothing else does, which it is a very unique, beautiful experience, a celebration within marriage, and it's awesome. But I think I had placed it on a pedestal that wasn't healthy. Like it was going to in some way complete me or be the thing that I never had. And now I'm going to be totally satisfied in every way. And what I...
Again, she is just describing the literal effects of her worldview. I spent my whole life waiting for sex. And then when I had it, it wasn't that big of a deal. Wow. Maybe you should have just had it earlier and you'd be having better sex now. Listen, holy shit.
Realized is that the true need of my heart, even more than a sexual experience, or more than deep sexual relationship with my husband, is I need intimacy even more than that. First and foremost in my relationship with God, because that is where that hole that we might feel in our hearts, the true longing, the true need of our heart is to walk in a right relationship with our Creator. He's the one who made us, and we will only truly be satisfied when we're walking in that intimate relationship that God designed us to have with Him. No husband, no boyfriend, no amount of money, wealth, sex can fill what God only created us to find in Him. That's why you have so many celebrities, people with a lot of money, access to whatever they want, and they're still searching. They're still trying to find that answer because it can only...
That's weird. A lot of Christians are doing that too. A lot of people who found God still live in miserable lives. It's almost like that God thing doesn't do a whole lot for you.
Be found in our relationship with God. So looking back, I realized my greatest need, it isn't sex. My greatest need is intimacy, first and foremost with God, and then second with my husband, because a really good sex life in marriage doesn't just come from having really good physical sex, but from cultivating a relationship that is intimate relationally, intimate spiritually, intimate on every level, where you have a deep friendship and you share your heart. You're so vulnerable. You're so transparent. There's trust. There's integrity in the relationship. And out of that intimacy, that's the most beautiful foundation for then sex to thrive, because it's an expression of the intimacy that you share as a married couple. So first and foremost, sex isn't our greatest need. And that is something I've seen over and over again, that my relationship with...
So the 3 things that she wished she knew about sex. 1, keep an open mind about stereotypes. 2, the church should give me a sex mentor. And 3, you don't really need sex, so you don't actually have to have it if you don't want to, basically. This is the weakest video I've ever seen on this matter. I think literally Abby Shapiro's video on this was better.
with God satisfies me more than anything else, and that true intimacy is cultivated in my relationship with my husband and then expressed in the beautiful, intimate act of sexual oneness. So I would love to hear from you. Comment over on Instagram at GirlDefine. Grab a
Boy, is that grim. Can I just say, I am so fucking... Can I just tell you, I am so fucking happy that I'm a raging gender freak faggot. Holy shit. My life, oh my God. Sometimes I sit down and I look back at what my life would have been if I tried to follow the trajectory of the church. Oh my God. Oh my God. Holy fuck, I would be miserable. No, God, no. Please don't let these Christians discover me. Jesus Christ. Oh, it makes me stressed. Thinking about this type of agonizing life. Okay, we have another one we got to do, though. Hold on. There's another one of these girl-defined ones we have to do. Hold on. It's, hold on. Kiss. Hold on. Oh, boy. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay. All right, we watched this one. All right, here we go, everybody. We got to watch on the website. Let's do it. Here we go. Oh! Wait! They privated the kissing video! The one that you linked is privated! We can't watch the I Saved Myself for Marriage kissing video! It's privated! Oh no, what to look for on... Oh, let's see what they say to look for on a first date.
What's up, sisterhood? We're going to be talking about first dates today. This is actually something several of you have asked about recently. Like, okay, we know like the kind of guy we should look for. We know red flags. We know all of that. But how do you actually go about a first date and what should that look like? So we're going to dig into just kind of like a practical, real fun girl chat topic today. I actually dug really deep into this topic on the podcast over at the Girl Define Show. So if you're wondering,
it is.
like, okay,
wait,
I like
we have it. We have the kissing video. It's on Facebook of all the places. Hold on. It's on Facebook. We can watch it. There's a way. Hold on. There's a way for us to watch it. We can do it. Oh, Facebook coming in clutch. Okay, hold on. Facebook coming in motherfucking clutch. Here we go, everybody. Let's do this shit.
Ministries, and today we are going to be talking about why I saved my first kiss for marriage. So actually, as y'all are watching this video right now, I will be on my honeymoon. I'm not married yet, but when you see this, I will literally be married. I will be Bethany Beal. Yes, I'm so excited about that. So when you watch this, I will be doing all sorts of kissing, and I'm not ashamed of that. I'm so excited. I cannot wait to be doing that kissing. But right now,
I'm gonna cringe.
I'm
gonna do all kinds of kissing. I'm gonna be kissing on kissing and kissing all over the place. We're gonna be kissing on the couch, kissing on the table. I'll kiss his upper lip and his lower lip.
Not kiss Dave. We are saving our first kiss for when we are husband and wife, and that may be so weird to some of y'all.
No, it's unhealthy. It's not just weird. That's bad.
You might be like, I have never heard of that. But it's actually been a really cool thing, and I'm actually really excited about it. And I'm excited now to kiss Dave, but when you watch this, I'll be excited that I had kissed him. Anyway, so this idea came about. Like, it wasn't something that I just always knew. I remember when I was a teenager, I think both of us.
Yeah, I remember
We read these books by some Christian authors, and they were sharing about how they, you know, did not grow up in a Christian home, and they had all sorts of boyfriends and girlfriends and did all sorts of stuff that they did not.
Okay. I don't want to do any sort of like body language reading here, But I'm just going to say, this girl, this whole video, she's been giving me the I'm bullshitting energy. As in, this girl definitely fucked, and she's just playing the part. Come on. Look at this. Come on.
You know, like about they kind of regretted it and wish they hadn't. And when they kind of became Christians and got more serious, they met each other and they were like, what if we did something so radical? What if we waited until we were husband and
dumb bitch. That's what she's thinking. In her mind, she's like, my sister is such a dumb bitch. She's like, this dumb bitch waited for her marriage to kiss. I've already kissed her husband. 100%.
wife to actually kiss for the first time. And it was a totally radical idea, but they decided to do it. So they ended up getting married and they saved their first kiss for their wedding day when they were husband and wife. And for some reason, that just like really
I remember reading that
me.
story, yeah.
You remember it too. We were both, you were a little bit older, but we both read it near the same time. And I remember in that moment.
Look, oh my God, there's no way. She's just sitting here nodding uncomfortably as her co-performer over here is just like, I can't wait to kiss my husband. I'm gonna kiss him so much. We're gonna kiss and kiss. Marriage kisses are gonna be the best.
Thinking, wow, I wonder if I could do something like that, because I know God says that we should save sex for marriage and that intimacy ultimately is reserved for marriage. But what about kissing? What about some of those smaller things like that? Like, what if we could save that or not do?
No! No! Rumors swirl that popular Christian vlogger forced her husband to attend conversion therapy. Oh no! No! Since the couple have kept viewers up to date, some individuals have questioned David's sexuality. There are rumors floating around that Bethany made Dave attend a conversion therapy. According to glad.org, conversion therapy is any attempt to change a person's sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression. So is the rumor true? Since going public with their love story, social media trolls have attacked the couple's romance with harsh comments and questioning Dave's sexuality. According to numerous social media posts, Bethany and Dave allegedly opened up about the latter attending conversion therapy twice, but it was reportedly deleted. Oh my God! There's a video that they made where they talked about it, but it was deleted. That's what she was talking about when she said, keep your mind open. I was right. I was literally, I was so fucking right about the pegging. How can I be such a genius? How do I have the eye? I have the cursed eye. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. I still can't believe that the woman from Girl Defined has a husband who went to conversion therapy twice and they didn't kiss until marriage because they were saving themselves, and it just appears she has no idea that he's gay. This shit is just online and documented. Insane. Oh no. Let's continue.
Do that until we get married. So for me,
if you have the videos about the conversion therapy, I need those. I fucking need those. Give me the videos. If you have the link, I will watch those. I need to see those right now. Anyway, let's continue this one for now.
This was just a personal conviction because obviously the Bible doesn't say you shall not kiss until you get married. But I just thought, how inspiring. I did not expect this road to last as long as it has.
30 years?
So when I decided like, hey, that would be a cool idea. And then
she's 30.
each year, like, yeah, this is a cool idea, right? But I'm excited. I'm really excited about it. And so having decided that and really having walked it out now, it's been really awesome just to see like, wow, I'm so excited to experience this bit of intimacy, kissing with my husband on our wedding day. Like, it's going to be so amazing.
Guys, we have one life to live. If you spend 30 years of your life never venturing out and engaging in sex when you want to, by the way. Obviously, there are people who have no interest, and that is perfectly fine. But clearly, these people have interest, and it's their religion preventing them. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's so depressing. Again, thank God that my faggotry was completely unrestrainable. Thank goodness that my gayness was so strong that I couldn't control it. Holy fuck.
So no matter what you take from this video, we hope that you'll just be inspired to think about just those smaller aspects, I guess, of romance in kind of a newer way. And instead of thinking like, oh, like, yeah, of course, everyone just kisses. Like, maybe take a step back and think about it a little bit differently.
I think it's really cool that you and Dave are doing that. And you do get a lot of questions about that. And I know I got a lot of questions about it because Zach and I did the same thing. And now we've been married for 7 years. And so we have literally been enjoying kissing and having so much fun, intimacy-wise, for over 7 years. It has been awesome. But before I was married, I remember really thinking through and processing this. And Zach and I even had some conversations like, are we going to kiss? Are we not going to kiss? And as we talked through it, it really came down to this heart of wanting to preserve all forms of intimacy, like physical intimacy.
This girl isn't lying, but this one is. This one's lying. This one's not lying. This one is. That's my guess.
For marriage. And as we looked at God's word and saw God's heart for purity and calling us to walk in a way that's pure and to really honor the other person in our interactions and not act in ways that would be tempting or provocative towards the other, we really just stepped back and said, you know what? If God has marriage for us one day, we're going to get to enjoy all of this, just like you.
She says she hasn't had sex yet. Oh no.
You and Dave are actually enjoying now, because you're married, right? As we watch this.
In future times.
And in future times. And so we were like, wow, if we're going to get married and God has marriage for us.
Yes, this is true. Crabe says these two exist in every church. It is absolutely true that there are at least two sisters in every church. One sister who pretends to be super pure and is lying about it, and the other sister who is actually pure and has no fucking clue. Every church has that exact format. Every last one.
How cool would it be to preserve these things, honor each other now, really focus on purity, and then on that wedding day and beyond, like, just have at it and have so much fun. And, you know, looking back now, 7 years into it, people will ask, like, was it worth it? Do you regret it? And I'm like, you know, something I didn't know that would happen.
Thank you, Natalie
as
Marie.
We've been married now for 7 years, is looking back on those days before we were married, having a guy and building a relationship with him and seeing how much he desired to honor me physically. You know, a lot of girls will email us and say, my boyfriend's pressuring me. All he wants is sex. All he wants to do is make out. And I'm struggling to wonder, like, does he actually value me as a woman, as a person? Does he want more than just sex? And having a guy in a relationship.
Okay, all right. This is painful, but I am receiving feedback from the audience. I'm receiving feedback that this video is actually the one we should be watching right here. So we are going to now watch Dave and Bethany engagement story.
Start my video.
Yep. There we go.
All right.
Here we go. Everything is live now. I feel like this one's so far away, but that's okay. So we have Instagram and YouTube, and we're so super excited for everyone to be on here with us.
That's right.
Are you excited?
We're so excited, and guess what? We holding hands. For those of you who have been following our story, you know that this is a special moment.
We're so excited. So I know people are probably just getting on because I told them on the video that we would be on Instagram and YouTube, but I know it takes like a quick second. I just want to adjust this though while everyone's getting on.
Is he expressing visible discomfort? Yes. This is genuinely, this man is radiating discomfort.
Where it's straight. Does it look straight?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the light.
Wow.
I knew it looked dark or something.
Defined straight. Oh, nice.
Defined straight? Oh my God. He fucking knows.
Now you can see us.
This guy is 100% fucking the pastor or the pastor's son. 100%. This guy is gay as shit. 1000%.
Now hopefully you can see us. We might look a little bit brighter.
Ah, yes. Actually, babe, you look lovely.
Babe, you look lovely.
Oh, y'all, we're so excited. Okay, we're just adjusting things because I want everyone to have a great time watching, and I want this to be tilted down a little bit. There we go. So we're so super excited to be with y'all and hanging out with y'all. It's been a big week for us.
Sure has.
And for those of you who have been following Girl Defined for a while or been following me, you have probably, I know some of you have said like, wow, it's been so fun to follow along on the journey. And after all these years, you actually get into a relationship and then get engaged. And so for those of you who have been following Girl Defined or following my journey for like years now, I'm super excited that I get to share this moment with y'all. And those of you who are just newer to Girl Defined or newer to our story, we're super excited that you're here too, because we want to keep sharing. So
Yeah, this has been a long time coming, has it not?
has it not?
Hey,
It
how
has.
old are you? 29 years, and this is the first time this happened. That's right. That's right. It's a
That's
big
true.
deal.
I've never had
It's a
one of
big
these.
deal.
So, oh, y'all, I can.
Is this not cathartic, my lovely chat? Is it not cathartic to know that you are not living this life right now? Is it not cathartic that that no one can truly make you? I think I would rather get tortured in a cell than ever find myself in this situation.
I cannot wait to tell you
Uh-huh.
the story and for us to share, but I just want to make sure that hopefully
I'm going to do this a little bit.
you're going to move it a little bit.
Just a little bit this way.
Okay,
What do
I
you
just
think?
don't want it to be leaning like this. I want it to be straight up and down.
Straight up and
No,
down.
Like
this.
Like, yeah, not tilted.
Oh.
Like that. Okay.
Okay.
Hopefully y'all can hear it. Does that make
I
sense?
just felt like I was too much. That
Oh.
was too much of me.
Okay, so I just don't want anyone, I know some people are still getting on and I don't want to start because I know someone said they missed the notification, but we're
Kaboka says, what's the over-under on her being oblivious to his being obviously gay? Well, if she made him go to conversion therapy camp, well, then in all likelihood, she knows she knows that he's gay, but she's in denial about him actually being gay. She thinks he just has a problem with sin, you see. So, my read of her is that this lady is 100% in on the grift. This is definitely the type of, I get the virgin energy from her. I believe she has never kissed until 30.
super excited that y'all are on here, super excited. And just so you know, we can't really see the comments because the cameras are kind of far away. So if you're asking questions or anything right now, we can't really see. On YouTube, I can't see anything, and that's okay though. But we will post this video to Instagram Live for the next 24 hours, and YouTube will be up permanently. So you'll be able to rewatch this video anytime, share it with your friends, share it with your neighbors, share it with your grandma, whoever, and share this story. And for us, it's really special because then we'll have it forever.
That's true. Yeah. We are thrilled.
Oh, yeah, we're very super thrilled. All right, honey, come on.
This
Okay.
is an absolute, okay.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. No, you're still
This
talking.
is a thrill. This felt great. All right. Do you want to
So
start?
what do you think?
Yeah, I think that we should tell them the story.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do, y'all. We're gonna tell you the whole story from
Beginning
yeah,
to end.
from the beginning to the end. And so the
ass off.
beginning starts with him because he's the one that decided that he wanted to keep. I was excited and he kept wanting to be excited. So
All right, here's
What
how
happened?
it goes. About 2 months into our relationship, give or take.
yeah,
I don't remember the exact day, but I think somebody wrote it in her journal.
I have it somewhere.
Yeah. I told Bethany, we were at a wonderful, authentic Thai restaurant, as you do, and I told her that I wanted to marry her, and that I was sure. And I was very, very specific about that, and that was a definite update or upgrade in our relationship and just the way we were talking. And so that kind of started it all, because the whole point of that stage of the relationship before engagement was to figure out whether or not we should be married. So about 2 months or less, I feel like it was less.
Pretty fast.
And I have had it all figured out. I definitely wanted to marry her.
Dude, that's because you didn't. That's because you don't care, man. No offense. She's got a nice house.
And now it was just a matter of getting on the same page about that.
And you weren't, at that point, you weren't asking me to marry you.
Was not saying, yeah, no. Not
You
at the
were
Thai
just-
restaurant. Please.
He wasn't saying, like, will you marry me? He just wanted me to know, like, I am so there.
Yeah, her dad is hot, right? Rezel says, I wake up to see the stream is still on. I decide to hop in and say hi to Mama and the imps, all in good fun. And then I see Girl Defined. Girl Defined, Mama? You can't do these sorts of things to me. I'm scared. Girl Defined scares me, though I fear no man. Both of these sisters have unhinged eyes. True! They do have unhinged eyes. This is terrifying. This is a hostage situation. Anyway, let's continue.
I know I don't have any more
Yeah.
questions that I need answered. I'm so committed, but I know we need to keep getting to know each other.
Because then she'd
And I
have...
was shocked. I was like,
Yeah. Then you'd have some time to be able to get used to the idea. And that's actually how it happened. So we had a couple things that we wanted to do before we got engaged. So even though I had expressed to her my desire to be married to her, and that I was sure, we were reading books, going to classes.
Reading books and going to classes. Only Christians would turn dating into that. We had to go to the library to consult the ancient texts on how to have a relationship with another human.
Like pre-engagement counseling, stuff like that.
Lots of things.
A lot of things like that. And
so good, though.
Churches are gigantic societies of ultimate control. This is how churches do. They rope you in. You're suddenly consulting the church for every decision in your life. They control you.
Oh, I really loved it.
Yeah, highly recommended. And I've grown. If you go back to a few months ago, I wasn't this convinced that this is a great way to do relationships. I really think that this is great. You know,
This is a great way. Yeah, I think this is really good. Dude, this guy does not fucking... This dude does not fucking care at all. This is the least interested. She's totally into it. And this guy's like, yeah, this is definitely the right path. Anyway, honey, can we fucking hurry this up? I gotta go sext online with 15 dudes.
that was one way that, this is the way we're doing it. But I really think that this has created a strength in our relationship. But that's off the point.
I like that point.
Do you think churches are malicious with their control or not? It depends on the church, but many, many, many churches are definitively malicious with it. And by malicious, I mean they think they're doing what's right, but they're very open about the fact that they're trying to control you. And they rope you in by telling you that it's good for you to be controlled.
Good one, point. Yeah.
All right.
He's sure smart things.
So, anyway, we were doing those things. One of the things we wanted to do before being engaged was go visit my family, because she hadn't been with my family since we'd been in a relationship. And so we wanted to go, and she had met them previously a few years back, but we wanted to actually kind of officially, like as a couple, go and visit them, which we did. This was
not that long ago. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, April. So this last month. And it was fantastic, and she was sweeter than I.
And y'all might have seen, because I posted some videos and pictures and everything. So really quick on what he was saying.
Yeah.
7 years, I was probably like 7 years ago,
Yeah.
is when we met actually at a church in Fredericksburg. And so we went there, and I went there, his family was there. And so I remember having multiple conversations with his sisters and with his mom, so it's not like they were strangers to me. And him and I have known each other for quite a while, which is why we can be in a 7-month relationship and be engaged, because we were really, really good friends. Like our friend group for like probably a solid 2 years before we even got into a relationship. And so all of that leading up until this moment has been all a part of the journey, you know? So when you go into a relationship having known someone, you know, you went to church with them and their family, and then you were super good friends, like on a close level, like they're in your home, your friends are friends, it really makes a difference. So I think that is just a detail that might be helpful.
That's a good point. Yes, that's a
Well, there's two things going on here. There's one, this girl's painful virginity on display, that she doesn't know what it's like to hold hands or to like snuggle with somebody because she's awkward, because that's how Christians are. And this guy doesn't give a shit, like blatantly doesn't care.
Really good point. And so we
Oh my God,
had a
Dave
conversation 2 months ago or so.
Yeah.
We went for a walk and we were talking about the timeline and specifically about, okay, like, do we really want to get married in October, which is the month that we've been talking about. So if we want to get married, do we want to get married in October? Are we still thinking of that? Now, at this point in the discussion, we're not engaged yet back then. And so we're having a conversation like about when we would be getting married, but we don't know when we would be getting engaged. And so it was a very interesting conversation because one of the things that we expressed to one another was our desire to not have an engagement that was really shorter than 4 months. We wanted at least a 4-month engagement.
Yeah.
That was specifically something that Bethany expressed, and so.
One second, we got a comment from chat. Rezel says, Mama, on a serious note, this is a bit of a sad situation I see here. I went through conversion therapy for half a year, although it was a lighter version without any of the physical stuff. It fucked me for years forward as I was gaslit to the point of being unable to make any decision, even like having to choose what's for breakfast because of decision paralysis. As the main line they beat in my head was, what I feel is a delusion and I can never trust my emotions. Rezel, first of all, from the bottom of my heart, I'm really sorry you had to go through with that. That is something that I also, I never had to do strict conversion therapy. I avoided that, although my entire life, my church was incredibly propagandistic and extremely fundamentalist when it came to sex. So we were, through all of my schooling, we were basically introduced to conversion therapy talking points via the school that I went to, even though I managed to avoid ever having to go to any sort of conversion therapy thing. As for what you said about the way that that religious conversion therapy and also religious people undermine your ability to engage with yourself, that is something that I also experienced. On this channel, I've talked about how when I was younger, I used to have trouble making decisions about like which clothes I wanted to wear or what cereal I wanted to eat or where I wanted to go after school, specifically because in my mind, I would always be asking, well, where does God want me to go? What does God want me to do? And obviously, God can't answer that question. So this is something that happens to a lot of people who grow up religious. And Rezel, I'm really happy you're out of that. And I promise you, even if it takes a while to heal, know that you will. It is okay to let go of that past and throw it into the ground and start anew. Life is longer than you think it is, okay? Much love to you.
I'm on the walk thinking to myself like, oh, we are running out of time. Like I need to get on this because for sure I do want to get married in October, but I was thinking that maybe 3 months for an engagement, that would give me a little bit more time for, you know, get the ring together.
So here's, let me jump in and say something. So we did not want to have a very long engagement. Like I didn't really want like longer than 6 months.
Yeah.
And I didn't really want any less than 4 months. And so I just, you know, like if we were going to get in.
I think his little like, whatever this forelock thing he's got going on here is a little much, but I think he's cute. Thank you very much, Semi-Mighty Duck. Is that a pompadour? I thought a pompadour was bigger. It's like a coif? Yeah.
Engaged. It was like, we know if we're getting engaged, we know we want to get married. Like we're committing to that. And so I don't The idea.
He's got nice skin, I'll say that.
Having like a long engagement, you didn't really like that either.
Oh, no, shorter the better. Yeah.
But for me,
I
I'm
was
like.
for 3 months even, yeah.
He would be okay probably with 3 months or, you know,
it's
like, just hard. It's would be really stressful. And just with all the stuff that's going on with Girl Defined right now and like just a lot of busyness of life that I've already committed to, it would just make it super hard if it were any shorter than that. So it was kind of like having just an open and honest conversation. Like we're getting to that point where we're pretty sure like this is it. And so you just kind of have to have a conversation like, are we really wanting to get married this year or not? Because if we do want to get married this year, we kind of have to get serious about that. And if not, then we can just like chill and relax. So that was kind of the conversation, just more like, you know, we know why we're here. This isn't like a game. Like we're clearly here for a very
Okay, we're going to jump ahead a little bit because I see something wild. Okay.
Girls or something like popping out like, oh, I'm taking pictures, you know, and they wouldn't want to do that either. But it was like, I just wanted to know that it was going to be just us. But what I would have wanted was exactly.
He owns a ukulele. Okay. He also owns a ukulele. Look, owning a ukulele doesn't make you gay, but it adds to the pile if you're already suspected, okay? It is one of the gayest instruments.
It would die to have pictures of in the moment, maybe just not like someone that we knew super well, like, oh, look, they're getting engaged. And so he was so sweet, and basically I had no idea that he had arranged for a photographer to be there hiding like behind a tree, literally taking pictures of our engagement, which is like the sweetest in the entire
confetti, doves, laughter, happiness, children laughing.
Maybe we'll take an Instagram poll on that one afterwards.
I feel like we can decide now.
So we're not thinking anything weird. So
I'm kidding. I tease.
He teases. So we haven't asked any bridesmaids or groomsmen or anything like that. We'll probably have those. We haven't even got there. So we pretty much have decided on all that, but we haven't taken any steps forward with that. We know who we want our flower girls, ring bearers, everyone like that. We know all of that.
Yeah.
We just don't know if it will look traditional, like, okay, here come all the flower girls, or if it will look different. But we know we want to have those special people in our lives, but we don't know exactly what we want it to look like. So we're so excited. And I have like an amazing...
Okay, come on. I'm sorry. Listen to this guy.
Or if it will look different, but we know we want to have those special people in our lives, but we don't know exactly what we want it to look like. So
totally,
we're
honey.
so excited, and I have
we're so excited. Oh yeah, I'm really excited, guys. I am so excited. I just can't wait, guys. Oh my fuck, I can't wait to put my penis into my wife's vajiji. All right, we got to do one more, okay? We have to do one more. I need to see this. Guys, I am so excited. Dave tells all. Wait, Jimmy Snow has a video about the conversion therapy. Wait, we can watch.
There has been a lot of
Holy shit, Jimmy, you're loud.
Speculation and question around whether or not Dave or Dav, I still am not sure, partially because of laziness, whether or not Dave, who is the husband of Bethany from Girl Defined, whether or not he went through conversion therapy. And honestly, it's one of those things that when the rumor took on this huge life, it was actually worth addressing, and it would appear that Dav or Dave, I'm just going to say Dav because that's how it's spelled, that Dav has decided that that is true too, that it is worth finally addressing now here a long time since that first sort of showed up. So we're going to talk about it. We're going to see what he has to say. I'm Jimmy Snow. This is Dear Mr. Atheist. Let's do this.
Oh, okay, so he's just watching the video. Okay, we're gonna watch the video then. I thought he had some like an investigation, but he's just watching the video. We're gonna watch the video. All right, guys, we're watching the direct video. If Jimmy Snow's just reacting to the video, we're just gonna react to it fresh. Let's see. Guys.
Here to set the record straight, I'm gonna tell the truth about me. There's a story on the internet about me that probably has a few different types of variations. But I'll just sketch out the general story as I understand it. So the story goes something like, I am actually not straight. I'm not heterosexual. I am gay. And I've had to go through conversion therapy. I've actually, according to the story, gone to conversion camp twice, and so that's the story. And so, to anybody who's heard that and has reached out in a very kind and compassionate way, just worried about me, worried about my, my state of being, and just very kind and compassionate. I just want to thank you and say I really, really appreciate that. Your compassion and kindness and care does not go unnoticed. And I know that's not the only category. There are other, categories of trolling and stuff. It's the internet. But I just wanted to set the record straight. That whole story about me, being gay, going through conversion therapy, all that stuff is completely not true. It's a lie. It's false. And so that actually should be really great news, right? Great news. I have not been through, damaging, heart-wrenching conversion therapy or therapy of any kind. I've never seen a therapist for anything. I mean, it may happen down the road for different reasons. Like going crazy, but so far there are no signs of that. But definitely not. I've never been through anything regarding being gay or anything like that.
This man loves to say the word gay. Okay? It's not... The things that are telling me that this is not true is how much this guy loves to say gay and how he keeps doing his hair very dramatically towards the camera. I'm sorry. I'm getting Milo Yiannopoulos energy here. I'm getting I know what I'm doing energy.
I've never been through anything regarding being gay or...
Come on!
Like that. This is the internet. So the... stories circulate and they're not all true. And this one's definitely not true. It's all not true. The whole entire story is not true. There's supposed to be a video that we uploaded. I think our engagement announcement video from May or so of 2018. When Bethany and I were announcing our engagement, and that video has gotten I think over 1 million views now. Because it's been popularized, I guess, because of this story. Like on TikTok, people will show this video or something like that. I don't know. And anyway, so I've heard that we actually talked about my conversion camp experience there, or my conversion therapy in that video, and then we removed it later or something like that, or re-uploaded it. I don't know. Anyway, that's also not true. That didn't.
Oh, this motherfucker's lying. This motherfucker's lying. Oh, it's somewhere in that video we were watching. It's somewhere in there, or they edited it out. Oh, no! How are we gonna find it?
Happen. So let's see. I hope this can set the record completely straight. And the reason I haven't addressed this, because this rumor and story has been going around for about a year and a half or something now, maybe even longer. I don't know. The reason I haven't really addressed it is because why would you need to address something that's completely not true that people on
yeah, bro. Okay, bro.
On the internet talk about? Probably.
Attention!
Bazinga!
Attention, everybody. I'm here to tell you that the transsexual allegations are false. Okay. I can't. I can't even tell you why I would ever need to address such ridiculous claims. But let me tell you, I am not gay. I am really not gay. I don't love coochie. I don't love cunts. I don't love dicks. I don't love none of that. I am not gay. It was all made up. It was all made up. It was all made up. Fuck me.
Should generally not.
Did you guys, were you convinced, everyone? Were you all fucking convinced?
Have to combat, complete fabrications. And so this is one of them complete fabrications that I didn't really feel like I needed or wanted to to try and go knock down. Why should I have to do that? But the more I thought about it, the more I was thinking, well, for the purpose of, in this particular case, for the purpose of people who actually are worried and actually do have care and just compassion and have been led to believe that this is the truth about me and my life, for that purpose, it makes I think it's the the kind thing to do to at least try to set the record straight. Great news, everybody. Haven't been gay or to conversion camp. I'm not that person. So let's celebrate that. And at the same time, those of you that have expressed compassion and care, keep doing that, but do it about things that actually have transpired and actually happened, that actually have been verified.
Yeah, you can't verify that I went to conversion therapy. So, yeah, maybe you should pay attention to things that have been verified. It's never been verified.
This is a word to me too. Don't believe everything you hear on the internet. It's a crazy, the internet's crazy. It can be pretty crazy. There's plenty of awesome stuff on the internet, but it's also crazy.
Like gay porn?
I guess that's it. In 5 minutes.
Boy, oh boy. So this is the other video. So wait, maybe in this one there's more to it. Let's see.
Reached out in
Let's see.
We're going to skip forward a little bit here, but where it was just paused on that face was not something I was doing on purpose. This is the way the video has downloaded. I think actually the video acts bad differently the way it is on Instagram. It shows other parts of the video, but yeah, the video is messed up. Nothing I can do about it.
Not true. It's
imaging, and I kind of wonder if this is more the case, he acknowledges that that's what people have been projecting to him, that they're worried he went through this damaging thing. And he goes on to mention he's actually never been to any kind of therapy. And so, listen, there's going to be a lot of people that are like, he could easily be lying. Obviously he could. I don't suspect he is. While I find...
It's okay. I do.
Much of Bethany's not sort of promoting personal gay conversion therapy still extremely damaging. Now, Dave is...
So there's no 100% evidence unless somebody can get the original upload of the Dave and Bethany engagement. Apparently they talk about it there. Apparently it's in there somewhere, and we didn't watch the whole thing. So where do they talk about this?
He has an amazing family. It's like we are so blessed to have people who can just come alongside us and support us and help us. And I mean, like, my sisters have like all these skills, so it's like perfect.
I wonder. Hold on. Can we check this?
Thrilled. I have been unbelievably blessed by her, just what she's thinking of when it comes to a wedding, and just like totally like, oh, this is gonna be the best wedding ever. Like literally a fun wedding. I know, but like one that's just fun to, come to, and that is like
transcript.
It's just gonna be unique and fun.
I am super excited, and so hopefully we will be able to provide a way for everyone to watch it at some point. That would be either then or later, so that's a big priority.
Hold on, let's search. I'm reading through this real quick. Give me just a second, everybody. We're gonna have to search this. Let me search it real quick. I want the true. Yeah, but you can't control F the whole thing, can you? What? Hold on. What am I supposed to search for? I don't know what I'm searching through.
Entire world. And so she was feeling super cute. I was feeling she was super cute. And
You look so handsome.
I mean, uncomparable.
What am I supposed to search for to find this? That's the problem. It's somewhere in here. See? Dicks. No, Dicks is not going to help. They talk about pre-engagement counseling, which is a bit weird because he said he never went to therapy, but he did clearly go to pre-engagement therapy. Maybe they just don't consider that therapy. Well, everyone, we'll have to look different. We'll have to look deeper. Okay, everybody? Here. If anybody finds it, if you look through on your own and you find the clip, tag me on the Discord and let me know, because I would love to have confirmation on that. By the way, I am 100% sure that guy is gay as fuck, personally. I am convinced, okay? Whew. Oh, that is fucked up. Oh no, you clipped my I'm not gay bit. Oh no. Attention.
Bazinga.
Attention, everybody. I'm here to tell you that the transsexual allegations are false. Okay? I can't. I can't even tell you why I would ever need to address such ridiculous claims. But let me tell you, I am not gay. This is unhinged. Really not gay. I don't love coochie. I don't love cunts. I don't love dicks. I don't love none of that. I am not gay. It was all made up. It was all made up. It was all made up. Fuck me. Did you guys, were you convinced, everyone? This is amazing. I have to download this clip. See, oh, by the way, YouTube added a fucking clip feature. I'm going to share this clip right. Wait, oh, I can't, wait, can I share it directly to Twitter? No, it'll deboost it. I have to download it and then re-upload it, right? Holy shit, this is so good. Wait, I want the clip. No! No! Why did it do that? Hold on, I want just the clip. I want just the clip. Here's the clip. Here, Grime Dango. Here you go. There's the clip. Somebody download it. Somebody download it. I gotta save this. This is so poggers. I have to save this, okay? Hold on, I'm gonna put this. Wait, I'm gonna put this in here. We need this. We need this for the clip. This is great. Yeah, the clipping is great, by the way. Wait. One of the Girl Defined members was a Nazi? No! No! Come on! Girl Define's... Come on, this can't be real. Girl Define's great-grandfather, Johann Grosslöcher, was a member of the NSDAP since 1925 and was a Nazi mayor of Staffelden, Austria. He was arrested multiple times in 1934, likely for participating and leading Nazi demonstrations. During her honeymoon, Bethany and her husband posed in front of the gravesite of her great-grandparents. Savvy users quickly noticed the names and looked them up, only to discover the details listed above. Bethany began deleting comments inquiring about the Nazi connection. The post was still up, the questioning comments were not. One of Heidi's sons is nicknamed after him. Oh, no! Oh, God, no! This is terrible! Why? Oh, shit! The gay pride movement and their sneaky agenda, responding to the homosexual movement, keeping marriage straight, why the Bible will never recognize gay marriage. Screenshot of another deleted article in which Kristen has a meltdown over Disney revealing LaFoe is gay. I was sitting outside working on a writing project when I got the news. Check out this article, babe. I clicked the link and it took me to an article titled Beauty and the Beast to feature first exclusively gay moment in a Disney movie. And my first thought was, oh no, you've got to be kidding me. Since that moment, I've read dozens of comments from all sorts of Christians. How could Disney put a gay scene in a children's movie? Why are they shoving their agenda down our throats? Disney does not fear God. Holy shit, these people are fucking off the rails. I have to save this. Oh no! Here's the pictures of them posing in front of the Nazi grave! No! No! Here's the Facebook post of them naming the kid. No, they named their kid after the Nazi grandfather. Uh-oh. No! No! They dressed up in... Ah! No! Native American fucking cultural appropriation! No! They all did it! They all did it! This is amazing. I have to save this for the future. We will revisit this in the future. Oh my god. Fucking incredible. Oh. Okay. Imps, I am exhausted. We have been going for 7 hours and how many minutes? 7 hours and 11 minutes. I am hungry. The Demon Mama anti-fundy arc? I've been on the anti-fundy arc. Are you kidding me? Just because I have complicated and nuanced opinions about religion does not mean that my channel has made fun of fundies since I started. Yeah, I know, Grime Dango. I know, I'm sorry. I'll get better. I'll get better, Grime Dango. I will. I promise. Okay? Maybe I'll do Elden Ring tomorrow, but I might also just rest and get ready for Monday. Okay? This was fucking great. We're gonna have so much fun with Girl Defined. We're getting up. Look, I'm building a folder of Christians, a folder of conservatives that we can spin the wheel and have fun with. 250 of you today had a great ass time with a Demon Mama stream. You know my fucking streams are the most poggest around. Tell your friends, join my Discord, come hang out with us, and thank you all for your wonderful support, okay? I will see you soon, and we will have more fucking fun together, because we got a lot of cool stuff to do, okay? I gotta go eat, I gotta go chill, and I'll see you all very, very soon. Thank you for being here for this surprise Saturday 7-hour fun fest, okay? Much, much love to you all. I'll see you soon. Mwah! Bye.